Hey everyone, Anarch here. So yeah, I guess this one's a little bit different. As usual, obligatory live stream beginning here. I need to be checking to see if people can even hear me and if everything is working. I'll wait just a minute for maybe some responses to pop up here in the chat. Nice. There we go. Looks like we are getting started. So yeah, I assume that we are probably going to be seeing a lot more people showing up here in the next few minutes. But I suppose I'll start the stream with the obligatory spiel. So this is a celebration live stream for reaching 15,000 subscribers. But as those of you who have filtered in might have already noticed, we are not quite to 15,000 subscribers yet. I'm just a little less than 100 away. I figured it was about time to do so because, this is when we would generally have an Anarch Abridged video coming out. But I decided that I was gonna do one of these. This was a little while back. I decided I would do, just maybe like one of these live streams in between every big video essay. So getting to 15,000 subscribers just seemed like a really appropriate time to do it. I should also add that if you wanted to see me do more live streams in addition to the Anarch Abridged videos, what I really need is just to be able to do this full time. So that is to say, I really just need more patrons. Once I get enough patrons to support me doing this full time, I would be happy to do like a live stream every month or something and add that to the Anarch Abridged videos that I'm going to be doing. With that in mind, I also wanted to kind of make a statement. Most people seem to be responding really well to the Anarch Abridged videos. So, they seem to be people seem to be happy about it in a general sense. But, a couple people have expressed that they miss the old long video essays that the channel is known for. But I'd really like to emphasize to anybody that feels that way that I'm producing those video essays at the same rate that I was beforehand. The only difference is that I am producing content in between as well. So part of me creating these Anarch Abridged videos was that they were low enough effort that I felt like they weren't going to take away from my primary effort on writing those essays. So, just hopefully that's a little bit of reassurance for anybody that feels that way, that, it has not affected my production schedule on the primary focus of the channel, which is still those video essays. Also, this one is not necessarily going to be structured as a Q&A as the previous ones have. I've done every live stream I've done so far beforehand was structured as a Q&A. But, now that I'm doing these Anarch Abridged videos, I feel less inclined to make the live streams, a huge marathon of me doing those Q&As. I think that, those questions can be answered in the Anarch Abridged videos a lot better now. That's not to say that I won't be answering any questions during this live stream. I think that's probably just inevitable, but that's not going to be the main structure of this live stream. I'll probably kind of use it as a space to just kind of more freeform discuss things that I'm interested in, or I just kind of want to discuss or have been on my mind and so on within the structure of the stream. But also I have invited a friend of mine on as a guest today, and we're going to be talking about a post-mortem of the attempts to build a union up in New York at the Amazon Fulfillment Center. And he was involved pretty closely with that whole project. And I'm going to be having him on today to talk to us a little bit about what it was like being working to build that union there in the fulfillment center, and also perhaps give us a little bit of insight as to the strengths and weaknesses of the effort that took place, and hopefully also kind of a somewhat in-depth post-mortem explaining to us what the shortcomings of that attempt to build a union at the fulfillment center was. So I'll be having him here in the on the live stream here in just a few minutes. I want to give people time to kind of like show up and make sure that everybody is around before we start that conversation. But another thing I want to say is that I think I would be happy to do these from time to time. I think that these are really a great idea to have on the live stream, to use this live stream perhaps to discuss praxis as well as theory, because, you know, I spend a lot of time talking about theory because people have a lot of theory questions. But I also want to be sure that we are spending plenty of time talking about praxis, and not only praxis in the abstract sense of what should we be doing, but what are people doing. So if you want to use the live stream, maybe some future live stream as a platform to discuss things you are involved in or things that you have been involved in, perhaps as postmortems, you know, feel free to just get a hold of me. I mean, there are a variety of different ways you might be able to get my attention. If you just want to comment on the video, not in the live chat, I'll probably miss that. If you wanted to send me a DM on Twitter, or, you know, there are a variety of ways you can get a hold of me. And maybe we can arrange having one of these conversations with you in the future, and we can talk about the kind of similar topics, the strengths and weaknesses of different approaches, how they went, and you know, we can all learn from that process so that we can develop a little bit of you know, movement history, movement knowledge about what does and does not work, and why things succeed and fail. So yeah, just about lost my breath on that intro there. So clearly, I guess that was the spiel. That was it. If I'm out of breath, I've done it. So looking looking over to the chat here. Any collaborations in the works? All the collaborations that have been in the works are the same ones that have been in the works for a long time. You know, me as a person, I'm really not much of a, I'm not very like collaboratively focused in my work, the things that I create. So, you know, I tend to kind of like to have a lot of editorial control over my work. Not to say that I never collaborate, as you all know, but you know, I've talked. The main one that I've mentioned before is that at one point, me and St. Andrew, or Andrewism, were talking about doing one. But I've also talked about doing one with Marlowe of Moneyless Society, and you know, we've got some interesting ideas about what to do for both of those. But I wouldn't like put those on your calendar. You know, those are more possibilities rather than things that are just like gonna happen for sure. It's kind of like things that have been discussed but really haven't made any concrete plans on it. So cool. So looks like we got a few people here. Let me check real quick. Cool. Looks like Sam is ready. I could just invite him in. So give me just a second. You are now on screen, I believe, and let me unmute you. That'd probably be a good thing to do here. There we go. I just want to check in with people that make sure that they can hear Sam. Can y'all hear Sam right now? Give us some testing here, Sam.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Sam here. Let's see.
I think that's your trademark there, bud.
Oh, well, I'll give it away. It's fine. You know, it's communal property.
Yeah.
Haven't got any responses from anybody here. To see if can y'all hear Sam? Can I get a thumbs up in the chat? Sam is quiet. Maybe I can turn him up. Boom. Sam, you could also maybe turn yourself up. Can you turn yourself up?
Maybe. Let's see here. I'm as high as I can go.
Okay, I also don't want you coming through my microphone here. I don't know. We'll find out. Let's see. Can I turn him up? Okay, so okay, cool. They say more audible now. Nice. Nice. Cool. So I invited Sam on today, as I said, to talk to us a little bit about the efforts that took place at the Amazon Fulfillment Center in, I believe it's Albany, New York. Is that correct, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, it's it was a Skodak, which is a small town, but it's a small town that's a suburb of Albany, which is the state capital here in New York.
Cool. So yeah, we'll probably get around to talking about the things that went wrong as we go. But I think maybe it'd probably be better for us to start just by talking about how you got involved, how the campaign began, and kind of like just how this all started. If you just want to kind of give us a little bit of those foundations.
Sure. On the ALB1.
Give me just a second, Sam. They're saying you're muted. Can you all hear Sam right now? Sam, say something for me.
Yo, I'm not muted as far as on my end.
Yeah, you're not muted on Discord, and I'm a little worried that maybe what they were hearing was you coming through my mic rather than coming through the Discord. That kind of worries me a little bit here. So can y'all hear me right now? Oh, yeah. What I just did was I just muted and unmuted my hardware mic. I just pressed the mute button on my mic. I'm a little worried that Sam might be coming through my mic, and that's why you're all able to hear him. That's too bad. Give me just a second. Let me double check that this is there. What can I do? Yeah, all I did was change the hardware mic mute there. Sam, say something. Let's see if you're coming through.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could really probably increase your volume to everybody just by literally turning up my speakers, because that seems to be the source of No, that's bad.
I guess I don't know. That's fine. I don't even know. I lost my train of thought. I don't know where I was going or how it started. Other than to say that, like, I eventually ended up as part of the organizing committee at ALB1, which is the name of the Skodak warehouse, as far as Amazon's concerned. I was not there though at the beginning when the effort first started. I got involved specifically as a SALT, even though it's ALU, and ALU is not an established union where they have like professional SALTs in the same way that like Teamsters or SEIU or whatever might. I have a background way long ago, back when I lived in Tulsa, which is how Daniel and I originally know each other from years and years ago. Cut my teeth union organizing with the IWW, and so I organized with the DSA here locally. I know that might turn some people off, but I'm very open about my views as an LSC member. But all of that aside, the original couple of organizers that have helped put together the effort in the first place at ALB1 had sat down with us locally about however we might be able to help, even from the outside. And during that conversation, I had spoken to my wife about it, and we had agreed together that I offered to enter the warehouse as a SALT and to also help organize on the shop floor. So starting in late July, early August is when I had started, which is maybe about 2/3 of the way through gathering the actual card checks, what it's called, which is what you have to get so many people, so many workers in a workplace. It's 30% to sign a card saying that they want to be represented by X union. In this case, it was ALU, in order to force the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board, to then host a vote at the warehouse, which happened just a couple of months after that process in late October. So that's kind of how I got involved and got started. I then went to work. I actually, entered as a trainee into the warehouse and went to work on the warehouse floor on day shift first in the loading docks, and then later cross training on what they call pick, which is like you're driving this like stubby standing forklift that you're harnessed into while you're literally retrieving items off of shelving that's like 20-30 feet in the air. So, yep.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's a pretty good answer to that question. So tell me a little bit about like the structure of the union. I'm assuming that this union was not like a horizontal union.
Well, I mean, it's kind of complicated. So ALU, one of the reasons, if this were, I just want to say that one of the reasons why I was even willing to do this on the front end is specifically because it was ALU, as opposed to something like, it being RWDSU or Teamsters. And there's good reason for that, but it basically comes down to how ALU was formed. For those of you that don't know what we're talking about the Amazon Labor Union, which is a labor union that formed at the warehouse in Staten Island originally, with an organizing committee of like 8 to 10 people, including Chris Smalls, who is still, as of right now, the president of elected president of ALU. ALU has constitutionally, it has it is democratic. It is pretty horizontal as far as its structure is concerned. It's structured in such a way that ideally its locals have really large amounts of autonomy, that if anybody that works for the union, generally speaking, is a worker, only workers have votes, so on and so forth. There are some portions of the Constitution that, like, inevitably, just because of the way in which labor law is written in the U.S., are going to come across probably not that great as far as like the ability. It's constitutionally written in that the union has the ability to like discipline a worker. Most people don't know that that's actually mandatory under labor law for any labor union constitution. So that's a result of Taft-Hartley. So like, there's negative things, but generally speaking, if a brand new union that's entirely made up of actual workers in the warehouses on the job, and it was founded under the principles that laid out by Stoughton Lind, famous IWW member, a guy who wrote Labor Law for the Rank and Filer. It's based on the concept of solidarity unionism and direct action. So it's good. It's much better, at least structurally or theoretically, than ideologically, than some of your more traditional or established business unions in the U.S., whether they be, Teamsters or RWDSU or otherwise, and they are all kind of on a spectrum. So I don't know if that answers your question.
It does, yeah. No, yeah.
And they're not quite the IWW, but they're like an IWW inspired independent union that came together and also CP inspired. I think one of the original and possibly still executive committee members is actually like a straight up CP member.
Gotcha. So I'm not really familiar. Like, do you know how many of the like fulfillment centers have been unionized successfully by the ALU before this? Just one.
There's only been one. Yeah, there's only been one in the country so far that's been successful. And ALU is the only one that's done it at all, and it was JFK. It has now been 3 attempts by ALU. The first one was JFK. The second one was LBJ5, which is a smaller warehouse, also on Staten Island, but not the same location as the first one. And it's that vote also failed. And then the Albany one came up. We got involved, we locally here got involved, and this one, kind of came out with relatively similar results. And I don't have much terrible amount of insight into LBJ5. I wasn't there. I have heard some stories that kind of sound familiar, ring a little true. As far as our experience or my experience here in Albany is concerned. So,
gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that segs well into the meat of the conversation, I suppose. So, part of what we want to do is we want to talk kind of about a post-mortem. We want to talk about what went wrong, but I wonder if you just want to give us an overview of kind of just like what was the arc of events that took place generally? Like how did this all proceed as it went? If you want to kind of give us the big beats of the story.
Yeah. So this would have been maybe about a year ago, maybe about last February or so. The person who was kind of one of the central driving forces, if not protogenitor, along with maybe 2 or 3 other people, started at Amazon. One of the organizing committee members started when the warehouse first opened up 2.5 years ago. And I think that was the case with actually 2. But the person that was really the protogenitor started 5-6 months before the actual attempted card check even began. But to my and this is during a period of time when I wasn't around, I wasn't there, not even aware of what was going on. And they, to my understanding anyway, they had met with a couple of different unions, both of whom I had previously mentioned, some established ones as well as both ALU. And on their own had come to the conclusion that ALU actually understood them better, their concerns, that the warehouse was willing to fight for the kinds of things that the workers wanted to fight for. So they decided to throw in with ALU and to go that route. There started to be their workplace organizing, just a lot of chatter, a lot of talk. And in mid-July or early July, there was a kickoff rally here in Albany with some media, some local supporters. I think it was attended by maybe 150 people. And then the card signature gathering started at the warehouse. Now there isn't technically any set amount of time for you to gather cards. There isn't a limit on that amount of time. But they were probably 3.5 weeks into it, and it is about the time when I entered the workplaces. So maybe a little bit further along, maybe about a month, 5 weeks into it. Memory's a little hazy, but yeah. Does that answer the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, well, yeah. What were just the big beats is what I was asking.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
that's
So
how it all
after
kind of got started, but
the-
then how did it proceed?
After that, we have to submit the cards to the National Labor Relations Board. You need 30%, minimally 30% of eligible employees to sign the cards. Now, there was some question for a little while at first with the math, because one of the things that we were never quite aware of, at least I was never aware of as part of the organizing committee at that point, is actually how many eligible employees, at least at this point, were technically would be covered under the legal definition of the bargaining unit that we were trying to form. And this is a tactic that like large corporations and Amazon in particular uses in these fights. They did the same thing at JFK8 where they would try to claim to the National Labor Relations Board like an overinflated number of employees in order to try to like scare off somebody from submitting the required number of employee signatures. Well, at some point, the number that was told to us and what was originally on the filing that we had filed with the National Labor Relations Board for the actual card check was a bargaining unit of 400 people. Once we had submitted the cards and National Labor Relations Board had like adjudicated out who was actually eligible, who wasn't from what Amazon submitted and what we defined, that number actually ended up being upwards of like, it was like a list of like 900 people, which is something I think that we were kind of relatively unprepared for, to put it mildly. That took like a couple of weeks to figure out, and then once they figured that out and accepted, as long as you have 30% of the signatures, which we did, we submitted enough signatures to even hit the mark of qualifying for upwards of like representing 1,000 employees. But the ratio was much different than I think we had originally thought. So anyway, it took a couple more weeks after that. And then, or a week or two after that, we had submitted in September, and then it goes to a negotiation between the company, the union, and the NLRB to actually set the dates for a vote. And they set the dates for the vote in October. So relatively very quick turnaround. I think from the moment that we submitted cards roughly all the way up until like the end of the vote was like a total of like 6.5 weeks. It was not a long period of time, which then creates its own kind of logistical hurdles in a lot of different ways. So that's the kind of the broad overview of the timeline.
Yeah, that's it's a pretty good answer. And then I suppose for anybody who's not aware watching the stream, it would, unfortunately, the union was not created after the vote took place. So tell us a little bit.
To be fair, that's not exactly how it works, Larry.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
The union is formed and acts as a union as soon as there are people, 2 or 3 people in a workplace to quote unquote form an organizing committee. Whether or not you are recognized as a collective bargaining unit, right, by the National Labor Relations Board and under contract with an employee doesn't matter as far as your legal employee union protections are concerned. As long as you're acting like a union in a workplace, you have a whole bunch of union protections, which is one of the reasons why people need to read labor law for the rank and file or by Stoughton law. But all of that being said, I was not there when the organizing committee formed, right? And the vote that took place was ALU exists as a union. That's not what the vote was. The vote that failed was that the workplace in Albany voted against having ALU be the union that represents them in contract. That doesn't necessarily mean that like a whole bunch of employees that were a part of the organizing committee are not still acting as like an employee-led union on the workshop floor, because that is still happening.
Yeah, no, that's a super important distinction. I'm really glad that you brought that up. It's just to say that they were not certified by the NLRB.
Right. So like, it just means that the NLRB isn't going to force the company to negotiate with ALU over that workspace.
Gotcha. All right. So I feel like we got all the sort of preliminary questions out of the way. I suppose maybe now we can move on to sort of the post-mortem. And I don't know even where necessarily we should start with a question like that. So maybe you could kind of just give us a little bit of a ramble on the topic. You know, what do you think? What do you think were the key factors that led to it not being certified?
I mean, ultimately it's a failed campaign as far as math and votes are concerned, right? To my knowledge, we submitted upwards of over 300 card check signatures, which if we actually had kept all of those card check signatures as yes votes to actual election day, at least by my math, we would have ended up winning that vote. It would have been very close, but we would have ended up winning. We didn't. We lost, I think, upwards of a third, 100 of those folks. So I think there was a lot of reasons, right? Before I definitely don't want to throw any individual under the bus or, you know, make it seem like anybody was ill-intentioned in any way. I do think that there were a combination of a number of different factors, though, that kind of came together to influence why things turned out the way in which they did. Some of it is straight up, and I want to not take credit for our own faults, because that's a mistake. But you know, some of it is definitely a whole bunch of illegal behavior on behalf of Amazon. The amount of money that they spent is really just incredible. The amount of scare tactics, the amount of like illegal intimidation, that kind of stuff. It does kind of remind me. You and I were joking earlier about this, but it did experiencing that and organizing in that environment in such a truly dystopian kind of work environment. It reminded me of the Bookchin's quote about, you know, workplace organizing is really engaging people with at their most reactionary, and that definitely rang true in some ways. But beyond that, like, some of it I think was inexperience, both on, you know, the behalf of the organizing committee, and some of that I think maybe some capacity and or / inexperience and or / other things that I have no idea about, because I was never really privy to, only had kind of remote brief interactions with like executive committee people from ALU. So I don't have a whole lot of insight into that, other than to say, you know, kind of what I saw and experienced and witnessed throughout the course of the campaign. And then truly some of it was, you know, decisions that I think were misguided decisions or opportunities missed. But ultimately, a lot of that comes down to, I was talking to another friend of mine here locally that was heavily involved in supporting us from the outside, and kind of my view on it is that a lot of the organizing I felt like was kind of a mile wide and an inch deep, and wasn't quite prepared to inoculate workers against the kind of relentless tactics that the company was going to use. Like, got people excited and fired up at first, but once you're every day faced 10 hours a day with 2 months worth of relentlessness, if you're not prepared to deal with that a little bit more militant or steadfast, that can get to people, especially you got kids and so on and so forth. So I think it was a combination of a lot of things. At one point, I think that there was a mistake made, even in the sense, in the way in which, I get it. You're in a campaign. There's a short amount of time. People feel like decisions need to be made lickety split, and maybe things whatever, and not everybody sees eye to eye. But oftentimes, people who make unilateral decisions, even explicitly, against what the overall advice or overall consensus are supposed to be of the organizing committee or any group of organizers, oftentimes that backfires, especially when it ends up politicizing whatever you're trying to do. And I think that was another mistake. Something that actually LBJ5 has in common with ALB1, and that was a story that I had heard from one of the original organizers that rang true to me even before it happened locally for us. That was like, be wary to make sure politicians shouldn't be involved here. And it was like, yes, I agree. And unfortunately, that ended up happening. Not inside of my control or really anybody's.
So you gave a few examples of things you think went wrong. Maybe you could go a little more in depth. When you say like a mile wide and an inch deep, like, can you give me some detail on that?
Well, I mean, if you're not having like longer term in-depth conversations with people about not only what the union is or what a union is, but what dues are, what the contract would look, potentially could look like, what the power of a union is and isn't, what it can protect you from and what it can't. Like, if those kinds of questions, right, are still like questions in curious people's mind inside of the workplace by the time that you're quote unquote supposed to be in GOTV mode, which is like the last week and a half before the actual vote starts, as any campaign, you're way behind the curve, which means the depth of your organizing hasn't been, your conversations haven't gone deep enough. Your connections amongst your coworkers or whomever you're trying to organize is not connected enough.
So that's to say that there wasn't only failures at the inoculate stage, there was failures at the educate stage. The organized was solid.
Yeah.
The organized was solid.
Yeah. One of the things that not to speak too much about individual stuff because it wasn't, but one of the issues was, if from my perspective, is that the organizing committee itself, and I didn't know this until I arrived on the scene, but the organizing committee itself was shockingly, in my ways, kind of lacked diversity. And what I mean by that is not just ethnic, racial diversity, but literal like workplace diversity. I think there were like a grand total of like 6 or 7, maybe kind of 8 people in the organizing committee at best, and that were local to ALB1, and the vast majority of them were all day shift, front end day shift, which is the front half of the week on days, or they were flexible. Like there's 3 other shifts, besides us, and, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And there was a bit of an age issue. I'm other than one other person on the organizing committee that happened to be 18 and a single mom. I think I was the next youngest person at 35, which in a diverse work workplace. You know, Amazon's got a high turnover, but like, it's much more ethnically, age, and gender diverse is what was originally represented on that organizing committee. And that's not to the fault of the organizers so much as that it, like, in some ways, I mean, it kind of is, but it kind of isn't at the same time. Amazon does put a lot of effort into weaponizing what you and I would call identity politics in order to divide workers inside of the workplace. So they have literal pro-corporate identity-based groups that they literally call affinity groups.
What?
Like, no, yeah, like no joke. This is just not dystopian. They literally have like anarchist language affinity groups in Amazon based on identity that like divides workers up. It's real crazy.
Wow.
But like some of that corporate culture, you know, in the organizing, like they just had a negative feedback loop in some ways. Just from my perspective. You know, as far as the union was concerned, ALU is concerned, you know, once we were back through card check and sat down and went to kind of campaign plan, I might have to move positions at some point to plug my phone in relatively soon. So
yeah,
if you're
no
watching
worries
on stream and my background changes, so when I pick up the phone, that's just why. They had a good plan. ALU did. Like it was a pretty standard but good, thorough, you know, voter ID persuasion / then follow into GOTV kind of campaign plan for phone banking, text banking, so on and so forth. The 900 or so people that were on the eligibility list to vote. And I don't mean this whatever, because we organizationally on the ground just in ALB1 did not have the capacity. We did not have, as an organizing committee, the capacity to take on the logistics of 1,000-person campaign, essentially. Half of our organizing committee was not gonna, and this is, I don't mean this in a negative sense, but these are warehouse workers, largely speaking, people that have like political campaign experience in any kind of way, or union campaign experience for any kind of campaign experience. So like trying to teach somebody how to phone bank that's either over the age of 45 or 50 or whatever it is, and it's the first time, and they're nervous, and they're like trying to do it by themselves, or whatever. That's daunting, and that's a lot to ask. And so anyway, our ability at Albany to contribute from on the floor to contribute to that was, from my perspective, nowhere near. If I, you know, had originated things, it was nowhere near what I would have hoped to or wanted it to have been organically. And then on top of that, you know, there did seem to be some help that was coming in from JFK8. But it was very, like, I don't know what the capacity stuff was going on. Maybe there's calculations going and there are other warehouses organizing at the same time. I don't know. But maybe also similar kind of buy-in capacity issues. But those kind of multiple touches on the campaign and follow through on various different things, whether that be direct mail or even print jobs. Like I had to locally source printing material and was able to call in favors from a previous career and graphic designers that I know, and ended up getting a different local union, actually, a whole bunch of chemical plant workers in Cohoes to pay out of pocket out of their local union's budget to pay for it for us, just to make sure that we had like enough literature to pass out on the workshop floor. And I was happy to be able, as a SALT, to like organize my community to help be able to do that. But that's also indicative of the fact that that was even necessary, it's kind of dick a whole bunch of issues. What is, and I don't have good answers to any of that. I don't know.
How much of this do you think was just because people were kind of spontaneously putting the pieces together on the spot instead of like developing a more coherent strategy from experience?
You know, I see part of this is that's part of the kind of the mystery to me, is because it seemed to me from my experience that like a couple of the people that were heavily in contact from ALU to us in Albany were, at least from my perspective, and you know what my background is, Daniel, you've known me for years, both as an activist organizer, but also, you know, what my professional background has been. So like when I say things like, hey, I was impressed, like I didn't have any, and like it would have been on paper anyway, it would have been the exact plan that I would have followed and laid out for people to do. So like I felt confident about it in some ways. I don't know exactly where the communication breakdown or follow through or capacity issues exactly were. I don't know, but whether that was between folks that were local and in more contact directly with, you know, JFK people and us, which was not me, the person that was regularly in contact with them. I just don't know where that breakdown happened in exactly the character and nature of it. I've heard different things, and I just don't want to. Yeah, I don't know, and so I don't want to speak negatively about anybody in particularly in any capacity. But I don't know. But the plan was good. The capacity and the follow through. I can tell you why we didn't have the capacity. I don't know why. You know, where the breakdown was on the other side.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like from what you've described, you know, there were significant failures. You know, there's the classic, you know, agitate, educate, organize model, but you know, that's obviously been kind of expanded over the years, and people have included a step called inoculation and all that stuff. But it kind of sounds like that, you know, the agitation stage was, well, capitalism did that pretty well on its own in Amazon, but the other stages, it sounds like there were some failures.
Yeah, I mean, some of this is just going to be always kind of the nature of, especially workplace or union organizing. When you know, not everybody likes their coworkers. I got newsflash,
right?
You know. I don't know if I'm making headlines for that one, but the reality is that like people need to be at least self-aware enough to know that like how their personalities can be perceived. Like I know I can rub people wrong, right? Like I can be a really polarizing person depending upon what situation or opinion I have or whatever, and how we've met or whatever it is. It's very seldom that people have lukewarm opinions about me. Someone, you know, love or hate. But it more than it's important for people that are trying to organize in any situation, but especially in the workplace, how they are perceived by their coworkers. And I think that there was at least a portion of some of what was going on. There was a big problem with that, and that like can be probably easily expressed and summed up by what happened surrounding like the last rally that, you know, tried to organize right before the vote took place at the warehouse, while the NLRB's got like the tent set up out in front of the warehouse and so on and so forth. We have this rally, and we have a whole bunch of local unions from other, you know, industrial sites in the area, mostly AFL-CIO affiliated, but a lot of silver hairs, but there's a bunch of younger guys too, chemical plant workers, and they're just kind of excited to be a part of something, show some support. So that's fine, it's no big deal. But even that kind of mix of the crowd, I think, had perhaps some negative effects psychologically on workers at the moment. Just weren't prepared for it because there wasn't enough militancy for, I think, for workers at the moment, because that inoculation and education wasn't deep enough, and that activation wasn't deep enough. But regardless of the local unions coming out to show their support for workers, media being there, obviously. But the thing that really, I think, backfired was the participation of local polls. I mean, we were a couple of things. One, electoral politics and union politics,
right.
Not a good idea. Two, that warehouse has a really mixed, diverse, when I mean by diverse, we're talking about upstate New York, very post-industrial. That's a somewhat rural of a town, about 20 minutes outside of the city. And you've got workers in that warehouse that are, what you would consider quote unquote white working class, or the stereotype of that relatively rural, Republican voting, identifying, gun toting, whatever. I don't care about any of that, but that's upstate New York. This is where you live. And, bringing in the U.S. senator in front of a warehouse whose workers has got, even the self-identifying Democrats or liberals don't give a shit about Kirsten Gillibrand. They don't think that she gives a shit about them either. Like, why? You know what I mean? Like that doesn't lend credibility; it takes credibility away, in my opinion. And it also sends the wrong message that the focus is on something else other than us, other than the actual workers. Us. It's about us. That's what a union is. So but that's just one example, I think, of unfortunately a kind of, and I don't think it was malicious. I just think it was born out of inexperience more than anything, kind of mentality that seemed to be kind of dropping some of what was going on there.
So, as I listen to this, as I do, I'm kind of thinking of bullet points as to things that should have needed to be done differently, I suppose, and you've already given me several answers. One being that there probably should have been a lot more militant education before this got spun up, like
I would even go so far as to say there needed to be like actual direct actions taken before an attempted vote. Like there should have been a walkout, should have been a strike, there should have been a wildcat, there should have been something well before we got to even talking about holding a vote.
I see.
That's just, and I think actually some of the other warehouses in portions of the country that are kind of leading, like just today actually, St. Louis. Amazon warehouse had a wildcat walkout strike. There were wildcat walkouts on Prime Day in like 4 different states. Having a stronger, more bought in, wider, more diverse, more militant organizing committee that is has and is willing to directly take on the company by walking out and doing those kinds of things. You come off with more credibility when you then talk to your coworkers about not only signing a card, but making it through all of the corporate propaganda, captive audience meetings, the intimidation, the Pinkerton $3,200 a day, 12 different consultants harassing you at your workstation for 6 weeks straight, which is what that is. Make no mistake. All of that is stuff that happened. As well as like illegally electioneering even during the vote by like giving out T-shirts and shit to people. But like,
So
I also I don't want to lay the entire blame of why we failed here purely at the feet of Amazon, even though they did a whole bunch of illegal shit. They really did, and for legal reasons, they deserve to be forced into a contract with us. But that's about the shittiness of the way in which the U.S. legal system works and how companies can get away with doing illegal things because they make the calculation that, okay, what are you going to do? Pay a fine after the fact? You still crush, whatever.
Yeah, we expect our enemies to do the absolute most they can to crush us, right? And, at the end of the day, all we can do is ask what it is that we could do different, that we could do better.
Yeah,
right?
What can we do better?
Right, exactly. So I guess thing number 2 is maybe have prepared people better for the intimidation tactics of what was about to happen to them. Maybe have inoculated them a little better.
They're a union drive in a campaign in a lot of ways, any kind of campaign in a lot of ways, is kind of as dumb as what I'm about to say might sound, but it kind of is about vibes, in the sense that there's always going to be a bandwagonish effect in any kind of a campaign. Like if you think back to legalizing weed in Oklahoma, right? There's a bandwagonish effect once people actually believe it's going to pass, more people actually get involved, right? They want to be a part of the winning team, bandwagon. That's kind of the case in every, in my opinion, campaign, especially one. I got to plug in before the phone dies.
Okay, sounds good.
It's just, in my opinion, there's a reason why I say things like I think we should have started off with more direct action, because it would have expanded the pool of not only credibility but also involvement, also people being literally bought in to the whole campaign of the program, which then just leads to more organic growth and militancy and education and so on and so forth. So I just the fact that looking back on everything, I think that was probably a big factor.
So next one on the list is pretty simple, and that's don't get involved with politicians while you are doing your union drive at minimum. Which every anarchist should be happy to hear that is one of our conclusions.
Yeah, I mean nothing. I don't think anything probably could have solidified that more in my mind than literally witnessing the backfiring, the turnaround. I got name called after that moment, because in a couple of workers' minds, it felt like a deep betrayal that happened. So called a Democrat, got called a commie, got all kinds of stuff, which is just it's kind of frustrating as the the quote unquote lipsock whatever anarchist that was there as assault on the organizing committee, because these are things that had been discussed beforehand, and I thought that everybody was on the same page, but things end up happening that even ostensibly everybody on the organizing committee had agreed to, and that that's frustrating. And the only way to really avoid those kind of organizational structural issues in any organizing context is to make sure that your processes are open, transparent, democratic, and not individual personality focused.
Right. Yeah. Well, it seems like a pretty good summary of all of the takeaways, I suppose. Anything else you want to add to the post-mortem there?
I'm curious if anybody from the chat or anybody watching the stream has got individual questions.
There have been a few comments. Yeah, there have been a few comments. One here, Elisha Moon Williams, who is a great friend of the channel, and she writes wonderful theory that you should go read. She said there's a lot of unionization efforts here in St. Louis area, but unfortunately all of it has been co-opted and controlled by the DSA and politicians. So that kind of seems to echo what you're saying here.
I mean, interesting. So just to be frank, like the whole reason why I got involved in the ALU drive here in Albany is because I actually organized with my local DSA chapter. Now, I'm a LSC member, for those of you that know what that is. And for anybody that just rolled their eyes at DSA, look, I get it, totally. I'm not here to necessarily defend any of the electoralism or anything like that. And it's just that Albany is a relatively small city. It's called Small Albany for a reason. There are not that many organized groups around. And at least in my local chapter, I don't, I'm not dealing with any kind of, hardcore authoritarians. We're not dealing with any kind of like hardcore, some people that are a little non-profity or a little bit electorally focused, but generally speaking, we do a lot of mutual aid work, community garden work, very open to I'm open about my, not only my caucus, but advocate for my positions. So DSA's involvement with ALU in Albany was a net boom. There are plenty of examples of, I can give you a really good example of the bad kind of socialist organizing that actually did help contribute to the backfiring. And DSA was not the people advocating for for politicians to be involved, ironically, at least here in Albany. So pretty vocally against the idea.
Well, that's good. That's heartening to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The example that I can give of like bad involvement actually is there was at one point, it's actually kind of funny because some of the original organizers on the organizing committee in the warehouse, I think, Daniel and I, you and I were kind of joking about this a little bit before the stream. They were kind of like the folks that like didn't really have a good conception of like different types of socialists.
Yeah.
Everything kind of more or less in their mind. I don't mean this disparagingly in any way, but like, everything's basically the same and it's all kind of like Bernie Sanders.
Yes.
Aren't you Bernie people? Which is, fine, whatever. But it led to another pitfall. And that pitfall was
Trotskyists. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. So the organizing committee, it was a double-edged sword for them in some ways, right? Because the organizing committee reached out to us locally, DSA as a chapter, which is the whole reason why I ended up going to SALT and being able to help fund things and get stuff done and a whole bunch of other stuff. But it also meant that at some point they were either approached by or also reached out to and not understanding, not have any conception of who these folks were or what the difference is or anything like that. They also ended up reaching out to SALT, Socialist Alternative. And at one point, SALT sent people that didn't work at the warehouse, aren't from the area, to canvass outside of the warehouse, not even with ALU union literature, like literally with their Trotskyist newspapers. That was a problem. That caused problems. Problems that took a little bit to try to mitigate. I don't know if they ever really got fixed in some people's minds. But it was an interesting learning experience and an educational opportunity for me in some ways, kind of funnily for these other workers to be like, yeah, that's what trots do. They, don't listen to anybody and try to take shit over and sell the weird newspapers.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, it's you first get into leftism, and one of the first things they tell you about Trotskyists is they sell newspapers. And you say to yourself, "Oh, surely that's a baseless stereotype. That can't be real. How, who would be selling newspapers to think that that's praxis in the modern day?"
To be fair, the canvassers out in front of the ALB1 warehouse, to be fair to them, they weren't, I don't think they were trying to sell at that moment, right? There was another moment where a couple of the organizing committee members went down to a march in New York City with JFK people and like Starbucks workers, a whole bunch of other people. And this was in early August. And I went down, and there was a whole bunch of different like small Trotskyists around. And that march, which was their first exposure, I think, for like 3 or 4 of the organizing committee members, it was like their first exposure to that kind of like, multi-group, pretty hardcore lefty group of protesters in New York City. Heck, for some of them, it was their first time to the city ever, which is just interesting. But yeah, I mean, that in that moment, the Trotskyists are literally at a labor march protest. They're trying to sell their newspapers to like warehouse workers. It's crazy.
So in their mind, they're trying.
They were just trying to give their Trotskyist newspapers to workers. Which again, why, dude? What are you doing? Like,
I mean, they only know what is it? Co-opt, infiltrate, or destroy. That's all they know.
Yeah, and it was frustrating to say the least. It definitely, like, I think, for folks that, I did my best at least to attempt to approach the situation and like the salting effort from an asbestos perspective, looking at it like, look, I'm going to go in there. I'm going to just try to be as helpful as I possibly can in any way that I possibly can. Be open and honest about all my opinions and where I'm coming from and that sort of thing. And it seemed to work really well, and we're very appreciative. But like, I'm also just one person, and as much as our local group of like 6 people on the outside who were willing to help, did as much as I could. There needed to be some structural adjustments there in multiple different ways that were just outside of any of our control.
So we have a question, Sean Lichty, I assume that's how it's said. Just forgive me if not. How did the average conversation go with coworkers? There's a few here. I'll let you answer them one by one. How did the average conversation go with coworkers?
There's no such thing as an average conversation. Every conversation is different because every worker is coming at it from wildly different backgrounds. So like, I had coworkers that started with me, a guy that was like in his mid 50s and a Bengali immigrant, and his English was okay, a little bit broken, but he's fluent enough. And when we first started together, they put us all through this captive audience meeting with this like union buster, and he didn't quite at first understand that like the meeting that he was in was not pro-union. It was supposed to be anti-union propaganda, and like from his life experience, like he was very pro-union, and so it was almost like a comedy of errors in some ways, like watching this whole thing play out in this captive audience meeting. And then you had other folks that like, I had another guy that worked on the loading docks with me, and it was in his probably late 50s, maybe even early 60s, former electrician, IBEW. And, for a number of weeks, he's all pro-union, we're buddies. By the end of the campaign, it's like I don't exist to him. And this is a guy that self-identified very, very pro-Trump type of dude. And he was pro-union, but also pro-Trump. And that, that's the kind of person that I could identify as absolutely that person felt betrayed. Right?
By the Kirsten Gillibrand thing?
Yeah. There's other folks that I was never going to be able to have a conversation with, right? Just because I am a 35-year-old cisgendered white dude that has got a certain look to him. Maybe I'm wearing my combat boots because I'm in the middle of the warehouse or whatever. So I'm going to be able to have conversations with people, because sometimes it's not just the content of the conversation. Sometimes it's also the messenger. The messenger really does matter, whether or not that person is seen as somebody that is trustworthy, reliable, as somebody that approachable, whatever, somebody that. So I think that there was at least a couple of folks that over time, I think, to some degree or another, the company kind of lines about union doesn't care about you played into certain people's behavior, and that had disastrous effects. So
his second question,
it's not just about the conversations you have and because you can have all kinds of different conversations, ranging from wildly supportive to wildly against, and they can change within a week and a half of each other. But I do think that messenger matters also.
So the second question was, do you keep the points on specific grievances at the workplace?
I think that you need to be able to have good answers for when people are asking questions. But I actually think the best way to approach this is that it's about the person that you're talking to and their issues, their problems, their grievances. And the thing that is the most effective in having these conversations. Sorry, my phone keeps dropping. In having these conversations is getting the person to really own the sense that forming a union is about empowering yourself, because that's really what it is empowering yourself and your coworkers and what you want to change, what your issues are. And any time that a worker, especially in the middle of a union, like an organizing effort, walks away with the idea or the conception that the union is going to negotiate for us at this rate, I think you're losing the messaging war at that point. You're kind of playing into this corporate messaging that they use in these captive audience meetings that tries to paint the union as though, or paint any union as though it's some sort of outside entity rather than an actual organized, organic, committee of your coworkers, which is really what a union is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
The last question that Sean asked was there much resistance to the idea initially?
Yeah, I see. That's a really good question, because I wasn't there when the 5-6 months or so before the actual like gathering, card authorization, card check portion started. So like even after the quote unquote announced kickoff, which, so I don't have a good answer about that. I can say that there definitely felt like much stronger support during card check than by the time that we got to the actual vote. And I think that actually is pretty easily reflected in just the vote math itself as well. We turned, to my understanding anyway, we turned in over 300 signatures, card checks saying, yes, I want the union to represent me. We ended up with a little like 201 or 205 or something like that total votes, which means we lost a third of our support along the way. That's, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, well, that looks like all the questions that popped up here. You know, one of these is just towards me about Trotsky, but you know, I might talk about that here in a second. But yeah, any last parting thoughts to give us here, Sam, my old friend?
I just want to say to anybody that the whole reason why I approached Daniel, even asked him to do this, is because I think it's really important for folks to, and for the movement across the country, whether you're Amazon or Starbucks or wherever you are, you know, for us to learn from each other, good, bad, ugly, and to not stop fighting because this was winnable. I think it'll be winnable again in the future. I think there are plenty of warehouses and organizing committees that can pull this off. So hopefully whatever I've been able to offer up is some folks find at least useful.
Yeah, I had one last question. This seems like a good one for us to end on. What are the concrete things you would have done differently in order for this to have succeeded?
I mean, in an ideal world, there would have been more emphasis on internal organizing before the actual kickoff announcement formally, like public one, and then card check. There would have been more quiet internal organizing, and perhaps at least one, if not two, you know, direct actions by that organizing committee, whether it be like a strike or a walkout, some sort of wildcat, sit down, whatever, some sort of organized something or other direct action on workshop for before you even think about getting in or transitioning into campaign mode, because I just think you need, personally, especially for the size of the warehouse, you needed more people bought in and knowing what to expect as far as like the logistics of being able to, and you need more diversity, just more buy-in overall. 5 to 6 people, or 6 to 7, or even 8 people, and the vast majority of you are on one shift rather than equally dispersed. Is also another concrete thing that I would definitely change. So wider diversity there too. Yep.
That seems like a pretty good way to sum it up, my friend. Well, cool. I'm probably just going to sit around here on stream and talk with people in the chat. And you can stick around or you can call it a day. That's up to you, my friend.
I'm going to stick around. I've also known you. I'll stick around if you want me to for a little while. I've also known you since like our days in OWS, and I can probably make fun of you better than anybody.
Yeah, accurate.
Happy to be that foil.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. So yeah, no, me and Sam, we've known each other for a long while. We met back in Occupy Wall Street, or Occupy Tulsa to be specific. We stayed in contact for years afterwards. And one of the other most notable things we did is we both were key organizers in legalizing medical cannabis in the state of Oklahoma. Yeah, that was a very interesting Foray. That was had in some ways very similar to work that we had done before, and in other ways not even similar at all. It was a lot of canvassing, a lot of gathering signatures, talking with people of all kinds of persuasions. You know, one of the nice things about organizing people around weed is just everybody loves weed. Okay, like it's just like across the board. Yeah, I mean, okay, we live in a conservative state, and yet, like, it was pretty uncommon we ever met somebody who was just like belligerent and angry at us over us trying to gather signatures about weed, unless it was some weird procedural thing. But it was usually like nobody politically cared, you know, like they either
people who cared were cops.
Yes, yeah. Cops were kind of weird about it. They were trying their best to just screw us over every single time we got any sort of foothold. But like,
I was tailed literally the whole time by OHP when I did those 2 loops, those 6,000 miles that we like put on town with that kid that Frank had like hooked me up with from nowhere, and Willie. You remember
that? Yes, I do remember that. That was something. That was something. You really went on a back alley trip through the boonies of Oklahoma.
Yeah, in 2 giant loops to every podunk town outside of Tulsa and Oklahoma City. 6,000 miles, 2 giant loops around the state.
Yeah, that looked like it was a slog, and I mean, in some way, I bet it was enjoyable to see all these little towns that you knew existed but had never seen. But I'm sure it was also exhausting, just going from one place to the other, constantly moving.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing was very surreal. It was just and it still feels surreal looking back, especially because I'm not like I went to college. I went to college. I'm not from there, from New York. Like it's very strange. So it was a very strange experience in a lot of ways looking back on it. But that weed campaign actually set me up into what I ended up doing for a living for quite a while afterwards. I know it makes me a bad anarchist, but
you abandoned your principles. You abandoned
beyond our OWS background, though, our Bike by Tulsa. We also were weirdly involved in kind of helping to advise and then road trip together up to Seattle.
Yeah, that was
interesting during that. It's a good experience. That fun trip, other than you hitting an armadillo at like 3 o'clock in the morning in Wyoming.
I think it was like literally like a full deer carcass. Like it's like destroyed. It was bad. It was bad. It just wrecked that tire. Damn.
It was a miracle that it just happened to be like a little over a quarter of a mile from the exit to Laramie, Wyoming.
That's where it was, Laramie. I totally forgot. Yeah. I was going to ask.
No, Laramie, Wyoming.
I remember us talking about like guerrilla combat out front of some little conservative mechanic shop in the middle of Wyoming, and the whole time I was like, I really hope that somebody doesn't like, respond in a hostile manner to this loud conversation we're having about revolutionary tactics and like insurgent warfare. Like, yeah, that was yeah, that was interesting. That was interesting.
We were just talking about Minecraft, guys.
We were talking about it in a theoretical sense, because I would never engage in such a thing. I love my government.
I mean, well, that conversation was a big part of the conversation that ended up leading to you completing the Constructing the Revolution video. Right? Yeah. So we were talking about it in the context of of militia defense and having long discussions about what quote unquote anarchist intelligence. What would something like that look like, if at all?
Yep. Those conversations were very influential in the intelligence section of Constructing the Revolution, which several people have very charitably characterized as anarcho-CIA. So, you can really just go take a look if you're interested in creating the anarcho-CIA. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. We definitely didn't think about all the power dynamics and work it out in expansive detail, trying to balance all needs. It's just anarcho-CIA. You're not allowed to do any sort of intelligence as an anarchist. Otherwise, that's the CIA. Sorry.
Yeah. You're not allowed to gather information on your potential.
No, never. You never do that. Never do that.
That's doing a CIA.
Yeah, that's doing a CIA. I'm sorry to tell you. Do not create intelligence apparatus as anarchists.
You're very anti-research here.
Yes. Anti-research. So Elisha is wanting to be put in. I suppose I could include her. I'm interested to see. Oh, actually, I have to be careful about that. It's showing a chunk of the window. Okay, wait. Let me see here. Let's see. Okay. Are you ready for me to put you in, Elisha? I could see you in two different places. I got my eye on you. Okay, cool. Let's see how this goes. I think if I just add you to this call. Oh, that work? Give me a sec. Let's figure out how to do this. Add friend. Yes. Okay. There we go. I think we're getting somewhere here. Well, that's weird. I don't know how to do this. Maybe. So, no, that won't work. I would have thought this would be easier to do than it appears to be. I think this will cancel the call if I do that. This is how I have no idea what I'm doing right now. How does it go? It says add for nickname. That's not going to help. It's not going to help at all. Okay, we're just going to get rid of this. We're going to take you off the screen for now, so that I can experiment with different methods here. Okay, cool. Now I can just do whatever I need to do. Okay, there we go. And Elisha, boom.
Sorry, who's the you? Am I off?
Oh.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here. Elisha?
I'm here. I'm no longer on screen now. Okay, cool.
You are no longer on screen. We've.
Can you guys hear me properly?
I can hear you, but I don't know if the stream can hear you, because I think literally all the sound that the stream is hearing is y'all just coming through my mic, my table mic.
Is it? No, I don't think so. No, I hope not anyway. That'd be really bad.
I'm relatively sure about that one. I'm relatively sure, because when I muted I did the hardware mute on my mic. That's when everybody said they couldn't hear anything, me or Sam.
Oh God.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Let me check with the chat. Chat, can you hear Elisha right now?
And you know me. You can always just call me Ellie.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I was going to call you Miss Moon, but
that actually, you know what? That's fine. I very much like that.
All right.
Okay, they can actually hear me. So,
there we go.
Okay. Well, yeah. It's honestly kind of wild to even be on a stream like this. It's especially weird because I especially know you a bit more personally, as well as someone who I organize with, or at least confide in that manner. But yeah, so it's just wild that after attending like several different other like live streams, just as someone who was just a part of things, and now it's like, oh yeah, come on in. It's like, oh shit, all right, cool.
Well, I mean, your work was on the reading list. It just seems obvious. You're like, I would like to come on the stream. It's like, well, I mean, yeah, it just seems obvious. Okay, you got a free pass now.
Wild.
Yeah,
It's wild. I know it's just still not really like registering in my own mind that like the shit that I've actually written and like put out there is actually like I remember seeing in the Discord earlier today where like folks are just like straight up just like referencing my shit and I just happened to notice it and then I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm a person who wrote this, which is like wild. Like I don't know. But yeah, I'm glad to be here.
There's a real what is it? Make it and they will come. What is it that old Field of Dreams quote? Build it and they will come. There we go. Yeah. There's a real vibe of that.
I was alive when the movie came out.
There's a real vibe of that in creating theory, where you're really thinking to yourself, you're like, I am writing this essay that no one will ever see and no one will ever read. And then you're thinking that to yourself, and then somehow people do consume it, and you just keep doing it, and more people consume it. It's weird. I'm here now.
Oh,
yeah, that's my whole shtick in a nutshell. You know, I just do it and see if people arrive to appreciate it. And
I'm glad that I wasn't the only one whenever I was writing my first few essays this over the course of this year. I wasn't the only one thinking, oh yeah, no, I'm not really anticipating anybody to really give a shit about this. And then it just immediately the first one just took off, and I still like now like get like DMs from people who follow me on social media. It's like, oh hey, I just saw your work, and and they just start talking to me about like how they basically are doing it using one of my books in a study group, and how that went, and like, oh, is there anything you wanted to add that wasn't in the book that you think would be worth mentioning in a setting like this? And it's just absolutely wild to me. Like there's even this one group of people, it's like this like Institute of Expressivismo or something, and it's like, oh, we're going to invite you to this study group about social anarchism and organization, which is like a very influential thing for myself. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. It's wild. I never would have thought myself to be in any sort of situations like this, let alone like actually be. Oh God. Okay. Well, I have my camera, so I might as well. If my camera actually works, if it actually works this time.
Let's see if I can. I'm gonna have to adjust the pieces here.
Oh God.
Okay, I'm gonna get you both on.
You can tell. Well, oh God, yeah. My camera, even though it's plugged in, is not really working that well. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but whatever. It's fine. Y'all know what I look like. It's okay. Want to see more cameras involving labor and movement. That last segment was real good. Yeah. Also, I want to say to you, Sam, like more personally, I know you probably already know this because we talked like more personally in Discord when we were like as this was happening earlier this summer. But I relate to a lot of the stuff you had to deal with very hard because my first ever workplace organizing experience when I was first coming into my anarchism was actually at FedEx Ground that I used to work at. Hey, oh my God! Oh, there's one of my friends in the chat. Hey, what are you doing, man? Holy shit! Oh yeah. But anyway, I like. It's funny because like nowadays the Amazon down the street from the FedEx that I used to work at in St. Charles County is actually like just today doing a walkout with DSA.
You're in St. Louis, yeah. I talked about that one on stream. I saw them do the walkout today.
Yeah. I wasn't there for you guys to talk about it, but I would love to talk about it a little more from like a little bit more of a local perspective out here. Because like I remember even before, like years before, whenever I was still working there, and I was working there for nearly 2 years, and it was months out of my life into just trying to organize. But I was a lot less successful than you were. in regards to that. Mainly just because like I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and also just there's a lot of different factors there. But I even heard even back.
First, we let me say a couple of things, right? It's definitely not a comparison or a competition, right? As far as quote unquote who is successful or who wasn't.
Right.
That's a really good thing to measure, other than the fact that like what we went for, we lost, right?
Right.
It was like quote unquote successful organizing. I could point to some personal wins as far as what I can feel as though are personal wins in the sense of like having activated and educated a whole bunch of people that are going to end up being long time kind of lifelong organizers and workplace organizers. But that's acknowledging the fact that that's also a little bit of my own cope, right? My own cope.
Yeah. Cope and sleeve, liberal.
Right.
Oh my God.
Exactly. Right. But I will say I'm old enough to say a couple of things. Has been around, I guess, in vaguely anarchist, Woodstock, anti-capitalist organizing circles. That, like, when I first started out, I didn't know anything either. I didn't know jack shit, and a lot of my first attempts in all of this years and years ago with in Tulsa, the IWW, trying to solve call centers at the time in Tulsa. I learned. Yeah, I learned a lot of the things that I felt like I learned then. I learned very much the hard way. Learning, Sun Tzu's not wrong. Failure is the greatest teacher if you're just willing to be self-critical. So,
Farge actually talks about this. Farge.
I don't want anybody to feel like I just don't want to I don't want you to feel like there's any kind of comparative in any way. Like I've been where you're feeling and I feel like the same way right now. So.
Yeah, I mean, I was only trying to say that in regards to, it wasn't like any sort of moral failure on my part or anything like that, right? Because I was very new into my own organizing of capacities and also my knowledge of interrelating with people about these sorts of issues. And at the time, I was closeted. At least for most of the time, I was closeted in terms of my gender identity. For half of that, I was open bisexual, but there were a lot of different factors that led into the fact that the FedEx ground we were at was not very conscious at all. Even back then, so the whole dynamic for the FedEx ground that we were at, right? Like the FedEx ground facility compared to the Amazon workplace, it's like a monster truck versus a sedan in terms of size, in terms of the amount of workers and also the amount of there are a lot of people who were leaving that Amazon to go to that FedEx ground. It's a similar industry, and so it's like, oh, well, it might be better over here, right? And so I was hearing stories from people who used to work there. This was a couple of years ago. This is like 2020, 2020, But even back then, there was already organizing work being done back then that I'd heard about. And these people were organizing stuff, and then they were able to get and used so much worse. But now it's so much better because they forced the company to do shit because they were already been organized. Meanwhile, the FedEx ground that I was working at was just here's kind of my experience in regards to that. I'm not going to put wholly the blame on myself and in particular for all the fact yes, it was the first time that I'd ever organized a workplace at all. Secondly, I was trying to organize through the IWW. There was no ALU for FedEx ground. The Teamsters, you tried several years earlier, from 2014 to 2018, to try and get FedEx ground and FedEx Express organized, but they got polarized. So I didn't want to go to the Teamsters. So I tried to go to
back then. It was even before they had their recent constitutional change and new president.
Right. Yeah. But so I tried to go to the IWW, but the St. Louis IWW is dead. There's nothing. No longer a thing. The closest closest IWW was either Chicago or in Kansas City. I was linked up with.
ideal.
Yeah, no, it was not ideal. The people that I was in contact with, not only were they so far away and so far removed from like the local context of like where I was at, but also they weren't people who knew the industry at all, which really did not help. As a very new organizer who had to deal with all of these different issues, and you know, it was really hard because not only that, like, you know, I was just trying to get people to at least talk to the organizers, like in a meeting outside of work. But nobody, out of the months and months and months of work that I tried to do back then, nobody had the guts to actually talk to those organizers independently, and or even just with like at all. Even though I talked to dozens of different people to try and like talk about, and there were a lot of people who wanted the union. It was like people were so unactivated in that way because they were so afraid of FedEx just like clamping down on them. Like, even though it's not illegal at all for some random person to go do a Zoom call with somebody for like, 15, 20 minutes over union organizing, you know.
It's not only is it illegal, it's a legally protected thing, right?
It's legally protected, but most people don't know that. Right.
Section 7 of the National, this is one of the reasons why labor law for the rank and filer by Stott and Lind is so important. It's about 85 pages long. It's one of the best handy toolkits that any would-be workplace organizer you could ever rely on. You can literally just roll it up and put it in your back pocket.
Do you think it would be good to distribute copies of that to any sort of workplace?
The very first thing I did when I entered the Amazon warehouse is
what was the thing you were talking about? I didn't quite hear you the first time.
It's a small book by a guy named Stott and Lind, who is an IWW lawyer. He's a legend. The guy just died at like 90 years old, like last week. Stott and Lind. The name of the book is called Labor Law for the Rank and Filer.
Oh, I've heard this one. I only heard about it after I quit organizing with the IWW.
I understand. Yeah. IWW. It's been a very long time since I was associated with Wobblies. To be fair, you have to go all the way back to like 2013, 2016. From my view, the best thing about WOBs, at least relatively recently, and when I say that relatively recently, in the context of wobbly history, I mean that in the last couple of decades.
Right, not the last 100 years.
Right. The best thing about IWW in the last couple of decades, or how it functions best within the wider quote-unquote ecosystem or whatever, is that it still does a good job of like taking relatively new or relatively young, eager kind of organizers and giving them a framework of some education. But as far as like organizational support, you're gonna have
zero. Oh yeah, and it's like it really did felt like I was thrown out into the vast ocean of my own workplace in terms of navigating union organizing with not even a single like life raft, nothing. And all I'm getting is moral support by these people who are like, like 20 meters away on a boat, being like, "Yeah, you're doing great." I'm drowning over there. So like, I unfortunately, with the tools that I have at the time and the landscape surrounding my job, and with the people that I chose to work with, it just didn't work. One of the main things that I had to come up against as an organizer, if you can even call it that, is just dealing with the dynamics within this workplace. I don't know how it is within the Amazons that you've worked at or the one you currently work, but at the specific location that we were at in St. Peters, Missouri, in St. Charles area generally, so it's close enough to St. Louis to where people who are even from Illinois or Southern Illinois or even like within the actual city of St. Louis are coming over there to work. And
Sure.
so there's a lot of Black workers that actually, I've met a lot of people that come from like the St. Louis area. And then there's also the so like, there's like, I'd say my estimation was about like 40% of the on-the-ground workers were Black workers, which is very disproportionate, which wasn't surprising, but it was very disproportionate in terms of those kinds of things. But, but then there was like that 60% where they were coming from the St. Charles County area or Lincoln County or any of these other different counties around there that were more rural and very, very white. So they were very fucking racist. So I had to deal with such extreme racism from people that I was trying to organize with.
Yeah,
I couldn't even talk about anything in regards to organizing when I had to stop them from saying the fucking N-word around me. Like, it was wild. Like, there were even racial fights going on between Black and white workers at some point where the managers had to get involved. Like, it was that bad. Like, there were fascists running around. Like, I even have if we have time for it, I'll tell the fascist story of a fascist coworker that tried to convince me that Hitler was not all that bad. But that's a different story for a different time. But there was just a bunch of shit coming. I just saw your reaction there, Daniel. Basically, yeah. So it was just way too much for me to handle at that point. I was barely in college. I was a part-time worker most of the time. I was a student, and I was just getting into my anarchist politics and my organizational abilities, and so I ended up having to quit. I hated that place. And then the last few months, I came out as trans, which was the worst thing. And actually, me organizing was what set me back in regards to me coming out, because I knew that the moment that people saw me as a trans woman and not a man, half the conversations I'd be able to have with people would be gone. Any hope of me having the ability to relate to most of my coworkers in that kind of bro-ish way, even though people already knew I was queer, and people made fun of me for it. I dealt with harassment based on that, but like it's not as bad. At least they kind of take you seriously still, because I was still very more masculine presenting. But the moment that you're seen and typified as a trans person, especially a trans woman, it's over. Like, they think of you completely differently, and you can't control that. And so I had to come out. I couldn't stay in the closet anymore. And at that point, I was done organizing. I was just done. I couldn't deal with it, and all the harassment that I dealt with from my fellow employees and from management in regards to that lack of support there too. And I just couldn't do it. I had to leave. I had to go. And I quit a couple months after I stopped organizing. And I was there for nearly 2 years. But,
gotcha.
Yeah.
So this is one of the. I mean, read a lot of your story there and the multiple different elements. Echoes a lot of realities. That are personally witnessed in dynamics. Very much rang true at ALB1 at the Skodak House too. The ratio is a little bit different, not quite 40%, but still higher than the average area. As far as like racial diversity is concerned, there's also relatively large Indian, Filipino, Latinx, Latino population as well. And so, as well as like, white kids and white adults, older folks. Weirdly, a higher percentage of older workers than I expected when I first walked in, to be quite honest. And what I mean by older is like people over the age of 55, which is something I just didn't expect before walking into the warehouse. But as far as the racial dynamics, strife, division, fights, prevalence of reactionary elements, racists, whatever, amongst a workplace, some of that is just par for the course. And the larger the workplace you have, especially as a low-waged worker, the wider the diversity of that's going to be, right? And so it just reminds me so much, and it's why I said that I think it's like the second time I've said this on the stream now, but it just reminds me so much of how true Bookchin's comments on workplace organizing, union workplace organizing, truly is engaging people at their most reactionary, right? Because you're literally challenging them over not only their identity, like which is, especially in American context, or work is often our identity, but like you're challenging their survival, like, and whatever those potential values might be, whether it's kids, whether it's this, whether, whatever it is, you're threatening somebody's and challenging their survival potential.
Oh yeah,
You're engaging with them at. So like it amplifies by its very nature all of those inherent tendencies.
Yeah. It's funny because before I came out as trans, some of the most enthusiastic people that I ended up having conversations about unionism with were Trump supporters.
Yeah.
Which is wild. But like it was something I was very like, and this is and like at the time I tried to like at the time while I was trying to organize, I was brimming with all these different ideas. And actually right around that time, I started writing my my first essay, like the beginnings of it, like while I was on the job, like having these same scribbles about like how would a workers' council work or whatever it would end up being work, or in the long run, because like I was even trying to get people and I actually did kind of get some people on the idea, because I just tried it at first, like just asking people about it. I was like, oh, this is never going to work. Nobody's going to actually like this. But I actually started to introduce ideas of like workplace democracy, like direct democracy within the union towards other people. And I was like, oh, yeah, that actually sounds really good. I like that. And I was like, oh, okay. So then I started drawing up all these different plans in my little notebook as I was working, whenever I was out time. But, so like I tried to at the time make it essentially a divorce as much as possible from electoral politics, like you were saying earlier. So your experience and your story, especially with my experience, and I'm sure a lot of other people within the audience, is experiences or their ambitions in regards to that. It's very validating and also kind of empowering for folks like us who are trying to like. It gives us that story for us to be able to better equip ourselves for stuff like that in the future. So I appreciate that, Sam. That was the overarching point that I tried to get to, but it was rambles,
I'm glad. What I will say is I think that like, oh shit, I think I lost my train of thought.
I mean, there was numerous points that were there, which were literally points that you had brought up in what you were saying previously. One being, for example, that the messenger is such a huge part of the process of radicalizing people and talking to people about radical labor politics within the workplace.
Yeah, it's got to come from a place of inherent trust.
Yeah, and I knew the moment,
and that means different things for different people.
Right.
Who is seen as quote unquote trustworthy is different for different people, which is one of the reasons why, like, and here's the other thing that I think is important for people to really understand. And I remember what my train of thought was now earlier, which is so let me backtrack. One of the things that I think you really learn doing any level of attempt of like workplace organizing, unionizing, is just how much people's electoral preferences are wrapped up in cultural identity signifiers and really don't have anything to do with or any correlation to besides cultural signifiers. It doesn't have any correlation to their quote unquote actual workplace politics.
Right. There's kind of that degree of separation that kind of happens, but they also kind of muddy themselves as well. It's all.
So what you're saying is we need to do MAGA communism?
Ultimately, most people don't like bullies. And if they feel like you're getting bullied, most people like to have a say in things. Most people like to, especially if you're in a low-wage position and you're actually being actively exploited below living wage, most people want to say it. So like there are things there that are just kind of transcendent to any kind of cultural identifier as far as politics electorally is concerned. And so that's what I mean. And I think that it's being surprised that a Trump supporter is also pro-union. That's not surprising to me at all, especially being, been around long enough, especially around a whole bunch of older trades union guys, construction workers, millwrights, pipe fitters, so on and so forth. These are, so anyway, there's always a portion of the population that they're quote unquote pro-union or workplace politics. It doesn't really have a whole lot of direct correlation at all to whatever their ostensible political identity is. I think it's indicative of the fact that most people don't really have well thought out. They don't think about things truly ideologically. They think about things how they do them and what it means about them.
This kind of leads into a point of mine that I actually kind of realized the more and more I actually started organizing with the IWW and actually meeting people locally who are also IWW members, but have here's my hot take in regards to the IWW, my experience with it. The IWW says that they boast around 10,000 members in the United States, or is it globally? I can't remember. But either way, 10,000 people. That's a lot, right? I'd say about less than 1% of
those. Small for a union.
Sorry, what?
I said that's actually very small for a union.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's still pretty sizable. But even then, within that number, less than 1% of them are actively trying to organize at all, or even part of any sort of union shop at all. And so, and none of them even tried organizing, which is why I kind of agree with you on the earlier thing, Sam, where it's like they're pretty good on education, but nothing else.
If some full-timer, 60-year-old from upstate IWW wanted to show up at a rally and bring his banner, or whatever, because the five of them that make up the GMB, the local, a bunch of silver hairs or whatever, I don't know what kind of what I mean? But if they want to show up with something great and they want to help, they want to donate their $25 or whatever it is to whatever effort's going on, then great. But I'm just not, generally speaking, at least in my area, you're not going to the IWW looking for organizational support in any kind of serious way. Chicago is the home base. It's very different in other places. There are plenty of larger cities that have, and even some small and mid-sized places that have fully unionized IWW workshops, but it's not around here, just saying.
Yeah. Also, if it's okay, I kind of want to address what Anthony was saying in the chat earlier, because I found it pretty interesting, at least in regards to my own experience coming out as firstly as bisexual at the FedEx ground that I was working at, and then later on as a trans woman. Because Anthony was saying that maybe they should just come out and be aggressive and demand respect. That could work for you, and I'm not going to say that you shouldn't do that. I can't prescribe anything to anybody. My experience, it was that I was very, very clearly afraid, because I was living in St. Charles County. I wasn't living in St. Louis. This is a very red county, even though it was a suburb, and it was a very hostile place for like, someone like myself. And so I remember this one experience, and this is going to get a little pretty hefty in terms of like the transphobia, but
Don't get us
so
demonetized
after I
here.
started coming out as trans to my coworkers and my managers, basically, I asked the HR lady, like, hey, what's the bathroom policy? Because, like, companies should have at least some bathroom policy for us, like being trans. So it's like, okay, what's the bathroom policy? And you know what the first thing she asked me was? She asked me, did you have the surgery yet? And I was so used to that kind of ridiculous amount of transphobia that I literally calmly asked her, like, how is that related to my question? And then she just immediately started backtracking, but like basically she ended up saying, there is no bathroom policy. Hope you don't get discriminated against. Bye. Like that was the policy. And so it was pretty bad. I'd say it was the like, and also just the overt and just all the fucking transphobia that I had to deal with. I wouldn't recommend coming out. It depends on where you live. It depends on your workplace, right? But for me, it also depends on your state. Right.
To be quite honest with you, because a bunch of different states have legal civil rights protections for gender identity written into their state labor law, right? Certain states, particularly in the Midwest and the South, I wonder what the correlation here there is, explicitly do not have those protections in state workplace laws. And I think it's like 27 different states or so where gender identity is not protected under labor law.
Yeah. Well, okay. Despite St. Charles County being a red county within Missouri, there isn't a statewide protection on gender identity within the workplace. But I was surprised to learn that there was technically a law saying that gender identity was a category that you could not be discriminated against within the workplace. That's within the local county law. However, especially with the county I was living in, I wasn't going to be the one to test that in legal court. Like, so like, sure, you could technically have a piece of legislation that might have been passed in some time, and it's like, oh,
I mean, this is also one of the reasons why. This is also one of the reasons why having institutional support, though, in that moment is so important.
Sure, but especially
being had that lawyer right there.
Yeah, no, I get you, but I was just trying to say that, like, especially as a trans person, is kind of like, it is a very precarious thing, even if it is a supposedly a supportive workplace or supportive environment or more supportive environment, because like I know people who are within like the St. Louis public school system out here, and they are teachers and like teachers' aides and stuff like that, who are openly trans, and they're still getting openly discriminated against within the St. Louis public school system, even though this is a very progressive city with progressive administration and all these different laws and all that, right? So like, you're right. It is not about like the institutional support, but and even when you have it on paper, you can't even really back it up with anything. And that's kind of the precarity of coming out and like demanding respect as a trans person. I'm not going to try and tell people to not do it, but I would say just be prepared for a lot of bullshit. Be prepared for a lot of bullshit. You're going to have to stretch the definition of people who support you a lot, because support might just mean that they don't call you slurs or, don't, discriminate against you like the managers do, or listen to you when you talk about your problems, like that's probably going to be depending on where you live, that could be the only support you could get from your coworkers at the time. So I would just say prepare for that. You might already know that, and that's fine. You know, that was something I had to prepare for when coming out, because that's why I was closeted for so long. But, you know, it was like, just be prepared for that. That's the only thing I'd really say. But also please stay safe. Please stay safe. That's the number one thing, is what's safe for you. And that should be what's guiding your decision there, Anthony. So I hope that, Anthony, whatever you choose to do, that it goes well. I hope that you stay safe, and yeah. But I'm trying to make sure that what people are actually saying is what we're actually talking about, because sometimes there's at least for a lot of those streams kind of like a tangent on other things, but especially on issues that I could actually talk about, I would love to talk about this. So, but let me look at what's going on. Yeah, no, I was literally, whenever I came out, I wasn't even on any sort of hormones yet. So I was definitely I was trying to present more femininely. But it was just it was more like I couldn't hide that aspect of myself anymore, rather than an active decision. Allison. So, yeah. And even then it doesn't, I would say for some people, it really doesn't necessarily matter how well they pass, when they come out as trans, or could pass when they come out as trans. When they're kind of labeled as that, it can kind of still affect them. And that's why I do know some trans people who are able to pass just don't disclose that information. And yeah, so, but yeah.
I mean,
I said, the main thing in regards to transitioning with it, especially when you're in a workplace that might potentially be hostile, which is pretty much every workplace, I'm going to be honest, is just prioritize your safety first. Is you coming out going to compromise your safety more than staying in the closet would? And that's unfortunately the kind of calculus you're going to have to do, unfortunately. But that's kind of the calculus I had to do until finally I couldn't keep it in anymore, and I just started presenting more femininely, and then finally I was like, no, my name's Ellie, and yeah, so Allison, Anthony, I really do hope that I hope that the way in which you guys are able to navigate all that, I really wish you, both of you, very well. And if you guys ever need to contact me personally, I can give you guys my personal contact information to talk about that more on an interpersonal sense rather than on a random live stream. But I appreciate you guys talking about your experiences and stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, this is an old struggle in the movement, right? The ideal. Can you hear me, by the way? Hello.
Daniel, you're muted. So are you, Sam, if you're trying to talk.
No, Sam is muted. I'm muted on Discord, but I shouldn't be muted on the stream. Can people hear me on the stream?
Yeah, Daniel, both of you guys are muted for me on the actual Discord thing.
Yeah.
You can actually see the icons.
I mean, the Discord is not how the stream should be hearing me, though. So I'm wondering.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if I'm muted on the stream. On stream,
Yeah.
they can't. Yes. Okay, that makes sense. You have me turned on through Discord. Yeah. Yeah. This is an old struggle for the movement, because there's always been these problems that of identity, but really more broadly, bigotry within the working class, which has made it harder to organize the working class. You know, it was at one time it was around women. One time it was around Black people being present. In a variety of circumstances, it's going to be, you know, all kinds of different ethnic divides and different boundaries. Somebody was mentioning Roma people in the chat, for example, and that's another, that one happens all the time in Europe. So these things, these have been used to split the working class for a very long time, and it's an unfortunate fact that they, even though we can regard that these hurdles shouldn't be there and that these bigotries shouldn't exist, and that ideally we are trying to organize the working class as a class, in practicality, we have to actually navigate all of these things. And it's part of the reason why that doing sort of like education about intersectionality in a broader sense, about helping people sort of defeat a variety of these prejudices and bigotries and undermining a variety of these social structures, is actually material to economic organizing as well. It's not as if these things are disconnected. This is a perfect example of how they are integrally connected. You know, if you're a Black person in a deeply white supremacist area where racism is really bad, it's going to be a lot harder for you to be an emissary for organizing a union in your workplace. You're going to have to also deal with racism. You're going to have to also deal with people's preconceptions. And it's like precisely like, you know, not literal precisely, but like mirrors a lot of the problems that you're discussing as being an out trans person within radical labor organizing, even just in building a union, not just in organizational spaces, but like actually talking with workers where they are, where their mentalities actually are. And once again, you know, just returns to what Sam has said numerous times about how, you know, workers are often their most reactionary when you are trying to organize them. Those are the places where they're most defensive. They're scared. You know, you're threatening their livelihood, or they think you are. Obviously, that, you know, there should be retaliation, laws against retaliation, but you know, they're afraid. You know, people are living very precariously in the modern world, and it makes it even harder to organize around all of these issues, which are things that shouldn't be splitting us, that shouldn't be dividing us. But now they're even worse because of the existence of how fascism in America has exacerbated I don't like calling it the culture war, but that's what both sides appear to be calling it. You know, the culture war, how it's been used to make all of these issues worse, you know, and it does real damage to our ability to organize.
Whenever I stopped organizing at that fetish ground, I came to the conclusion, and I still hold by this, but in order for me or anybody to be able to organize a workplace like that at its most reactionary, but at its most critical, you are going to have, and this is something I've been working on since I've moved here to St. Louis, is basically building these social movements and the social organizations around the workplace necessary to help break down those barriers in regards to that kind of exposure, those kinds of deeper conversations. Because, like, you know, like barriers like white supremacy and just heteronormativity and patriarchy and all these other different things that are part of the same larger system, rather than just the economic, right? Those things are much more deeply ingrained within them that are, I think, a lot more important to have to get rid of before you can even talk about any sort of, like, you know, economics, like you were saying earlier, like all that. So I think stuff like, for example, like the stuff for the work that I'm doing, or the work that maybe you're doing, Daniel, in regards to like the broader social work, I think is a lot more important to establish first before any sort of like union movement tries to take place. But that's just my opinion on it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately they have to be done simultaneously. Like, you know, you have to be able to do both at the same time, but you're going to have a real struggle. Both of them being incomplete is going to make the other one harder.
Yeah, no. And
Sam, I saw you unmute yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sam.
It's kind of a chicken and the egg, right? Because in some ways, quote unquote, union movements or waves or whatever are they're super contextual to both like economic conditions in any given time, labor market, national laws at any particular moment, you know, the relative size, power of quote unquote the left and how organizational or organized it is in whatever particular forms. All of that plays into a context as far as like what makes a union wave moment, I think, right, so to speak. This social transformation and both expansion in various different ways, the destruction, you know, the deconstruction of patriarchy, it's intertwined with one another. So it's closer to what Anarch was saying. Like it's got to be happening simultaneously. And oftentimes, when we look at, you know, part of the issue, in my own personal opinion, is we just don't teach labor history all that well, because oftentimes some of the biggest moments of advancement around various issues started in radical labor, various different social movements, whether it be integration, actually, you know, famously started not just in the Civil War and the Union Army, but it started in the IWW, first union that accepted, you know, both blacks and whites as well as male and female, even before women had the right to vote. So it's a complicated history, but I think despite the organizing itself by necessity, because you're dealing with, you know, human beings, and human beings are not always ideal, or, you know, not every worker is woke. Newsflash, I know I'm making headlines here, but
100%.
Yeah,
I was so unaware.
Yeah, exactly. But that just by the nature of it is always going to be, like, if you think about like social revolution as multiple gears working together, and the various like intersectionality of all of those issues, whether that's fighting deconstructing patriarchy or hierarchy in various different ways, workplace being one of them, like, it's probably one of the most reactionary ways or environments to attempt to organize. And I think it's a necessity to do because of its relative leverage. Even if it isn't the vehicle that's going to get us to quote unquote revolution, ultimately, I think it's still part of those equations. It's got to happen at the same time.
That's the hardest part, once again, is that, like, clearly all the fronts have to be fought on simultaneously, but insofar as that any of the fronts are not making progress, it hurts all the other fronts. So they all rely on one another, which sucks, because you're always dealing with people who are like very incompletely radicalized in some aspect or another. And so you have to be able to wisely choose who can be your allies in achieving some gain, while at the same time recognizing that you're going to be making compromises in that process, and then trying to balance the necessary compromises and ask whether they're effective, whether they even get you the ends you desired, or whether you're sort of violating means ends unity. I guess what it really comes down to is that people should be approaching each of these issues recognizing the necessity of all of the angles to begin with. And insofar as that they probably won't neglect them when they are thinking about how to strategize, when they're strategizing and choosing their tactics, because then you actually create sort of a unity of these different approaches. So, you know, DSA, for example, DSA is just all over focused on unions and electoral politics. And then we've got other groups that are out there that are just over focused on just a mutual aid approach or just popular education. What we need is like all the organizations recognizing the simultaneous need to do each of the approaches and to build federations that are doing all of these approaches together, because they're going to prop one another up. They're going to have the capacities that all the other pieces need, you know? And
yeah.
but that's hard. That's easier said than done, right? Like,
100%.
but it's something that I think is crucially necessary. It's actually something I'm writing about in part 3 of A Modern Anarchism, is the simultaneous necessity of all of these different fronts. But yeah, labor organizing has historically had these exact issues, and in fact, part of the problem is that, you know, both of you were correct about what you said, which is like, Sam, you're right that there has been like periods of time where labor organizing was the foundations for advancement upon race politics and gender politics. Yet the fact that it didn't take place in lockstep is why we got thoroughly racist unions and thoroughly sexist unions, right?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I do need to read more about the League of Revolutionary Black Workers specifically, because I remember asking a friend of mine about that. I was like, oh yeah, like, you know, I was talking about how I had that problem several years ago, in regards to like, because like I was kind of faced with like a choice, at least in my own mind at the time, right? Kind of like a 60-40 split between, or like a 60-30 something split between Black workers who were often super exploited in regards to how they were treated by the management, in regards to their own experience with management and stuff like that. And then the white workers, who are the majority of the workplace and are very racist towards them. And so it was like, I didn't really know how to mend that gap at that point, or even really deal with it in that way. But the League of Revolutionary Black Workers has that history of like organizing within the context of Black liberation within the workplace. And so I do need to actually, I need to read about that, like, so bad. There's so many different things I'm having to read, but I do hope that whenever I do read that, I'm able to be given some insights about like, oh, if I were in a similar situation, what could I do to help that process happen? You know, like stuff like that. Like, so.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, absolutely. I think
yeah.
if I could give any sort of prescription about what it would look like to solve the problem, it would probably be that at each of the intersections where a particular struggle is taking place, that there be materials that are created about how that locus relates to all the others, right? So if there were to be materials that were made, you know, say you're running across workers, you know, coworkers who are like all in on the union, sounds great. But they're like super racist, then you have materials that relate or explain how these two struggles are connected, and how if they want to struggle for their labor politics, they also have to be anti-racist. But also on the case of gender issues, but also on the case of land sovereignty, but also on the case of, you know, sexism and patriarchy and so on. And that insofar as that all these materials exist, you'll be able to get people to understand the intersectional nature of them, but also doing that for other locuses as well, like finding people who are in the environmental movement and then helping them understand how your politics are inefficient if they don't contain a class analysis, and your politics are, you know, like the same way. You start where they're at, and then materials are made to help them explore the rest of the intersections. And I think that's what has to be created, but holy crap, that is a huge undertaking.
It is. And I mean, that's kind of why I felt the need to take a step away from union organizing. Just because, like, you know, I was miserable at the job. I stayed there for many months longer than I should have, because I was so dedicated to trying to make this work. you know, I was, because I was one of the old guard there, right? Like I had been there when the place opened, and I was with a few people who didn't quit because like there was a quitting cycle. I'm sure it's the same within Amazon, right? Especially during peak season nowadays, right? Same thing with FedEx, right? People that are on peak season, they're seasonal workers, but a lot of people also quit within a year if they're not wanting to become a manager. And I was one of the few people who wasn't a manager who had been there for over a year. And so I was able to talk to people when they had complaints like, oh yeah, such and such happened. It's like, yep, that happened last year. And that's been happening this whole time. So so we should probably do something about it, you know. But you know, so I felt so connected to a lot of people. I knew so many people because I've been there for so long. I had to leave, and so me personally, at least in my own context, the social shit has to be done first in regards to anarchist organizing and stuff like that. That needs to be built first because that's very severely lacking within the local area. Like, you know, Hopper Collective specifically and a few other organizations I'm a part of, you know, we're trying to help build that social aspect of, you know, building that community outside of the workplace. And then eventually we'll probably try and have to integrate that within the workplace in whatever way we can. But, you know, that needs to be built first. And so that's why, at least me personally, within my own personal context, the first gear that I'm trying to turn is that gear. I know for you or for Sam, you know, they might be different, you know, based off of your own personal experiences, whether it be in New York or Tulsa, wherever, you know, but like that just seems to be my perspective on that specifically.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah. And it should also be said that, of course, that is the case. You are limited in the precise way that you and the two people in the chat have been discussing, insofar as the people are going to be so judgmental. People are going to, it's going to complicate, you know, your ability to even be able to speak to them about the class issues, which are at the center of the union that you're trying to build to begin with, because they are bigots. They still have all of these terrible beliefs that you have to overcome in the process, you know? And then it's like, makes it to where it's like, well, yeah, then you absolutely do. For you to be able to do that successfully, for you to be able to help with the unions, that's definitely a vector that you have to focus on, so that that is not as much of a problem in you being able to integrate and or into the workplace, and to be able to build rapport with people and to actually be able to build a union together with them. They have to not be transphobes just to begin with, right? Like,
I mean, thankfully, I'm not dealing with that. I mean, I've been unemployed for a long time, so obviously, like that already excludes me from workplace organizing. But I'm finally getting back into the workforce. I'm finally starting to get income again. So that might change, but you know, so maybe eventually, like we'll maybe join the local DSA in regards to supporting, you know, workplace organizing, rather, you know, and actually physically showing up when we, you know, but at this point, at this juncture, in regards to the work that we are doing, that is very much like needed, especially in the area that we're at within the city, you know, that is kind of like the top priority, especially with the free store that we're doing every Sunday, and you know, a few other different things that we're helping try and do, you know, with community defense, self-defense, you know, whatever it may be. That seems to be the primary thing that we're trying to actually like develop before we can kind of expand beyond that. And so I just hope it's not the only thing that we do, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a really great place to start. It is, as you say, it establishes community. It creates a sort of a communist distribution network where people get used to, you know, distributing the materials directly to people that need them. Yeah, all that stuff is super valuable, and it's stuff that basically is what Scissortail is doing right now. The free store, and then, you know, at various points we've done popular education. So yeah. That's an important aspect, popular education, trying to find some way to spread these ideas to other people. I think that's an important aspect of it. And it's not an unsolved problem in the movement, but it's something that I think that people should be trying to think of new solutions to, trying to be clever and creative and asking how the ideas can be conveyed to people within their context. And I think it's super important as well, because it also, if people are not educated, then they are in a variety of different ways going to be helping the hierarchy maintain itself, right? That's sort of like what it really comes down to.
Rank and file by Stoughton Lind.
Stoughton Lind.
I'll check that book out.
Please, write it everywhere. If you live in the U.S.
Oh, let me look back up. Yeah.
I'll be right back. Got to use the restroom.
Okie dokie.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to go back on mute. I also had to just walk to the corner store real quick.
It's okay. I'm probably gonna have to get myself something to eat soon. I've been quite busy today with doing a bunch of personal stuff. Like I said, I'm going back into the workforce soon, so I'm preparing for that. I'll finally start getting an income again, which would be great. But that also means I have to start getting shit together before I go into the workplace tomorrow, or not tomorrow, later next week. So, yeah. So I was just like, yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised that I stayed around this long today, because like I was already pretty drained before, but I guess it's somehow rejuvenating. Is there anything that I missed? Anthony, by the way, I am glad that you have.
Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'm off mute. Well, I'm glad that it's been somewhat rejuvenating. It makes me feel good about, having to process this whole thing. So.
Yeah. I guess really quickly before we jump into another conversation, do you want to reintroduce us just to anybody who might be coming back in, or maybe might not know who I am specifically or anything like that?
Did I hear that the two of you are both going to be jumping off here?
Well, no, I was just saying that, like, I'm surprised that I've been here for this long, because I have been doing all this stuff that I've been needing to do. Like, I got my meds, and then I got a few other things to help, hang stuff up in my house, and then I got gas in my car, and I cleaned my car, and I inside and out, and all these different things all in a row, and then right before this, I was switching stuff around in my apartment, so it was like a bunch of things over, like, so like I was kind of like exhausted from that, but I guess having these kinds of conversations has been rejuvenating. Also, glad you're in here, Ellie. Yeah, no, same here, Allison. I'm glad I'm glad that what little impact that I'm able to have within these online spaces helps impact those who have those same experiences, and help give what little advice I can towards that, and help other people out, and at the very least, just make people feel less alone. And I'm glad that I was able to do that. And really quickly, I'm gonna plug the social medias in the chat, just for other people to, like, if Allison or Anthony, either of you, want to, like, contact me personally, that's probably the best place you could do that. While Twitter's still on, while my account is still on there, if it doesn't get mass reported or anything like that. Yeah, you can contact me there, and just send me a DM if you have any other questions. Also, if you weren't already familiar with my work before, I now have a habit of writing stuff about politics. So, like, I've written the work Queers with Guns. It's under the name Elisha and Williams. And then just recently, a couple months ago, I published the work Queer Social Anarchism, also under Elisha and Williams. Both of them are on the Anarchist Library. So you just literally search in Google Queer Social Anarchism and you'll find it on the Anarchist Library there. So I just want to quickly plug that for anybody new coming in who didn't know who I am specifically, and anybody who is possibly interested in my work. But yeah.
Yes, I put both those pieces on the recommended reading list. So especially if y'all are yourselves queer or you're interested in the intersection of queerness and social anarchism, Elisha is definitely the author you want to read. I think that she has the most pertinent pieces on that topic that I've found. So yeah, go read her stuff. By the way, if since we're going to kind of into this more unstructured section of the stream here, if people want to just ask questions, we'd be definitely willing to just probably answer anything y'all are interested in. I mean, I'm not even close to burning out right now, or rather, I shouldn't say that. I'm going to jinx myself. But I feel pretty good. I have energy. Okay. So I'm here for a little while. If anybody has any questions or anything, but I guess talking more generally about the channel, the script for the next video is pretty well along. However, I am a perfectionist, and I know that once I want this work to be something I'm proud of, so I'm taking the time that is necessary on this next piece. Part 3 is on the topic of like basically revolutionary strategy. So like in a general sense, part 1 was how does the enemy machine work? And that can be thought of as kind of like where we are now. Part 2 was how might anarchy work? And that might be thought of as where we're going. And so part 3 is like, what is the path from here to there? You know, it's almost like we're charting the trip to come. And in doing so, I'm creating Keynesian economics. Yeah, I mean, I might answer that, but it's a I don't know. There's a few things to say about it, but it's kind of a wonky topic, if you get what I mean by that, kind of detail oriented.
Right. I was just giving you a reminder. You don't have to answer, but
no. I mean, I appreciate you. Thank you. But like this one is giving the sort of like revolutionary strategy. So it's an understanding of like, what are the dynamics that take us from here to there? And how do we employ an understanding of those dynamics in a systemic sense in order to chart that path, in order to move through the wilderness, extending our metaphor of the first 2 parts. So I'm really taking my time on this one. I'm making sure that it's a piece that really says what I want to say, and that it covers a bunch of hypotheticals, and that it really like maps the territory, you might say, instead of it being kind of a piece where I feel like, oh, I have to get it done in this amount of time. I'm taking the Blizzard approach to writing video essays, and that's to say the release time is when it's done. You know, I'm going to cook this one. I'm going to cook this one as long as is necessary. So I'm aiming for 6 months though. Okay. I don't want to be doing anything more than 6 months, y'all, but I'm also not going to release something half finished. I want it to be good. So,
yeah,
I think you're officially approaching like the George R. R. Martin.
No. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh my God. Yeah, I better watch out. I could get more and more long-winded. Just give me time.
I've been for a long time, dude. Like we had a single conversation that lasted like 7 days.
That is not too far. That is not really exaggerated in a significant way. Anybody who knows me knows that I could do that, you know.
I'm guessing it's actually just true. It's just straight up true. 7 days.
There have been some things me and him have discussed.
If anything, I underbet
There have been a few like key conversations that is like the literal truth of it. We just kept coming back to it every time we saw each other for some extended period of time. Being like, so, oh, I had some thoughts about this thing that you said, and I just wanted to expand on that. And I thought about this example, and then we were like, okay, let's talk about the example. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
But yeah, if anybody had any sort of questions about me, like, or anything that not just Daniel but myself, because has written or talked about or whatever, or anything that we might think about something, put a comment. And because like I'm not, me personally, I haven't really been on this sort of thing, but I know some people ask me questions personally, but I'm sure there are other people who might have larger questions about some of the stuff that I've written, or like, oh, what does this mean, or what does that mean, or whatever. So this is the opportunity for that. So yeah.
So kind of, okay, the question, what is the anarchist response to Keynesian economics or Keynesian economics? I don't know. I've heard it pronounced both ways. But like Keynesian, yeah, I've heard somebody say that before. That was weird. But yeah, I say Keynesian. Exactly. That's how I've always said it. Keynesian, what? But I think, I guess the first problem I was having grasping this question is like, what do you mean? What is the anarchist response to Keynesian economics? Keynesian economics mostly just tells you how capital and the state function. And it's not that necessarily the anarchist, like there are like anarchist critiques of how Keynes thinks that those things function, but it's not as if they themselves represent any sort of refutation of the anarchist, perspective. It's like, it's just a complex of theories about how capital functions. And I mean that now in the sense of like money and value and things like that, and how the government is at play in generating services within society and their interaction with the role of money in society. So it's like, you could look at those things just as normative statements. They're not statements about some like transcendent value system. And Keynes would be mostly just right about how like those things interact, like how capitalism and the state interact, to the degree where you can even find people that are like social democrats that basically agree with Keynesian economics and Keynes' approach to economics. But
oh, you mean DSA? No, I'm just kidding.
What's that?
I said, oh, you meant DSA?
I do kind of. I'm not trying to name names here, but I think we all know who I'm talking about.
I will go on the record. The DSA are social democrats. They are straight up social democrats.
Yes.
And I will have anybody fight me on this. I do not care. I do not care if the local DSA, like St. Louis DSA, or like national DSA, whoever like comes after me about that. I don't give a fuck. I'm not intimidated by these people. I have to interact with them a lot.
It's a nonprofit. At the end of the day, it's a 501c4 nonprofit. That's what.
Oh, for real? Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, the thing is
legal paperwork. That's just what it is.
So the DSA has been democratic socialist at various times, or I guess really, if I'm just being the most nuanced I possibly can be, every local is going to be different. Okay. Like there's a few different kinds of locals, like there's a few different species of DSA locals, if you get what I'm saying.
Right.
That's true.
But there's a few of them that are just straight up social democrats, and they really are just like not much different than like the Justice Democrats or Brand New Congress or something, like they really are just all about running progressive candidates, and their whole perspective is electoral politics. And it's like if you were to sit them down at a table and point a gun at their head and be like, how do you believe that change is really going to happen in the real world? They'd be like, through gradual reform using the electoral system, like that's like part of their deep coding. And they really do seem to think that they're Bernsteinian, you might say, if you really want to nerd out with me here.
Yeah, no, they definitely come from that tradition. It basically be kind of like a
I will just say this, that like most of your like mid-sized to smaller chapters or whatever that are spread around the country don't really pay super close attention to like national DSA. Most of them are doing community-based like local work, or like trying to get a school board member or city councilor elected or some shit.
yeah.
Like, the stuff that you see that's mostly online or like social media oriented are like some weird narcissists from some large chapters that like, I don't know, but there's the long story short is that like, especially in the larger chapters, it seems to be, from my opinion, inside of like larger metropolitan areas, is that DSA is full of various different factions. And I would say a good like at least 40% of the organization kind of, especially the active membership, which is smaller than what they claim that on pay-per-view membership is by far, but maybe like 40% of them that even have strong opinions one way or the other that they've thought out are inside of the various factions that are the kind of quote unquote sock temps that you're talking about, the purely electoral focused. There's plenty of other folks in DSA that like organize under DSA's banner in various different ways. Even I do, and like with LSC, with my local chapter, helping put together dual power gathering in this past summer in Chicago, which has nothing to do with DSA other than the fact that you met up like other like-minded LibSoc type anarchist types. Like, so plenty of like work that goes on in chapters around the country that like that's perfectly aligned with not only our values, but like even works like locally here. Our mutual aid community runs a community garden hosted by an inner city church on their property that like largely supplies for 6 months out of the year the food not bombs distribution in downtown Albany. Like the two orgs just work perfectly hand in hand together. That I'm not saying that happens everywhere. I'm just saying that there is a spectrum, and like DSA is nothing more than a nonprofit. And just like with any other political nonprofit, there's all kinds of stupid personalities and dumb internal politics and a whole bunch of people that have a lot of loud opinions and don't know what they're talking about. So that's all.
I would largely agree. At least with my experience with the local St. Louis DSA.
There's a lot of great people too. Don't get me wrong. Don't let me sit here and like talk trash. I'm just trying to say. It's like, it's not.
Elisha's like, I mean, I was going to default to talking trash, so you were a voice of moderation, you know? Like.
Yeah, I was going to do that too, because I have a lot of shitty experiences, but every single fucking DSA member, like locally that I've met, has just not been very good at all in regard. Like, I've not met a single DSA member in SDL DSA locally that wasn't anything more than basically a sock down. That, and the thing is that often like comes because of how ironically how successful they are electorally, because we have Cori Bush, who now is the incumbent, who's now going through her second term, and now we actually just got recently, or I say we, but like they locally just got a DSA member, Megan Green, as the president of the Board of Aldermen, who's also a DSA member, and she was in a very contested, like weird race within the midterms for both, like St. Louis politics is really fucking awful. Basically, the only reason why the Board of Aldermen elections were happening was because the previous Board of Aldermen president stepped down on corruption charges. Like large sections of or pretty sizable sections of the Board of Aldermen were some basically complicit in corruption. So like there's a lot of lack of faith within the local city leader, like the local city rulership. that's going on. And so this was kind of like, this election was this big DSA push to put a better president of the Board of Aldermen into power, to then have Mayor Tashara Jones, the first Black woman ever to be a St. Louis mayor, who brought then Cori Bush, and which does like the national policy, and then Megan Green, who's like the president of the Board of Aldermen, doing policy together. And then they have this fantasy in their own minds that that's how we're going to get towards more socialist policies in St. Louis, guys. And so a lot of people that I've met within DSA have been nothing short of basically just people who just believe in social democracy. And the moment, like I remember the first time whenever I first moved here in the city, there was an event actually for to view an interview with the JFK 8 organizers, including Chris Smalls, or was it Chris Smalls?
Chris is one of the original, yeah.
Right, yeah, Chris Smalls. I just didn't know.
He's also the president of ALU. Yeah.
Right. But like, yeah, so like I thought, because of my experience, like what I just told you guys about my organizational experience within that industry, I've been in that industry for nearly 2 years. I had even tried to organize within that industry. So I thought, oh, we're all coming together talking about the organizing at Amazon. There must be people who must be from local Amazon places or might know about it to help organize local Amazon workplaces or just general workplaces. I go in and it's just posh as fuck. It's just posh as fuck. Like nobody, I was the only person I was one of the few people who had ever been in that industry. And I was the only person in the room that had ever had any organizing experience within that industry at all.
Where was this? Where were you?
It was a local STLDSA meeting because I was just moving in. I was like, oh, I kind of want to see, the local St. Louis DSA and how they were doing. Huh?
And Chris was there?
No. We were seeing a video of it. Like we were watching a video of it together at a local union place, and we were going to talk about it. So I was like, oh, we're going to talk about union organizing. So like we're going to get stuff, see if we can get that stuff. But it was just very posh. And I remember specifically this moment that kind of makes me laugh, like in retrospect, where like you and I both know about, like you, Sam and I, like we both know about like peak season and how fucked up that shit is, right? They enforce 12-hour days within that time span. If you're full time, how much they overwork you, all of the injuries and all of the neglect that goes on within these places, especially during the summertime. All of that sort of stuff that was just normalized. And I was like, yep. And they were talking about that in the interview. And I'm like, yep, that happened. Like that tracks. Like that's an industry standard, it seems. And everybody else was like gasping and shit. Like, oh my God. Like they had never heard.
To your point.
Yeah.
Here's something that I didn't share earlier about the context of the campaign. It's Skoda ALB1 is it's one of the only overweight, oversized package freight warehouses that Amazon runs in the state.
Oh God.
Yeah. And you understand that.
Oh yeah, I will 100% understand what that fucking means, and I know how many toes have probably got crushed in that facility.
Oh yeah, actually, so ALB1. You can look this up. It's public knowledge, well documented. It actually has the highest recorded injury rate of any warehouse in New York State.
Oh my fucking God!
It's the highest injury rate of any Amazon warehouse and any warehouse in the state.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and I actually, in the middle of the union campaign, while I was over on PIC. I actually had 2 wooden tables hit me in the back of the head, and
oh fuck yeah! I've had packages hit me in the back of the head. I've seen. I could give hours and hours of horror stories myself too, so I know exactly what you're talking about there.
Out on workman's comp.
Oh my God! Yeah.
So yeah, and still fighting the company in court.
Yeah.
The workman's comp that day. So.
Oh my God. Yeah. No, I remember I do remember there was this one time and where okay, so like during the first summer of the FedEx ground that I was working at, actually no, I think it was the second summer. I can't remember, but it was both summers where it was extremely hot. Within like there was no air conditioning, and the fans that were in the actual places were complete dog shit. Like at least in the Amazon facility, from what I heard, they actually have at least some general air conditioning, but we don't. And so
it depends on where you are in the building.
I know, but like we didn't get any, none, zero, nowhere, except for the offices, of course, where the managers were at. But nobody, when everywhere where we were at when we were moving packages, there was no air conditioning, none.
Yeah.
But like anyway, like I remember this. I think it was the second summer I was there. Within the span of less than 2 months, I have directly seen 3 to 4 people. I think it was around 3 people getting gurneyed out. Not just going home because they had heat exhaustion, which is already bad enough.
We had an ambulance every week. I was sent by Lyft to the urgent care instead of them calling the ambulance, which they should have done with.
What the fuck? I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be fine now, but like.
Yeah.
Amazon. These companies do this kind of shit all the time. Like they do this shit all the time, and if it wasn't for the fact that I'm like just being the kind of like self-educated and outside of Amazon, probably better connected, knowing who to call for like legal representation as opposed to the average worker kind of person, knowing the way in which they're trying to fight me right now, they do this for every fucking worker because they count on every worker giving up.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So like, and that experience is what most of the DSA that I've met, they don't have that experience at all. And the thing is, and I'm going to be quite honest, I came from that background. I came from the background of being very, upper middle class my whole life, very, very privileged. And then coming into this workplace, whenever I was leaving out on my own, right? I was living out on my own. And experiencing that for over 2 years really shifted my perspective because of the working conditions that I had physically experienced and also heard about. And I see most of the people that I've seen, like I have not seen any, like, sure, there might be some people who might have been in that industry, but it's very rare. And most of the people in the local DSA that I'm in are just, again, very posh. And the moment that I actually, at the end of the meeting, the end of this meeting, I was talking to a few other people about like, hey, maybe we should do something outside of DSA. And I got fucking shouted down by one of the co-chairs. Like it was awful.
Well, first of all, again, the poshness is something that from my perspective, is something that is, it's nothing new to the left in general. This is a generational issue that goes back, like if you go all the way back to the 1890s, right? You read about the parlor socialists in New York City being essentially detached from the actual working class. So like, this is a recurring kind of an issue in the quote unquote left. In the U.S. This is the same kind of issue with the student movement in the 60s. Think about and the divide between labor and the
right. Yeah.
So right. And then fast forward to the context today where we're at, and large portions of DSA are educated, downwardly mobile millennials. In a very crude way, I also fit that category, even though I'm quote unquote an older millennial. 2016 wasn't my first introduction to the S word. You know what I mean? So like, it's different too.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand. I just see that problem so much more within that specific space. And yes, there are also other organizations I could talk about, but they aren't as prevalent as the local DSA. Like, I can talk about my experience with like the Trotskyists I met, but who the fuck cares about them? Nobody does. They aren't doing shit.
we
So
don't
it's
we
like-
don't need to talk
I
about
care
them.
enough that the fact that they caused literal problems that I had to try to clean up in the middle of a union drive in real life.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
normally they're a joke, but they became a real problem in real life for the first time.
Yeah, no, I don't have that experience because like I don't know, but I understand what you're saying there, but let's see there. I'm gonna look at the chat just so that we can kind of move on, if that's
we've got a few different topics here. So one is what are your thoughts on diversity of tactics, and do you plan to make a video on it? I mean, I suppose like off the bat.
No comment.
Depends on the tactics.
It's fine.
Depends on what you mean by that.
Well, yeah, diversity of tactics, like as a base conception, makes sense, right? Which is to say, you want a bunch of different people approaching problems in different ways from a bunch of different angles. But like the obviously not any tactics go in the list. You know, we reject a bunch of tactics which violate means ends unity, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like there are a bunch of different kinds of approaches that could be successful given certain circumstances, and they might be more or less successful, or you might even have a bunch of options that would work equally well in a certain circumstance, and different groups might commit themselves to different aspects of that. And that's fine. That's even good. I mean, it's like it leads to success. But one thing I found is that a lot of the time when people use this phrase, diversity of tactics, they're often trying to like include a bunch. It's almost like it's used as an excuse to include a bunch of tactics that are clearly inefficient uses of our energy or are the enemy's tactics. And so like you'll criticize them for something like, what? Come on, man, diversity of tactics. I mean, electoralism is also in diversity of tactics, you know, like I was this insufferable douche like during Occupy Wall Street, and a few years after I was like, what diversity of tactics? You're telling me if we get Bernie in, that's bad? Like Bernie's, that's part of the puzzle too, like, oh, all the different levers, I was
with all that all the time.
Yeah.
I'd say,
Look, this is nothing. This is also not a pattern that's new,
Right.
So like, and this could be applied to a few different situations, right? So like, I've seen the same thing, and I see the same thing, and it frustrates me coming from, SOCDEMs and whatnot of DSA, where they all appropriate radical language and then try to funnel it into electoralism in some way or another. I think one of the most interesting examples of that backfiring really hard recently, like if you think back to, the height of George Floyd, the demand from the streets was police abolition. And you had, and I'm just stating facts, like the police station in Minneapolis burned to the ground, and over 50% of the country agreed with it.
It's like, yes, that was a good thing.
And then what you see happen, right, is a couple of months into the protests in various places, some of the larger elements of more SOCDEM elements of DSA start entering the protests and redirecting. And WFP was part of this. SALT in Seattle, Daniel and I witnessed that on the ground. Redirected it into electoral energy, and all of a sudden the demand from that crowd began to be defund the police. And it's just funny now looking back 2 years later where it's just funny to me in many ways. Anyway, it was like people in DSA and electoralism argue so much over hating that slogan, but the irony to me of it is that they're the ones that fucking created it.
They also got us.
Pushed that narrative as a compromise to begin with, trying to co-opt an actual organic social movement. That's
right. Yeah, they fulfilled their own prophecy. They inserted themselves
other than yourselves.
Right. But yeah, no, I would say that especially in the city of like St. Louis where I live, right? I would say it's not a stretch to say that St. Louis is a hotbed for abolition work and abolitionist organizations, of whatever flavor, for very obvious reasons. But however, the vast majority of them, they have this huge coalition, and it's called, I think it's called like Defund, Reimagine, or some shit. I forgot, but there's like this huge, like all these different organizations coming in. There's like Action St. Louis. There's even like smaller organizations like Organization for Black Struggle, which like been around since the 80s. You know,
right.
real
They're
old.
all C3, C4 nonprofits, though, right?
No, yeah, but they're all within this like coalition of essentially reform, right?
Yeah, I think they're nonprofits. I don't expect any.
And unfortunately, we got Cory Bush in office. We got Mayor Tashara Jones in office, who was elected on the promise of at least some defunding and divesting of the police funds, which she has not done. She even almost backed out of her promise to close the workhouse. If you understand, basically, the workhouse is probably one of the worst prisons in the area that has been known for tons of abuse and awful working conditions and just really awful stuff. That was the big movement that everybody coalesced around, right? Close the workhouse, and so they organized to get Mayor Tashara Jones into office to then have her close the workhouse, and she did for a few weeks, right whenever she started, and then she stopped because there was actually a prison riot that happened a few years ago that ruined some of the other prisons supposedly, and so we had to put him somewhere. So we're just going to put them in the workhouse again. And so there was a really big doubt to like, oh, are they actually going to close it? But now it's technically closed finally. But now that they have the candidate that they have, and we're not actually seeing a lot of the change that is that was promised. Like, for example, like there's no funding or divesting from the police. There's actually more calls for more police funding. Of course, we still have an inept city government that has a ton of ARPA funds. That's like millions of dollars in funds that are just sitting there when that could be invested in the community. They're not doing anything about that either. So guess where that's going to probably go? It's probably going to go to the police eventually. So like it's gonna. So unfortunately, I'm doing my best within my context to help, because I remember somebody had asked at an event that I was at, or was it me who asked this question? Oh yeah, there was an attempt at some community police reform on the part of the Jones administration. Basically, it was actually pretty radical for its time, like police accountability thing, where it was a community basically it was like a local civilian oversight committee that had a lot of power to actually be able to not just investigate.
It's usually something called like a civilian police review board or something along those lines.
Oh no, it was an actual a civilian oversight committee where not only were they in charge of looking over the evidence, but also were able to hand out punishments. And
they had subpoena and indictment abilities.
Yeah, and they did have that too. And of course, all the police unions, which if you want to know how racist the city of St. Louis is, we have two police unions, the white one and the black one. We have the St. Louis Association of Police Officers, and we have the Ethical Society of Police. Yet both of them went in lockstep.
St. Louis isn't the only city that's like that, but St. Louis is particularly egregious.
Yeah, but both of them went in lockstep to oppose legally this new community policing bill, or community oversight, what little there would be from that oversight. And then the court struck it down, and now it's no longer a thing. And now not even the simplest of reforms can get done. And unfortunately, all of that work has been put to waste. So hopefully, in light of that, there might be avenues to build something better. I just don't know what that's going to look like. So but yeah, like that, that goes back into like the sort of like the issues in regards to like reform and all this other stuff, at least from my local context.
I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding as far as at least my approach to quote unquote DSA as an org or whatever. As in, like your disappointments with local reform based electoralism is 100%. One of the things I haven't talked about while being on the stream, Daniel knows this about me, but like professionally, I actually worked as a campaign manager consultant for like 10 years for various different things after the very first campaign that I helped run with Daniel, which was Oklahoma's legalization campaign, medical. After that, I moved around the country and I started, running campaigns for years. And I agree with you. You're never really going to get anything that you get at all is going to be piecemeal. It's going to be percentages of what you were promised, half-hearted, whatever. And it's going to be way later than even you think you're going to get it after one particular election cycle or another, depending upon what you're doing.
Yeah.
In electoralism itself, because of the way in which our system is built in various different states, Congress, whatever, it causes people to burn out.
100%. I know so many different activists who are like have these broader ideals, but they're still like locked into that mindset of like, oh, but we gotta get this person in office and this person and this and that, but it never ends. And unfortunately, then eventually they either burn out or they just stay in that cycle until all their radical ambition and all their radical presuppositions are essentially worked out of them.
I agree. Yeah, I agree with you. That's one of the reasons, at least from my perspective, I actually stay involved in my local chapter, because the exact conversation that we're having right now is the kind of conversation that I tried to have with like the friends and folks around me. I don't take a position where I poo-poo their like attempts to get their friends elected or whatever, but I also have a huge like professional background that a lot of the relative activisty types don't experience. But like I'm also at the same time the guy telling them like, here, I'll give you the skill set and tell you what to do, but like you're gonna get burnt out and don't expect what you're gonna get out of it. And when you do get burnt out, come talk to me and we'll go to the garden and and go and feed some people. You know what I mean? Like I almost kind of a soft specificist kind of approach of being like, I'm not gonna, even if I think that you're young and naive and misguided, I think your heart's in the right place. I don't want to see you burn out. Eventually, if you stick around doing this, experience enough is going to show you that there are other ways to be effective as an organizer, even more so for your community, rather than just trying to canvass door to door for some local state assembly member.
Yeah. I mean, me personally, I've met and had contact with those kinds of people without having to be within like the local DSA, right? I've just been in those sorts of spaces that might contain those people, but might also have like, I remember recently I was at a reparations conference. And I was just there and just listening to other people's perspectives. And there's all these different wide perspectives on what reparations could look like, if any, and it was really, and I was able to make a lot of basically meaningful connections with people who might have more radical ambitions that I've already met, but are most of the time liberals. And so for me, I don't fuck with them. I used to be a DSA member a couple of years ago, but I wasn't even really that well connected with them, and I was closeted back then. So it's like I don't want to get back into that because I'm so, especially with how developed, like in regards to my own like theory of anarchism, in regards to my own conception of it is, I just can't really see myself like being a member of DSA. Like I just no. I'm doing my own.
I'm not trying to recruit anybody by any means.
Right.
I do just want to say that, like, I think it's important to, not everybody is the kind of person like Daniel, right? Or is in a place in life where, if not a whole lot's going on in their relatively small city like St. Louis, it's got a couple million people, right? How many people live in St. Louis, just generally?
About 300,000, which is actually like
in the total metropolitan area.
Well, metropolitan area, which is a lot wider, that goes across like 3 counties. That's 2 million, but that's over a much wider range. The city itself, which used to hold 2 million in the 1940s, now only has 300,000. Actually, Kansas City is bigger by 200,000. Kansas City has 500,000.
St. Louis is similar to what happened to the town that I'm originally from, the town I was born in, which is Buffalo. Similar type of thing happened over a similar period of time.
Right.
Where I'm at right now, Albany has got less than, I think it's like 85,000.
Yeah, I checked. I put in the chat. I don't know if you saw it. It's like, damn, you weren't kidding to say that Albany was a small ass town. Makes St. Louis look big by comparison.
Yeah, it does. I'm just saying there's plenty of places, and like this area is a really good example of it in the sense of oftentimes, not exclusively, but the amount of active quote-unquote organizations in the radical sphere in the entire region, not just the city of Albany, but the entire capital region, which the capital region in Albany includes actually like 7 to 8 counties, depending upon how you figure that out. But it's a huge geographic.
Yeah. No, yeah.
There's like the amount of organizations that exist, you can count on one hand. Like, period.
Yeah, so how about diversity of tactics, y'all? Diversity of tactics.
It's for different spaces, for different scales, depending upon where people already are. I don't know. I'm the kind of person that thinks more about. I don't want to say you don't think about this by any means, so don't hear what I'm not saying. But I'm the kind of person that thinks less about whatever the stupid social media national politics nonsense is, and more first I try to think about, okay, who are the people that are running this locally? Can we be friends? Can we hang out and like talk to each other and like I know your partner knows mine, like we're doing family dinner stuff together, like hangouts or mutual parties to get, or whatever the fuck it is. Like, is that the vibe that we're at? That's how I think about things. Because if I can be myself and be honest about my own opinions, even if the person like disagrees for a reason, but like is totally down to do some shit together, I don't really care what the label is.
Yeah, I mean, and I definitely understand where you're coming from there in regards to like, especially in your much smaller polity, where like I used to be in St. Charles County, which is like kind of the edge of the St. Louis metropolitan area, which again is like St. Charles County is a red county, right? And it's a very different dynamic, very different landscape, physically and like politically. So like,
well, keep in mind, out of the 7 counties that incorporate the capital district, the only truly blue county is the county of Albany, which includes the city of Albany. All these 6 surrounding counties are all red counties.
Right. But yeah, so like I understand why you'd want to stay with at least physically within, like, as a member of the DSA, even if you are a very committed anarchist and you know. Yeah. So like I understand that. I guess within like the context of myself, I'll defer back to my context and not piss people off. Basically, within my context in the city of St. Louis, there are already enough, like DSA already has a pretty big influence within, and it's a big enough city to where but there isn't anything independent going on with them, even though there are a ton of anarchists out there. They're just not organized. So like
100%. I only brought up the scale to point out that exact thing. Like, I get you. If I was if I was in your context, I wouldn't be fucking around with DSA. I'd be fucking around with, if I was back in Tulsa, right? I lived in Tulsa for years, right? And when I lived in Tulsa, shit like Cooperation Tulsa and Scissor Sale did not exist, right?
Right.
Anything that was happening in Tulsa at the time that I was there, it was organic and really spontaneous, or it was a direct outgrowth of stuff from OWS. So like, if I were living in a different context other than where I'm at right now, and I'm now a 35-year-old married man, so it's a little bit different, but I would be overjoyed at the opportunity to totally ignore this organization and just be with like Scissortail, right? But I just don't have that option, and also I'm not the person to initiate it around here. I'm a 35-year-old married man. I got shit to do.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
that's understandable.
But if the context were different, I don't misunderstand it. You know what I mean? But,
Right. Yeah, that's why I deferred to my context in talking about that, because like there's no reason to like. Now, if you were here in St. Louis with me, right, then I'd be like, yo, we don't need to be fucking with the local BSA. Yeah. I'm glad that we. Yeah. So I'm glad. But there was this one person who was talking about Daniel really quickly. I know Sam and I have been bouncing off each other, but few people have been. One person was asking, though I kind of answered for you, asking what kind of economic system you consider yourself under. I'm just gonna let you answer for yourself, even though I gave my guess at it. But
yeah, you're right. I'm a communist.
Yeah, I had it right. Yeah. I mean, you said it.
I'll add some nuance, which is to say that I think that in the interim, moving from where we're at to getting to communism, you are probably going to have to create intermediary bodies. You're not going to be able to create fully communistic relations within the belly of capitalism. You have to create something that can produce power, economic power now, that is capable of interacting with the field of power as it exists. And unfortunately, the field of power as it exists, wow, this is just the crunchiest sentence I could say on stream, is quantized. The field of power as it exists is quantized by capital. And what that is to say that money runs everything, right? Everything has a dollar value, and you don't really get to like escape from that system. You can create alternatives, things which are maximally prefigurative of communism within the existing society.
I disagree. I'm a Posadist.
You're a Posad. Yeah, okay. You're right. We just dropped the nukes, start from scratch.
Economically, I'm a Posadist.
Economically. But what I will say is that I think what you want to do is, as best as possible, you create the maximally communized economy that you can, and then you work with whatever forms can produce income as per capital. And there's really only two options for you in doing that. One is unions, and the other one is cooperatives. These are the only two ways that you essentially siphon money out of the system of capital into some structure that benefits the people as they currently exist. So those are pretty well your two options.
There's slight caveat to that. There are and unless you're considering something like a land trust as under the cooperative umbrella.
Yeah, I mostly am.
Okay, but there are also straight up not cooperatives, but straight up, communes are a thing.
That's that communized aspect, right? You should ideally want to do both. I think ideally, and this is something that I said in After the Revolution, I still think is true. I think in this interim system, you should have part of your economy which is cooperativized, and part of your economy which is collectivized or communized. and that you should hope to have all of the aspects which somebody needs for life. That is to say, food, water, healthcare, housing, and so on. Those things you want to be communized, not cooperativized. You want to get rid of the profit motive in all of those spheres of life. You want people to have a basic, an irreducible minimum, as Bookchin puts it. And that should not have to do with how much you can pay. That should just be provided to people by default. And then pretty much everything that's left over in this interim period, whether you want it or not, it's probably going to end up being cooperativized. And that's what we see in almost every example.
You can envision and even point to examples that go further than cooperativization in that scenario where the schema is much more of a communal, even like sharing of profit either profit or resources, depending on the left. Looks like in an internal way for an entire community, regardless of particular production nodes, where external relations outside of the community are market.
That was a
perfect example of that being like UCLN.
Right. Right.
Yes. Yeah, you're getting more and more into the white man speak. Like I'm slowly losing you guys here.
Oh well, this is this is the truth for how the CNTFAI, the Ukraine, the Zapatistas, and Rojava have all functioned. Is that they get stuck. They can communize some aspect of society, but then there ends up always being some aspect of the society which is cooperativized, which maintains a market system of some kind. And that always tends to be the aspect of their economy which is outward facing, that has some external relations. And that is to say, it tends to be based around their luxuries, and necessities just get directly distributed in one way or another as best as they have the ability. So I think that's my very nuanced answer to the original question. I'm a communist insofar as that the society that I struggle for is communism. I want a society where all economics are determined from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. And that we abolish the commodity form. That is to say, we don't distribute anything based on whether a person has some amount of capital or currency to pay for it, that they are simply allotted that thing as per their desire. And that thing is produced as per the desires of people. It's more like a desiring machine than it is like a market of some kind. So I guess what I'm getting at is I am a communist, but I also am not like, I'm not somebody who believes that you have to communize everything now in order to achieve communism. I think that there will be intermediary stages that will be involved.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as long as those like aspects of like those aspects of like production and consumption are that have that directly democratic aspect to them, and have that like all of these different like actually having that direct involvement towards that actual development rather than it be directed by some group or another. And that is where the fault lies. It's not that a transition isn't necessary. Right. The transition itself wasn't what led the Marxists to go kill all the anarchists. Mm-hmm. It was because they centralized power. And that was the problem. Not the transition part.
Agreed 100%.
It was the centralizing of power towards that mechanism. And so therefore the interest of the state, because they controlled it, diverged from the working class. And therefore that conflict arose, and the working class, unfortunately, at least in those early moments, lost. The anarchists had lost in that way. So I understand the skepticism now, because there's a lot of talk from Marxists to justify their centralization of power as, but we have to have a transition. It's like nobody who actually understands the economics of communism, who's an anarchist, like that, nobody's going to deny that a transition needs to happen. It's just it needs to be in the hands of people and not a vanguard party or state or whoever. It needs to be in the hands of everyone.
I think you
And,
nailed it. You nailed it. I
yeah.
agree with you 100%. Yeah, everything you just said.
Okay, well, I'm glad that I'm bringing some value to the table of economics.
Shut up. You got
it's not my strong suit, okay?
Okay. So there was another question. What was it? Voting. The voting question.
Spicy one.
Yeah, here we go. The voting question.
Spicy.
So let's see here. What do people think of people who are fiercely anti-voting? Why not vote for the lesser harm? Okay, so you're going to find like a huge variety of opinions on voting. It's weird how the community presents it as if there's just like this single opinion across the board, and that there always was some single opinion across the board. What you'll find is that there has always been some tendency towards don't vote. There's been very few people that say you are like obligated to not vote. The majority position is most people are kind of like, vote or not, it's not going to do anything. That's kind of the majority position. And then you'll have several who are like, it's also kind of a waste of your time and you shouldn't do it. And then the most extremist position is like, when you vote, you legitimize the state, which is like, I think that's silly. But what I will say is, I think it's a waste of your time to go vote the ballot purely for lesser evils voting. And I'll get into that why here in just a second, but I just want to delineate right off the bat. But I think if you're voting on particular ballot measures, I actually think that there can be value in going and voting on ballot measures, because I've seen ballot measures do really radical things super fast. Things that clearly the state did not want, and somehow it's just because their constitution was written with it, they were forced to accept the results of ballot measures. I've seen it numerous times, not just in my state, not just on things I've worked on things I've seen elsewhere numerous times. So I do think ballot measures can have value, so don't lump that into the criticism that I will go on to make. But what I would say about voting for people is that in a very general sense, you are going to be very dissatisfied with your lesser evil the vast majority of the time, to the degree where your lesser evil might even do all the stuff that you didn't want the evil to do. And you will just find yourself like, backwards justifying why that it mattered and was a big deal. There's so many aspects of this conversation that it's hard to even know where to start, but let me explain what I mean by that. So you might have imagined that somebody might have thought in the era of Bill Clinton, when they were voting for Bill Clinton, Bill Clinton coming in, oh, this is what we needed. We really had an era of deregulation that was coming before this. A Democratic president will be great for labor. He'll be great for, bringing a regulation back to the government and restoring funding that had been lost. And what you would find...
Hey, his wife's for single payer.
Yeah, there you go. That's all there. You don't say, really now.
You don't say.
Sorry, I'm having flashbacks. Yes, but then what happened when Bill Clinton got into the presidency? Bill Clinton actually was the president who passed the deregulations that led to the 2008 financial crisis. They were so bad. He was a
high-field Glass-Steagall under Larry Summers, who was his Treasury Secretary, over the advice of Robert Reich, who was his Labor Secretary in his first term, who he canned for re-election.
Correct.
He made the hard right turn and did welfare reform as well as
this list goes on. He did welfare reform. He helped fight the unions. He was not a good union president. He was NAFTA. Yeah. Oh my God, a disaster. NAFTA was such a disaster. It almost directly led to the Zapatistas, and they say as much.
It did.
Okay.
It did. It literally is what's cited in the first communique for the Zapatistas is NAFTA.
And this is all Bill Clinton.
Shit.
So, you go, oh man, all we need is a Democratic president, lesser of two evils. To which I ask you, like, which president has not been an escalation of evil from the previous president, right? Like, they've almost all been an escalation of evil. The lesser of two evils is so ephemeral in practice. And Joe Biden, I mean, what? Like every once in a while you hear something good come through, but are you paying attention to all of the really terrible things that are happening under Joe Biden right now? Like the list goes on and on and on. So I'm just very dissuaded with this lesser of two evils thing. And I just want to make one more comment because I know that the two of them are going to have lots of things to say. As soon as I cede the floor, I know the two of you are going to go on and on and on. I think that people put more effort into electoral politics than they are claiming they are doing when they support them, including lesser of two evils voting. So much of the time when people get their mind into this rut where they are thinking constantly about lesser of two evils voting, they're devoting quite a lot of their mental energy and even perhaps their argumentative energy with other people and their organizational energy sometimes even to propping up those electoral politics. You don't, these people, the people that most often are arguing for lesser of two evils politics are spending a considerable amount of their time worrying about these problems and thinking about the elections and thinking about who they're going to vote for and wringing their hands over the results of who's going to win any given election. I think that it's very uncommon that a person puts in this extremely minimal effort that is being claimed in this rhetoric so much of the time. They're really putting in a considerable amount of effort. Sometimes maybe they're even like canvassing and stuff. So I really think that this is very rare that anybody is actually even doing that minimal amount. And I think that it comes to a point where it's so hard to even discern that lesser of two evils that you actually then have to put in a lot of work, even trying to discern who the lesser is. And then party line voting I am highly skeptical. I would say stop wasting your time worrying about electoral politics. Start using that effort to go build power for the people, which can threaten the power structures you want to change to begin with, because that's how it really works. You build the power down here, that makes them scared, and they do things. It's not about who you vote for. So anyway, your turn, y'all. Go for it.
Oh, God. Yeah, I would, for the most part, very much agree with what Daniel says there. I mean, me personally, I stopped fucking caring, and I also stopped fucking like voting, and I actually got a lot of flack for it interpersonally in the organization that I'm a part of. Like even among anarchists, like people that I know, people were like shaming me almost out of pure instinct. Because what I just casually mentioned, like, yeah, no, I'm not voting in the midterms. I'm not bothering with it because like I'm dedicating my mental and physical energy as a trans woman because I don't know how much time I have before fascism fully metastasizes and kills me. I don't know how much time I have, but all I do know is that I use whatever time I do have to build the foundations of a stronger system that is going to survive the purges that are going to happen in a fascist United States. Because I guarantee you, Mayor Tashara Jones is not going to be a fucking bulwark against fascism. Cory Bush is not going to be a bulwark against fascism. You know, Megan Green as the president of the Board of Aldermen is not going to be a bulwark against fascism in St. Louis. You know what's going to be a bulwark against fascism? Community defense, mutual aid, community councils, tenants organizations, all these different organizations that are based on direct action. That's going to be the main thing that's going to stop fascists from killing us in the streets. And so that's what I focus on building. That's my focus. And I let the liberals fuck with their system and vote for their politicians and vote for their policies, because there are plenty of liberals especially in a place like St. Louis, and especially with how fatalistic it is, with how clear the political divide is between St. Louis and beyond. You know, as someone who's lived on both sides now, I still even had that opinion whenever I was living in St. Charles County, because it just didn't matter, right? There's really barely any areas where you can justifiably go, oh, well, maybe my vote would actually count, because even then, it's one person out of thousands, millions of people, and it's all mostly performative. So, like, at that point, this moralistic argument that I often see in regards to somehow me not participating in a system that's imposed upon me every day in terms of the democratic process, or what you call democracy, is therefore me letting the fascist win or whatever. As a trans woman, I will say you wasting so much time perpetuating the very system that created those conditions in the first place. You're the person who's perpetuating that, not me. So I have a lot of strong feelings about that personally, especially as someone who, sees what's going on, especially after what happened this past weekend with the shooting that happened and the response to that. And I see a lot of people who are within electoral politics after the midterms are like, oh, we won. And I'm like, this isn't winning. A shooting happened, 5 people died, and now genocide is on the menu on the larger scale. It's a debate between now, not just whether or not we should accept trans people, but whether we should allow them to live. That's what's now in the national conversation. And liberalism is not going to help with that. And I just know so many people who are so deluded by this mindset, as Daniel talks about, that it eats up at their mental and physical energy in terms of organizing when they could be doing something so much better. And I just, yeah. But yeah.
So okay, well now we will let's pass the mic to Sam. I'm sure we'll get a more nuanced position than me or Ellie or have offered here. Let's hear it, Sam. How do you feel about voting?
This is a really interesting. Ellie, first of all, I just want to say thank you because it's a really interesting and very raw and very real perspective that you gave. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Generally, it's the reason why I say that is because, it's interesting. I'm happy and thankful to hear that perspective is because of your reaction to very particular kind of experiences and realities over the last couple of years, tied in with, social movement experience, but also organizational experience, but also seeing people go through burnout and being disappointed and politicians not following through and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
and that kind of visceral reaction. But it also, the reason why I think it's also really important, and why I say interesting to hear is because the conclusions that you reach as far as what is important to do, what actually is effective, that is the point where you and I fully agree. So it's just really interesting for me to hear how you got to those conclusions.
I'm waiting for the big butt.
Well, I would expect him to have more nuanced opinions on this, given his career path.
No, I got you.
I do have more nuanced opinions in some ways, but not in the grand scheme of things. So I can give some more historical examples, but the gist of the feeling that's communicated there, I think, is kind of spot on. I'm closer to Daniel in the sense that anytime, and it's only a little over half the country, by the way, that even has a directly democratic mechanism as far as ballot referenda is concerned.
Right, yeah.
Where you can bypass politicians entirely.
Mm-hmm.
There's only half the country has the mechanism, and New York's not one of those places.
Yeah.
So I also am a weird person in a sense that ideology versus a whole large personal ideology versus professional employment for years gives me kind of a weird perspective in some ways. I'll say this. Voting for the lesser of two evils as a rationale to be politically aware is dumb and misleading.
Because not only if you think about things that way, you're missing what reality is. And reality is much closer, and Daniel said it in a much more academic way than I am right now, but reality is much closer regardless of local, state, or federal politics, which party's in charge, as to who's paying who for what. Money dominates everything, and that's, I can give you lots of examples, personal examples from professional experience, not just like random, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I will, here's where the but comes in, right? The nuance portion is, what I will say is, I do find that there is Overton window value in something that's hyper localized. So I guess this puts me closer to Bookchin than both of you in some ways, but like things that are hyper localized, like a local school board race. If you're like a 20-person chapter and like 2 or 3 of you are anarchists and like a couple of them are commie caucus, and then you've got like your 3 old heads in the chapter that are like sock dems or whatever, and then you've got like a young mom who's also a teacher that lives in a district that's otherwise like being threatened by super weird right-wing billionaires. Is it worth doing something like that? I'm not going to discourage anybody from doing it. And I'd be willing to show up to a booth for that person, if nothing else. Did I vote in the midterms? I did. I only voted on things that I thought mattered, and most of that time that is hyper marginal. I also don't shame anybody for any of those personal choices, because ultimately at the end of the day, my view is voting is, and its outcomes, regardless of if your team wins or not, so to speak, is marginal in its effects at best, because the ultimately Lucy Parsons was right? The wealthy are not going to let you vote their wealth away, to quote a queen. And that is more true now than it's ever been. The capture of capital of this quote unquote bourgeois democracy is so thorough. The degradation of public sphere education literacy rates. I don't blame anybody for not having a kind of faith in liberalism. I don't either, mostly because I don't even, what could be considered a classical, even Keynesian, so to speak, FDR liberal class doesn't exist, and was thoroughly destroyed on purpose over decades. So I don't dissuade people. I don't hold it against people one way or another. I try to be honest about my views, and ultimately you're playing at the margins one way or the other when you're talking about voting, outside of the rare opportunities where you get to do something fundamental if you just happen to live in a state, in one of the 26 or 27 states that have ballot referenda as a possibility. And if you do live in one of those states and you are one of those places that has large, even sock demi or type DSA chapters, the fact that you're as quote unquote socialists not putting up socialist ballot measures in those places is definitely an indictment, I think, in many ways. I mean, that's Daniel and I are both self-described anarchists, and we both did that shit. We're the fucking first deep red state to go hyper quote unquote liberal in its medical weed legalization.
Yeah, I mean, it worked. It worked, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it helped transform the state.
Yeah, it's still transforming the state, and you know, it was incomplete insofar as that there's too many people that are still incarcerated based on their past record, which you know
But you're never, you know, that's never going to lead to revolution. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It's like
it can give you a little bit of space, and it's by far anything you're going to get out of, you know, the fact that Oklahoma literally went more liberal faster than New York did is crazy.
yeah, on that issue.
If you understand it, like if all you understand about American politics is red state, blue state, liberal, conservative, if that's all you understand about the way in which our system works, or quote unquote doesn't work, whatever, like you'd be baffled by that. But
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, you know, it's like honestly, the three of us pretty well just presented a really broad range of perspectives or discussion. We discussed a lot of the argument against electoralism and kind of like to some degree an anti-voting argument, and yet there's still actually a lot to be said on the subject because it may seem like it's like a really simple question, but as soon as you start, you know, you pull the thread and it's like it's so much comes out.
It unravels the whole thing, right?
Yeah, so much happens when you just start answering the question. You know, there's a lot to say about it.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I understand where you're coming from there, Sam. Like, for example, like in the midterms, Missouri had Amendment 3, which was a weed legalization ballot, and and so it passed without my help. Right. I didn't vote for it, and yeah, I didn't vote against it either. It passed without my help. There's also an amendment that a lot of people wanted people to vote for here in St. Louis because there was a a statewide amendment that would force Kansas City police to have 20% of the city's funding at all times. And that failed regardless of what I did. And it would have failed regardless of what I voted. And when you start actually thinking about the scale of what we're talking about here in regards to the actual impact of voting.
Trust me, you're talking to somebody who understands that scale and nitty-gritty.
Right.
I've run candidates all the way from dog catcher to Congress, stateside.
Right.
You know, you name it. I get it.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that like you're right, and I don't shame anybody for that. Like whatever's going to happen, like. Fundamentally, whatever's going to happen is going to happen. Like you're not going to change this. You're not going to fundamentally change the system that we live in and live under by voting. I agree with you, which is why I say things like, "Yeah, I don't disagree with you," and I don't shame anybody or hold it against them by any means. And if that's your conviction, and if you're the kind of person that also thinks that like. By minimally participating, by me showing up with my wife at my local voting precinct here in Albany and choosing to write in Elliot Spitzer instead of choosing between Kathy Hochul and Lee Zeldin because I didn't give a shit about who wanted to fund the police more, but still was willing to show up to vote for like WFP to make sure that they kept their ballot line as a third party and that the Environmental Bond Act so that we like invested in resiliency, renewable energy and like wetlands projects in the state passed because that's a direct material and environmental benefit. Yeah, sure. Okay. Like, that's my reasoning, right? But like, that's under the full acknowledgement that that's some at the margins bullshit, like even hyper localism, right? And I don't I'm not advocating that anybody go out and canvass for, the New York Renews Act or whatever the fuck it's called nowadays. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that. I do think people's time is better spent doing other things, and I don't fault anybody or shame anybody at all for not wanting to participate in the system that, is essentially the source of most of the oppression that they face.
Yeah. No, and
Far be it from me. My reasoning is just purely like I see it from at the margins. Maybe it's futile, maybe it's not, but at least it's at the margins.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was trying to like lead to is just that like, I mean, like a lot of it also is not even necessarily just like about like effectiveness in regards to like, whatever time you could have that you did use, whether it be maybe a few hours or whatever time that you might have used towards that end, that on such a scale would barely be 1% of what that would do compared to like the like local effects of like much more like radical stuff or much more like direct action oriented projects. It's not even just that. For me also, especially I understand. What I'm then trying to say is that I think my perspective especially comes because I know I'm already seeing it right now within Missouri politics specifically. Like, for example, the national Senate candidate, Trudy Bush Valentine, within the Democratic primary, she didn't give a fuck about trans people. She actually was a terrible fucking person for trans people. And that she would have, if a national ballot were to come up about trans kids, she would have gone against the trans kids. Even if she didn't win. Eric Schmidt won, in terms of the Senate race, but everybody was wanting to vote for Trudy, and so, even during the Democratic primary, when all these other different candidates were at least pro-trans kid existing, the centrist candidate with the most money got the city of St. Louis's the mayor's support and all these other different politicians' support before the primary ended. And so in this local Missouri politics, at least, and like broader national politics, these people are already pulling out their support of our community little by little, and due to the crumbling pressure of what's going on. So for you, it might be a marginal, you might be able to look at, oh yeah, we could do this marginal environmental thing. And, oh, wow, that might be a little bit better for some people in the long run, possibly. But for me, this is a lot more personal in regards to, like, I'm not just building the structures that I have for someone else's benefit. These structures are something that I'm going to have to keep me and my community alive. So I know, and I've seen in person, just how little these structures are going to, whether it be like liberal nonprofits, whether it be political campaigns or whatever, right? Yeah. They just genuinely do not have the capacity to actually have any chance of surviving what's coming up, And so for me, because of that perspective, and so because of that perspective, sorry, I was just trying to quickly finish off, and I'll let you speak. I'm sorry. But just like because of that perspective, because of, at least for me, I especially with how many like anarchists that I see here that could be doing so many good things are not just going out and voting for a few hours. They're also canvassing over and over and over again for like DSA candidates and stuff like that, and also getting moralized about this very clearly impending fascist problem. And they know that there's some urgency, but their urgency isn't to build the structures that would actually fight the fascists in the streets or within our communities, but instead to vote for another Democrat, because they think that like, because of that experience, I'm just so over it. And I'm just like, I will just straight up tell anybody, like, because I'm an anarchist, it's like, nah, it's just a waste of time. I don't fucking do it. Like I'll be blunt about it. And, I'm just like, whatever broad reasoning that folks might have in their personal lives, like that's great, I guess. But it's just like, if more people, if people who even just call themselves radicals put at least half of the time that they put into electoral stuff back into direct action stuff, we'd be twice as far as we would be now. I can guarantee that. And and that impact is very clear, at least within the work that I'm doing, versus the work of the local DSA chapters or liberal chapters or whatever. And that's the stuff that needs to be focused on, especially now that genocide is on the table. Genocide is what's happening in regards to my own community, in an open sense. And so, I can't be wasting time, going through that. And I know you said you agree, but I just wanted to just reiterate that. Yeah. So like, at least for me, I'm just like, I don't like all that stuff. It's just, I can't do it anymore. I can't say, oh yeah, you can vote if you want. I just can't do that anymore. I can't even do that,
Yeah, again, I just want to say, first of all, I want to reiterate the question that was posed to me was a question about whether, perspective on voting, right? Not a question of dedicating time, energy, money, organizing effort, canvassing time, none of that. I don't actually advocate that people do those things. So and I also started off prefacing this conversation by stating that the conclusions that you come to as far as where your time is better spent considering quote unquote impending fascist threat, I agree with you entirely. Everybody's time is much better spent building resilient, autonomous systems of communal self-reliance, whether that be food sovereignty, whether that be community self-defense, whether that be co-ops, whether that be, so on and so forth, various forms of solidarity, unionism, direct action. I agree with you entirely. And in addition to that, the only reason why I was chuckling a little bit to myself in the background while you were talking about your person, how this is personal and personal attachments to, the kind of they don't give a fuck about me in the sense of politicians. The only reason why I kind of chuckled there is because, I get it. As somebody that spent a number of years building other people's careers and getting them to a place of where they are at, and then literally in a very personal way, having not even just on an ideological or communication, very personal way, having experienced those kinds of forms of betrayal. I get it, and I agree with you. Just the difference, I guess, that I have, and maybe this is just because I'm an old hat now. I don't know, but I don't have high expectations of these people. I expect them to all be craven. I expect the vast majority of them actually not only to be cowards, but in my experience, they're not, to quote a very bad person out of context, they're not sending their best. By and large, a lot of my former clients, not always the brightest crayons in the box. And I know that is not the best terminology to use, but honestly, we have an overinflated view or expectation of politicians in some ways because they've achieved too much of a celebrity status, even on the local level. And I just don't have any expectations out of really any of them, including Bernie, right? To me, politicians are nothing more than theater. It's just theater, right? So my expectations are so low that what I mean by marginal is, okay, who's got the loudest voice on stage right now? And does that even matter at the moment, or does it not? Sometimes it might be helpful in the margins. I don't really care. I'm not going to go canvass. Shit, I used to get paid thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to tell these motherfuckers how to do this, how to actually win. That's what I used to get paid for. I know how deeply corrupt and creative the system is. That's why I don't have any judgment. And that's also why I don't have any expectations out of it. And that's also why I say things like, you're never going to change the system by voting for it. Lucy Parsons was right? My only personal perspective on the question of quote-unquote voting is just as I said, it's just purely marginal, dependent upon your local context. And I don't hold anything against anybody. And I don't think it's worth your time 99% of the time being involved.
Honestly, the perspective I take is I don't care whether someone does spend their time voting or doesn't spend their time voting. It's just, the thing we all seem to agree on is that electoralism, bad. Voting, I don't know. It's like, whatever, man, like yes, no, whatever.
Right, well, I'm going to put you on blast. You ready? Remember? I'm going to tell a story.
Okay.
Story.
Okay, let's go.
Oh God, here we go.
Yeah, this is gonna be bad.
Yeah. Now I'm gonna put everything I just said into context by putting Daniel on blast. Anarch, here you are, not a real anarchist. Hashtag Daniel is not a real anarchist. Ready?
Yeah.
Right at the very beginning of our road trip from Tulsa to Seattle, right? As we were getting in your shitty car. And we were almost to get on the highway out of Tulsa, and you stopped and you brought up the statewide referenda, because it was voting day that day when we left. You brought up the statewide referenda to expand Medicaid. It was a up or down vote outside of the legislature. And was that worth voting for? And what did we do?
We did.
Yeah, you went and voted.
Yeah.
And that referendum passed by I don't know, very slim margin.
It was. That was actually, I remember us having a discussion. That was one of maybe the only examples that I've ever seen where it might have mattered. It was like dozens of votes or something, right? It was like very small.
And how long did it take you? 30 minutes?
Yeah, it was like, I think it was like at most an hour. Yeah.
Highway and went straight to Seattle.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, he didn't go out and canvass for shit, but was it beneficial for the fucking people that now have healthcare coverage in Oklahoma? Yeah, sure it was.
Yeah, I benefit from that. I actually currently now have insurance because of that. Yeah, no, it's like,
is that going to revolutionize the system?
Right.
No.
Yeah. No, that can never go beyond. No. That can never go beyond what the system's bounds are.
Is it going to stop fascism? No.
No.
Is it going to help people in the meantime a little bit? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think once again though, that's the example of a ballot measure, right? So it's like, that's kind of the previous question. We brought off the bat. It's like ballot measures, maybe yes. Politicians just no, who cares? It probably doesn't matter. But yeah, I think the only thing that none of us discussed, and somebody had made as a point very early on in the chat, and which I've heard numerous people talk about, or actually you kind of barely brought it up, Sam, was just moving the Overton window, right? I think that's one of the arguments that convinced me back in the day, was that I thought if you put a really big megaphone in the hands of somebody like Bernie Sanders, that would move the Overton window. And it did. It did move the Overton window. And there's also a nice upside to it insofar as that when Bernie lost, it destroyed hundreds of thousands of people's hope in electoralism and using social democratic methods. That was very nice. That was a good effect. It kind of reminds me, because I was going to say this earlier, way earlier, because it's been in the context of a lot of things we've discussed, is that a lot of anarchists have taken the position that we should let people do bad tactics, and it just so they can see that they fail, right? Just so people can witness them failing. Like I saw Farge talk about this a little bit. They were like, when you enter the movement, when you do social insertion, don't spend your time like shit talking what they're doing. Don't go in and be like, oh, electoralism is kind of silly or whatever.
That. Be there for them while they're going through the existential crisis of burnout.
Yes.
And be able to be the support mechanism that offers the alternative,
right?
Rather than being, the shit poster in real life that's shitting on their hopes and dreams. Let them burn out and fail, and then be the guy that helps, or be the person, gal, whomever, folk, to help pick them up and offer them like something real when they do, when that inevitability happens. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, in fact, I was originally going to bring it up in the context of y'all describing people doing things wrong and experiencing failures when it's so clear they're doing things wrong and they should be doing them otherwise. And I was going to bring up that Farge actually talks about this specific thing, and it's so hard. I got to say, it's so hard. As somebody who's like read history and knows that we can go through these eternal repetitive cycles of doing the same shit over and over and over, it hurts to know that we have to learn from scratch again. Like that people are going to have to go through screwing this up and seeing better examples. Pretty much the way I look at it is just that, we're here to provide the better examples and to provide guidance after people try out the failed methods and realize they don't work, and give the necessary critical input to help them understand why it failed and that there are alternatives, and they shouldn't just give up completely because that method failed, because that's what happens a lot of the time. That's the other side of this coin, right? The other side of the coin is that if they fail in that sense, they may just burn out of radical politics completely, right?
Yeah, and that's what I was end up like saying, and like that's something that I've like. That's why I am very like, whenever I'm in conversation, I preface and I don't participate in the failing parts of whatever social movement, right? I don't. And I tell them why. And then whenever eventually it either doesn't work or it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, I'm like, well, that's like, I can, but like, I understand like what you mean, like letting them fail. And I'm like, I'm not going to like, continue to try and moralize people, but it doesn't mean that I can't try and continue to convince them.
Agreed. No, yeah. In fact, I try to give them just the seed of the critique, right? I try to put in just enough to where they remember someone did give them a warning on the path, but that they don't feel as if they were like judged or put down or talked down to. Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. Not making them feel like they were talked down to, because I've actually had people who did end up being right. And when I look back, it kind of was like unfortunate that they brought it to me in such a way where they made me feel stupid for having not just that I wasn't already agreeing with them, that I was going to have to see it fail to believe it. And I look back and I'm like, they were right, but I wish they had maybe done it in a little more subtle and respectful way, like that would have been pretty helpful. Yeah.
Sorry, I said number one rule in life: don't be a dick.
It's a pretty good rule.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah. I mean, a lot of the work that I've been doing, I realize, like, yeah, I am quite like, and I think that's there's a good way, there's a good reason why I personally don't participate in any sort of process in regards to indirect action or anything like that. I mean, like very few things I will do that aren't like directly related to like direct action efforts or something like that, right? But like it helps me, at least like whenever it comes to my principles, helps me put my money where my mouth is publicly. So like whenever someone asks me and goes, "Hey, do you want to do this do you want to do this ballot measure with me?" and I'll say no, then they'll get curious and they ask me why. That then helps lead to the conversation into it, and not to try and convince them of me necessarily, like, "Oh, I'm doing this because of this and you should too." But instead be like, "No, I don't participate in this because I think this is more effective." And then, sure, I might not convince them right then and there. That's obviously that's foolish to think, or that's not good to think that you could just convince them right then and there. When the first time they ask. But again, it plants that seed, kind of like what Daniel was talking about earlier, to where I can actually promote my anarchist principles in everyday conversation by just being a public anarchist. And,
Right.
and in that sense, right? Obviously, you can still be an anarchist and do, let's say, for example, like a ballot measure for medical marijuana or whatever. Like, I'm not saying you aren't, but like, you're demonstrating.
Is that a subtle roast? Jeez, I'm so offended.
But like,
The best part about it is that I got a story to tell you when you're done. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the only thing I was gonna say after that was just like, I'm able to actually demonstrate why those principles are there, and then they can see as they move on that like what Daniel was saying earlier, like, oh, this is actually the more effective thing. Like, oh, this restore you're doing, that's a lot more successful than whatever I'm doing. They're actually able to perpetuate themselves and help other people and stuff like that. Like that's pretty cool. I'm like that sort of thing, right? So that's kind of why I have those things in place, because then whenever people ask me, instead of going, "Oh yeah, I'll do this ballot measure for you," and then try and find some contrived way to bring up anarchism later, I get to then say, "No, I don't do that because I'm an anarchist," and that could get them interested. So that's how I see it anyway.
Agreed.
Sure.
Yes.
Do you mind, Daniel, if I take it?
Go for it.
All right. Sure. And I'm not critiquing your perspective and approach in any way. I think there's a lot of value in more people doing it exactly and approaching things exactly as you're approaching. Right? I do just want to say, though, that there are also what I would say just as highly effective and necessary because of the world and social conditions that we in various different polities, various different demographic localities, that like different approaches, even different personal lives, different approaches are going to be more effective and or / necessary than that direct approach.
What do you mean? You give me, be more detailed. Be more detailed.
Let me give you an example. So in my participation in the local chapter, right, I don't really do any of the electoralism and don't participate in any of the committee work that has to do with any of the, more nonprofit oriented folks that are legislative lobbying efforts that exist in New York for DSA. I don't go out of my way to criticize, but I just don't participate at all. The only things that I participate in, labor, efforts, mutual aid efforts, which we've helped build a 3-year-long running now, still growing community garden, very close relationship with not only Food Not Bombs locally, but also now growing a relationship with 3 fridges in the Capital District that we're supplying. I'm very open about my perspective. I don't run for any kind of like internal nonprofit leadership. And when I first, I haven't been super active in the organization for more than like 2 years, which is well after the initial like post-Bernie, post-2015, 2016 like boom in its membership. And that was because during that time I was still very much professionally involved in the campaign world. And my own personal ethics led me to be like, well, these kids are like, sorry, not to be ageist, but like still largely, you know, much younger. These kids are not entirely. There's a lot of folks that are our age, Daniel, but also older too. But like by and large, anyway. You know, they're all gung ho and involved in electoralism, and I have direct like that's my job, which I hate, and I hate most of my clients, but like I don't want to. Like I'm kind of rooting for him in some ways as like an old guy, but also it's a conflict of interest to like get involved. So like I didn't get involved until I left the profession, right? Like I didn't even join the organization until I, in the middle of the pandemic, like was part of the Great Resignation and left that career after the years that I was doing it. And now, just because of the relative small city, we've been able to do like, and also it's a small crew. We're talking about a crew of like relatively dedicated activists that are all on a spectrum. I'm really the only vocal anarchist. I'm definitely not the only one with like anarchist or lipsock leaning tendencies, but I'm definitely the only one that's like vocal and upfront about it and like not ashamed or whatever. But I'm also a married guy and my wife's a member. Like there's maybe 25, 30 of us total, like that are like active members, and like it's one of 2, maybe 3 awards in the entire region. And it's got a lot of different like wings to it that it does a bunch of stuff. So again, I look at it more from the perspective of like social insertion, where I'm open and upfront, not necessarily with a canvasser that's asking me to get involved in a ballot initiative, but even inside of the quote unquote big tent org, even though it's just a nonprofit, right? I'm upfront and honest about like politics and in a specificist way, and I stand up for those values, and otherwise like things and projects that I agree with, I try to help out and augment as much as I can. If anybody's got like questions on my opinions on shit beyond sharing memes, well, you know, I give them my opinions. Sometimes they find it valuable, sometimes it pisses them off. I don't really care. I'm a fucking 35-year-old man. This isn't my life. I don't give a shit. But like, I was afforded the opportunity to even have access to the ALU effort and try to be able to be helpful because of like those 25 local people, regardless of the stupid online social media, national nonprofit bullshit, various large chapters in different cities that have covered up sexual abuse, that have protected abusers, the stupid fucking like decisions that the National Political Committee makes as far as like money and focus and the dumbassery that came out of portions of the International Committee over the last couple of years, whatever. There's all kinds of shit internally in that org to like complain about, especially at the national level, because it's so factional, and because a lot of those factions are, you know, if not sock demi, then straight up authoritarian leaning. So like I don't have anything against anybody that's got anything against DSA. At the same time, I am just going to say that the local chapter here in Albany is kind of a unicorn in some ways, because like pretty fiercely democratic. We also have other orgs that are less active, but more straight up like overtly authoritarian, that if you have those leanings, you can just go there. And if you're straight up anarchist and you don't want to do anything other than like food not bombs, you can just go to food not bombs. But we still have a positive relationship and are like all friends that hang out in the same city and the same scene together. Like we all know each other. Like so, like it's like I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I understand.
And we also do other shit too, like super involved and close with local BLM and Black Abolitionist Collective.
Yeah, the way I personally don't really care too much about whether somebody is in the DSA or not. I really care about what work that they're doing. Like if their DSA is doing like mutual aid stuff, then I'm like, okay, cool, be in the DSA.
That's my point. That's my larger point. Like,
but like
that's really what matters.
But yeah, in the context of telling people that they're doing a wrong strategy, yeah, no, I've definitely been very critical of many times of people doing wrong strategies. So I can't say that it's not something that you should do ever, but yeah, I think that I don't know, it's probably going to need to differ depending on the context you're in. I think that there are certain contexts where if somebody I can tell that they're just like chill, then maybe I'll just be more kind of out in the open and telling them that I think that, you know, this approach is not going to work, or maybe trying to just emphasize the right approach. I think that's probably the better way to go in general, just kind of emphasizing the right approach and trying to bring people to the right approach, and then also making the right approach work so that it has examples. I think that's another big part of it. But yeah, we don't have any questions in chat. I mean, like, you know, nobody.
We just got one.
There we go. Pro gun. Yes, we're all pro gun.
You came into the right stream for that question.
I don't think you're gonna have any disagreement here.
Yeah, we're all very pro gun.
I've literally written several essays on that specific topic.
Yes, no,
like,
absolutely.
Literally, yeah, no, me personally, actually, no, but like, actually, yeah, I've literally written the first essay that I ever wrote earlier in February of this year. Was Queers with Guns, and it specifically talks about the intersection between how the U.S. government treats its people in regards to the structure and its laws and its hierarchical, hierarchical structure, right? And also in its relation to the enforcement of firearms through the police, and just in general, just police actions in regards to those sorts of things. Yeah. Though you will find that compared to some other queer anarchists you might find online within the very niche space of like queer anarchists, like within like that gun community, I tend to kind of clash with those people a little bit, because a lot of those people are like a lot more individualistic in regards to their own possession of and use of firearms, and they often think that the problem in regards to fascist violence is one of individual gun ownership and not organization. So I also, some people will still appropriate the use of the term like the Second Amendment and shit like that. I'm very much against that. I don't, because like I will gladly say fuck the Second Amendment. The reason why I'm arming myself and telling other people to arm themselves is not because of some Second Amendment put in some piece of paper, some hemp paper 200-300 years ago by some fucking slave owners. That's not the reason why I get, I train with the weapons that I do and train for those situations. It's because those fundamental skills are what I need to then give to other people and then convene together. Because I, as a marginalized person, as a trans woman, and as a person, just as a human being, have the right to be able to conduct my own self-defense. And that's a fundamental principle that goes beyond some legal statute or some whatever. But I will just say I'm not pro-gun, but I'm not pro-Second Amendment. I am pro-armed self-defense, and I'm most definitely pro-community defense. I am pro-community defense over all else. Though some people might mischaracterize me as like a gun girl or whatever, which, whatever. If the context wills it, firearms are not necessary for community defense. Oftentimes, it might even be better compared to like where you're at or what context you're in. You don't need to have a single firearm on you. You don't even need to use it. Just showing up for your own community. I remember a specific story several months ago. I think it was during Pride, where like a bunch of stuff in regards to drag events were going on in regards to fascist violence against a drag brunch or whatever, and these people had to do was just form in a line and show up to make sure the fascists didn't get in, and the fascists didn't even bother to show up. Like you don't need this. You don't need to have a whole bunch of tactical gear, or all the best training, or even a firearm to even conduct community defense. You just need to have a group of people come together within your local area and basically collaborate amongst yourselves if you are also marginalized, but the people around you who you're also helping protect against fascist violence to basically be willing to do whatever actions necessary to defend them. And that's the essence of community defense. And that's the fundamental core value there. It's not guns, because I know some people. I just think a weapon is one of many different tools, and I think that's something that's often lost in the conversation in regards to what do you think about guns? All those different stuff. Often people kind of centralize themselves either totally against or totally for the gun in terms of personal ownership, when that's not the question. At least for me, I try and redirect it towards, like I said, that community defense aspect, that group of people coming together to do whatever you need to do to prevent further violence from happening within your community. And that's my opinion on it. I'm actually at this point the voice of nuance within the room. So I don't know if Sam's going to out nuance me, but
Probably.
Oh, of course.
Let's hear it, Sam. Are you going to out nuance us?
Probably ruining any future employment by like continuing to express an opinion on this matter in a public format. But what the fuck ever would like here? Just my own personal opinion. Whatever. It's informed from experience. There's some parts, Elliot, what you just said that I agree with, and there's other parts where I disagree. The part that the larger argument that you're making, that like not everybody needs to be armed, and like not being a gun fetishist or a Second Amendment fetishist in weird ways, I agree with you. I think that's very important. The portion where I somewhat disagree is I do think that training is somewhat important. Whether that's arms training, especially in the context, and I also agree that community self-defense is the most critical. That's the thing that matters the most, and that's the thing where it needs to be built everywhere.
Well, yeah. I mean, to me, that
But,
kind of just like goes into the community defense aspect of what I was talking about earlier. Like that, that's kind of a baked-in assumption on my part.
It's important, and there are plenty of examples, like you said, where we agree. There are lots of examples of really effective versions of unarmed, unquote, community self-defense. Like the one that comes to mind is the example that Anarch used, that Daniel used, and again, Constructing Revolution, talking about in the militia section, talking about bike brigades. I have been New York City, Chicago, Colorado. I've been in a lot of different cities and Seattle, a bunch of different cities and a bunch of different contexts in public demonstrations. And bike brigades are super, super effective. They're very helpful at keeping crowds safe, totally unarmed, but it does require at least a little bit of training, some physical fitness, and organizational coordination, right? All of that's training, quote unquote.
Yeah, that's why I kind of lump that in with organization, right? Like,
Right.
yes, yeah, yeah, I 100% will. If you do anything, you are going to have to train, and I would say you're going to have to train quite vigorously, because not only are we going to have to build our capacities to respond in some way towards fascist violence, we're going to have to do it more quickly than them, because they've been training for these moments for decades. They've been like all the way back to the John Birch Society, like all the way back in the 1960s. There would be people with literal military equipment in these paramilitary groups that have.
We're getting interference on your side, Sam.
Sorry.
It's all right.
No, it's okay. But yeah, I would say me talking about like organization, like that does not. I would say that yeah, I would agree that training is a part of that 100%. It's required in my opinion, especially if you get firearms. You have to have that on that personal and community training level, to where like you don't just get a gun and try and like conceal carry with it or carry with it or whatever. You have to, and at least for me personally, like even though I probably could with the level of proficiency I have, like conceal carry regularly, I just don't, because for me that sort of thing has to have a level of mastery to it. And
I agree with you. I do want to say, you're just to your point, just a very quick direct response, and I'll let you continue. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I did want to bring up, and I had forgot to mention this earlier, that as far as like the question about quote unquote, or the statement earlier in your original response about the quote unquote tactical, looking armed folks that show up. In the defense of folks like John Brown gun clubs, for instance, the kind of direct action in places where, like, you can't pull that off legally in a place like New York.
Right.
Like,
it was in Texas, so they could do that, right? And even then,
and that's in a produced material, like that's an effective direct action, right? That's
right. Oh, it can be, and I would say personally, especially whenever it comes to defending marginalized communities, like like I think I remember talking to Daniel about this one time. But like basically, I do remember I actually I'm trying to formulate my thoughts on that. Like, yeah, I would just say that I would be very, very careful, and I'm sure they understand the significance of what they're doing. So I'm not going to like moralize it to them as if I know better, because I probably don't. But if anybody else is going to thinking about like doing something like the M. Fort John Brown Gun Club did with the homeless and with the drag thing that got national attention, you have to be very fucking careful with that. And like we're seeing now, and obviously, I would say the emphasis should not be, and that's just something I'll repeat, like, should not be on the firearms or the equipment, because it should be on the group of people that you have it and how dedicated you are towards that defense and what you're willing to do to make that defense happen. Because a group of 5 people with somewhat good training and a mediocre body armor with standing around an entrance, they might deter in some way. But if something were to actually happen, that how are they even going to use their rifles, right? Like what good would that even do in a lot of circumstances? If, let's say, a fist fight were to happen, a gun might actually, in some ways, depending on how it's done or what happens, might escalate the situation. So it really does, it really does depend, like you were saying, on the context, because illegally in St. Louis, something like that could happen. But am I going to do that? Or should I tell other people in like my local area to do that, considering the context of like St. Louis? No, I'm not going to tell people to do that, because there's especially in major metropolitan areas,
here's what I would say.
Yeah.
Here's what I would say. And this is more or less on a personal level. This is more or less my approach, just because I'm becoming an old man now anyway. But this is my approach to most social movements, peaceful protests or otherwise, armed or not. And we don't really get the armed type in New York just because it's New York. We have very strict laws.
Right.
But my general approach is to my wife's a lawyer, so she acts as a legal observer, and I'm a certified EMT, state certified EMT. So I just show up with my medic gear. I stand up. Whatever. As a quote unquote as an anarchist, you're much better off going to a Stop the Bleed course and learning how to do actual medical trauma work, considering what's coming, than you are going out to Walmart and buying your shitty AR-15 knockoff or whatever the fuck it is. If you're the kind of person that maybe already has training or has got the time and is in a place where it's legal and you've got some buddies around or whatever the fuck, and you've got the time to train or you grew up in that environment, that's a different calculus altogether. But as you were saying, and to your point, which I very much agree with, that any kind of person who is even remotely contemplating, I am not encouraging this, but in a hypothetical, anybody who is contemplating any kind of action like what the folks in Texas have done, you've got to be, if you're gonna show up like that, you better be well organized, working as a coherent team. Everybody knows each other really well, and you've all trained to the point where spot on target and decent with your load time and so on and so forth. Your discipline is there. A whole bunch of stuff. But
right,
you better be well trained. If you're gonna attempt something.
Yeah, and that's why even for something as benign, I'm not gonna go around even as something as But
honestly, most people's time is way better spent learning basic medic skills, honestly.
Right. Yeah. I actually recently there's actually a local nonprofit called The T, who does monthly free stop the bleed courses, and they even give you some medical supplies and like that they actually teach you with, and it's been really helpful, and that's something that we've been getting everybody involved with first before anybody even touches a firearm, and it's been really, really good. So at least within the groups that I've been a part of, like, yeah.
So I was gonna nuance. I was gonna be the what?
I'm disappointed still that you missed DPG, Daniel, because like some of the conversations and like one of the things that I dream about, and I think would be super fucking amazingly effective to the point where I think the system would shit its pants if it actually grew like the kind of wildfire I think it has the potential to, like the ability to directly, radically decommodify huge portions of basic medical care and emergency medicine through basically anarchist medical collectives, as long as you've got like 2 or 3 people that are, if you got one doctor that's willing to give you a couple of hours a week to act as medical control, properly qualified in your state, 2 EMTs, which is very easy certifications to get in most places. You can self-organize and then ensure that your supplies are stocked properly, however that happens, and then just start doing literal fucking door-to-door calls in underserved neighborhoods. You're literally, I couldn't possibly think of a more like direct fuck you to American capitalism, directly decommodifying, and at the same time building trust in community. Like you're literally organizing based upon the concept of giving people life.
You know, that's very doable. I think when I first hear that, because I actually agree with you, I think that's a great idea. But my first concern right off the bat is medical liability. And I wonder how you do that in a way which is safe, because you know,
it's slightly different, but as long as you're properly certified, each certified practitioner carries their own liability as part of their certification in most places. So like as an EMT, state certified EMT in New York, I have things that I am obligated to do by holding that certification, as well as things that I am not obligated to do, as well as things I'm allowed to do, and a lot of things I'm not allowed to do, and then a whole gray area of things that I'm allowed to do as long as I have medical control, which means I have a properly certified ER doctor literally on the phone with me, just being like, yep, do that thing.
Yeah. Well, that's good to hear that there are, like, at least within the current context, ways in which people who have those certifications are able to have that responsibility for through that actual like certification itself. Like it's baked into that process.
So then that means that your organization would not necessarily be legally liable.
The biggest hurdle is to getting the 3 people or whatever, you know, the 1 paramedic, the 1 EMT, and the 1 doctor. You know, that's the biggest organizational hurdle on it, right off the bat. And then everything else is just, you know, basic shit that we, you know, every fucking anarchist does anyway, whether it's, you know, printing shit or whether it's, you know,
I like how it was the first thing you said. What do anarchists do? A list of things. First on the list, print shit.
It's print shit, know how to organize people's rides, which is what you're doing in you know, back and forth to the hospital for the EMTs that are going door to door. Make sure you have radio communications. Make sure that you've got social media presence. Then make sure that you have fully stocked medical supplies, however that needs to happen, whatever truck that's got to fall off of. You know. There's a lot of ways for that to happen, especially if you've got a couple of actual like professionals as part of the organization. But that's the biggest initial hurdle.
Yeah.
100. I would definitely agree with that. Yeah, it's actually getting those people with that kind of knowledge, which takes years, depending on like which certification you get.
Usually paramedics, usually in New York at least, paramedics, it takes about 2 years. Most
Doctors, it's like 4 years.
Doctors, it's like 6 total plus residency of a year, so it's like 7. PAs, it's like 2 years because it's like master's level, plus like residency of like a year. It's like 3.
Damn.
We actually have people that could do some nursing and a little bit of practice, but I don't think we have anybody who's an EMT. That's the thing.
A nurse, anybody that's a higher certification, like EMTs are like the lowest certification, right? So like a nurse can do everything that an EMT can do, and right, a paramedic can do more than an EMT. A nurse can do more than a paramedic. A PA can do more than a nurse. There are different levels of nurses, and then doctors, so on and so forth. So. It is a meritocratic, quote unquote, certification hierarchy. In that sense.
Oh, I see what you're
got
saying.
A couple of nurses that are willing to do this, then you're way ahead of the game, right?
Okay, well, we actually have a pretty unique standing in that we actually have numerous people that we know who are in medical industry or adjacent somehow. So that's actually a pretty cool recommendation here on Anarch Livestream. Come back for more, folks. No, I'm just kidding. But like, yeah, it's a good idea. It really is. I think our only limitation here is capacity. We have the know-how. We just maybe don't have the capacity. We're trying to make sure we don't put new stuff on our plates right now because we feel like we've actually got everybody pretty much like at their comfort level. So
the nice thing about the concept is that it can it works as an experiment and can also be like scaled, however small, infrequent, or large and frequent as participation like dictates. Like you can do it for a couple of hours once a month or once every. No,
it's a great idea. I've been trying to learn from the breakfast programs lately, and also there's a commonality in a bunch of different methods that have worked, and this commonality is not shocking. Of course, it should be obvious upon a moment's inspection, and that is, if you want people to really care about your projects, the projects need to provide something to them. They need to actually materially improve their lives. I know, shocker, truly a shocker, mind-blowing. But that's what unions did. That's what the breakfast programs did. These were material improvements in people's lives. This was not just belonging and ideology.
Teamsters used to have their own medical clinic back in the day. Like it was a big like unions were the ones who were actually giving people not just
salesman here. I got an idea for you. You ever heard of it? It's called free medicine.
What? What? Whoa! Where'd you just come up with that?
All on his own, completely just out of his brain space. He's got it. Free medicine. Let's do it. Huddle up, break. Let's go.
There it is. I'll talk to y'all later. But no, it's an interesting idea, and it's possible that you could do a cooperative, or you just provide them at cost or just enough to pay people essentially, or to continue expanding the operation, kind of thing. And I think that could be highly valuable.
Yeah. Really quickly, I am probably going to head out just because I need to be able to wind down a bit from the day. And but I appreciate you guys having me on. And Sam, I hope I wasn't too argumentative, if at all.
No, it's been my pleasure. It's been fun. It's been
Cool. Well, I was glad to have you on, Elisha, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, like I said, you can just call me Elliot. It's okay.
Okay.
But I will talk to you later. And really quickly, anybody who somehow doesn't know through Daniel, my work, go check out Queers with Guns. Go check out Queer Social Anarchism. If you haven't read them already or haven't gotten to them yet, then please do read them. They're pretty short reads.
I just linked your anarchist library in the chat.
Yeah, and also you can find me on Twitter at Elisha1542 if you just want to get in contact with me more personally, especially if it's around questions of like the work that I write. I'm always down to talk about that. And I appreciate you all, and I love you so much. And I will see you guys later.
Have a good night. See ya.
All right, bye.
All right.
Yeah, I'm like the opposite of that. Don't contact me.
All right. I hear you. Okay. Understood. Yeah.
You know me, I'm a curmudgeon.
All right. You signing off too?
I'm around. I don't know what you're up to.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. I'll probably go after both of you leave. You know, I have plenty of energy right now.
I'm around. My wife's asleep, and it's either stay on the phone and smoke cigarettes outside, or go upstairs and sit by myself while my wife is asleep.
Don't make it sound so sad. Jeez.
This is married life, dude. This is what it's like. I'm 35. I'm not sad. I'm a happy man. She's the greatest woman I ever met. Best decision I ever made. But, you know,
Gotcha.
this is the monotony of daily married life.
Okay. Gotcha. Understood. So yeah, we still have like 20 people, you know, I think most I've hit so far on this stream was like 25 or something. I don't even remember what the norm is. So I don't even know if this is high or if this is low. What?
25 people total?
Maybe not total, 25 concurrent.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kind of low.
I think, is it? I don't know. I think it is.
Yeah, I think we're being throttled, buddy.
Oh no! Yeah, they finally figured me out. I mean, I didn't promote it very well.
Right lists on Twitter already. They're circulating.
Oh yeah, they're trying to get me. I guess I liked that. That was good. That really gave me. That made me. That gave me my anarchist cred right there. They put me on. The fascists put me on their list. I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
What more can you want? No, I actually, it is kind of hilarious though. I saw I was on the list and I was like, yeah, nice. I'm doing something right. For context, anybody that's watching, there is a list, a personal list that's going around that was being distributed by like fascists. That was essentially a big list of people that they were trying to do mass report campaigns on. And it was a really big list, but the list included my name. It included Cooperation Tulsa. It included Scissortail. It included a bunch of names that you would be totally familiar with as well. But the list was huge. It had a bunch of names. It was like 500 names or something like that. Anarchists and the FBI both labeled as Antifa. That is sort of, is that true? Is it FBI on the list? Not 500, 5,000. Oh yeah, it includes Britney Spears and the CIA. Ooh, I bet they're going to get the CIA. Yeah, no, I heard they're going to get them. They're going to get them. But I saw somebody comment on it saying that the only reason they're doing this with all of these accounts is because they know that the moderation team just had so many people fired that there's probably no way they're going to get through all of the appeals and everything.
I wonder. I'm curious, right? Because like Elon just announced that like he announced like a general amnesty for permanently suspended accounts or whatever, which I haven't even tried out my old account because, you know, I was suspended like 2 years ago because I told Nathan Robinson that I hope he chokes on a pretzel.
I mean, that's not funny. I would never endorse something like that on my live stream. Thank you very much, YouTube.
I mean, I thought it was at least clever because,
Yeah.
you know, the George Bush reference, but whatever.
You're back. You can start harassing
Maybe
Nathan
stop.
Robson.
I'm curious as to whether or not I can go back to wreaking havoc.
Perhaps. Sounds like it's time for you to find out.
It's probably not, actually. It was like getting off of social media entirely. Actually, I gotta stay outside. Like getting off of social media entirely was actually one of the most personally, mental health beneficial things I've done in a long time. Like,
Oh, I bet.
It's been a cesspool for a long time.
I can only imagine. In fact, it's hilarious. You know, this isn't even like a debate. You just ask anybody who's not on social media for a little while whether they feel better mentally, and it's like 99% of people are just going to say yes.
I don't have an Instagram, I don't have a Facebook, I don't have a Twitter account. I feel great.
That sounds reasonable.
Like the social media interaction that I get is limited to sometimes I have a little too much to drink and I'll hop into YouTube comments for shits and giggles. I'm also a big fan of Commenta Kid, so you know.
Yeah, we should get him to come on here.
That's a boy's dick.
Anyway,
yes. But like beyond that, it's like a couple of Discord channels, which is 90% of that is connected to like direct things I'm involved in organizing wise or like just keeping up on. So that's it. And it's way better.
Probably, I imagine it is. Every time I take a step away from social media, it's better for my mental health. Hands down. No doubt. But I do it anyway, you know, just turns out it's an addiction at this point.
Definitely was an addiction for me as well. I mean, it's also a little bit different for you because like your whole, like this whole project that you're doing here, building this channel.
Yeah.
It's kind of a necessity.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly right. Pretty much don't have another option. It's all mixed up together.
You know, so I don't envy you in that way.
It is a truly tortured position. What can I say? I do like discourse and debate and to some degree I even like arguing with people, but
I'm well aware that you like arguing with people, dude. It's like half the basis of our friendship.
Accurate.
Yeah.
But no, I do.
We meet each other in the middle of a general assembly.
Yes. But nonetheless, it is just ridiculously toxic. And one of the things that's sort of shocking with how Twitter, with I don't know, maybe more broadly with like leftist communities, is like we're all like revolutionaries because we love humanity and the potential within humanity. Yet on social media, it seems like leftists all despise each other and want to hurt each other constantly. It's like they just are all arguing with each other. There's almost no wholesomeness, you know, like it's like, where is this radical love of humanity? It seems sometimes like it is completely absent within left echo chambers themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have a couple of thoughts here, and some cynicism is going to come out of me at the moment, so apologies on the front end on that one, but there is the reality that a lot of folks, I don't know what the exact percentage is. I think the cynical part of me wants to say it's more than the majority. I think if I'm being generous, I would say it's like 60-40. In the opposite direction, but the amount of people that are not only dishonest outwardly, but like aren't really being honest with themselves, in the sense that like the revolutionary identity, if you will, is aesthetic. It's not, you know, which is why you see that divide in the interpersonal versus like the online, because there is where you see the difference between the socially acceptable in the different realms, and how much the preservation of either a moral high ground or the idea of being correct is, and the identity that individual wraps up in those ideas is actually what's more important.
Yeah.
And I think that it kind of reveals a sense of fatalism in some sense. I think that kind of inadvertently, that reality kind of reveals a subtle fatalism.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I mean, I was literally just talking about this on Twitter and people got upset with me.
Oh, really? I didn't even know.
It was not worded in precisely this way. It was a thread about lifestyleism more broadly, but it's really getting at the same principle you're discussing, which is that it really is an aesthetic of radicalism for a lot of people. And I understand often it starts that way. So I get it. I understand that it often starts with the professing of radical things well before you ever do radical things or commit yourself to actually being revolutionary in that sense. But
I think that there is a fundamental difference sometimes in motivations, regardless of experience level. If somebody is truly motivated by like a sense of more like indignation at injustice and alleviating or improving whatever that is to them, that is somebody who is going to fundamentally, I think, learn different lessons as opposed to somebody who, again, regardless of their experience level, is more driven by a sense of feeling morally correct or superior, or sense of like self-affirming, like identity, self-affirmation.
Agreed.
As the primary motivating factor, whether or not they admit that to themselves or not, right?
Agreed. Yes. It's like they think having correct ideas means that like all at once things will transform as soon as we have correct ideas. They have like we all just need to agree with them and then everything would just immediately be different. It's like I try not to give in to the old debate, but this is literally what they were talking about, critiquing certain anarchists as being idealist, right? The idea, or even utopian in Engels' conception, just insofar as that, we just need to change people's ideas, the mass of people's ideas. And it's like, no, people have to act, right? It doesn't matter if people think any given thing insofar as they don't act on it and change the world by force, by making the world change.
I mean, also, like, there's also just like a secondary order, or like a begging the question kind of, like, even if you suppose, which I don't agree with, but even you just take the premise at face value, people just need to change the way they think and they need to have the right ideas. Well, okay, but like, how do people do that? Like, what is the actual psychological and sociological realities of why people change their opinions or their outlooks or their lifestyles or whatever the fuck on that spectrum looks like? And study after study after study, not ideologically whatsoever, will demonstrate basic common sense, which is like, put up or shut up, show me, and then I would become interested. Like the part of the conversation that matters is like, oh, you did that thing, how cool, how did you do that?
it's not like, oh, I'm here in this leftist circle, I'm an anarchist, take me seriously. It was two very different approaches.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is so a lot of what I'm trying to do is encourage people to act. I'm trying to give them the framework to understand the world around them so that they can then act. I think that's a big motivation for me. Yeah, and just so y'all know, that's what I'm hoping for out of you. I mean, that's just, you keep that in mind, old Grandpa Anarch. That's what he wants you to do. Act. Just do a revolution. Oh, oops, that might have been too overt. Let's hope YouTube doesn't censor that. Just one might say that I am suggesting that I want you to do a revolution. So
I think we should just call it a dance party.
There we go.
Everybody should do a dance party.
Yes. Come to the dance party.
Everybody come to the dance party, man.
I like it. Yeah, we just go crypto.
Well, I mean, it's not that far off if you can't dance.
It's like the Emma Goldman quote. It's perfect. Maybe you've nailed it right there. Maybe that meme should begin.
We all go to the dance party.
The Anarch told me to do a revolution in Minecraft. Yes, indeed.
He's talking about a rave. What are you talking about?
Yes, indeed. As somebody said, the Lorenzo Camboa Irvin fundraiser was pretty wholesome. True. That was pretty fucking wholesome. Yeah, no, I mean, one thing I will say is that the community still comes through for each other in mutual aid to a significant degree, which is very heartening. It just seems like people are constantly wanting to tear each other apart for really minor infractions. But it's unfortunate. I'm going to try to be more wholesome myself. So Anarch wholesome arc incoming. Just hold me to account for that one. We'll see how that goes. We shall find out. But no, in a more general sense, I'm trying to take a more constructive rather than deconstructive tone these days. I think the channel does so pretty good. My Twitter account, maybe not as much. I have not watched Andor, no, but it looks good. It's by the same person who did Rogue One, right?
I've seen it. I've seen all of Andor. It's actually very good.
Is it done by the same guy who did Rogue One?
Yeah, I think so. Tony Gilroy, I think so, right? It's the least like anything else that they've put out recently. It's quote unquote the most adult. It does a pretty decent job. It tells a very good story. Cinematography is well done. The story, like a lot of Star Wars fans or whatever complained because they thought the story was slow. So it does take a little bit to get into, but it's basically like a spy story in space.
Nice.
And it's fun. And it's actually pretty well done. And one of the things that I like about it is it doesn't shy away, unlike other Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, is it doesn't like shy away from pulling the trigger, so to speak, actually quite literally.
Gotcha. Well, that's cool. I loved Rogue One. I thought it was like the best Star Wars movie. Maybe only competitor.
Anything in the modern era, so to speak. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think it even competes with like the original trilogy, like it was very mature. It was very kind of like restrained.
Old millennials, because there's like a whole cadre of like young millennials to like older Gen Z or whatever that are super attached to the prequels. But like, anyway.
That one puzzles me.
I think I agree with you that Rogue One is probably the best thing that's come out since the original trilogy.
Yeah. No, I really enjoyed it. It didn't feel like I liked that it didn't feel attached to having some kind of cheesy ending or where the good guys always win, and it's like, well, it kind of, I mean,
right, exactly, right,
kind of, struggles there, but
Guerrero comes back. He has some pretty epic scenes. It's really well done, and I appreciate the fact that they actually directly depict him as an anarchist guerrilla. And it's not done in like a cheesy or mocking way. it's done very subtly. And you get some really good like screen time acting shot. It's Forrest Whitaker, so it's like fucking legendary actor.
Hell yeah. Somebody commented, deconstruction as a political project oftentimes has an underlying and unspoken teleological view of history. I think that's
Repeat it.
deconstruction as a political project oftentimes has an underlying and unspoken teleological view of history.
Yeah, I would also say I don't necessarily disagree with that statement. I would also say though that like almost every conception of historiography is ultimately teleological on the approach and the author. Even ones that explicitly claim not to be.
Yeah, I mean, everybody believes that there are themes in history. Even people who are trying to deconstruct the idea of the theming of history end up then creating new themes for history, which they are imposing, because there's no way to not apply a narrative to history would essentially be equivalent to saying, do not derive any lessons, do not relate this to other things, do not attempt to find the meaning of given events, do not try to find their purpose and function. You know, like, nobody can do that because that's not real. In real life, we derive lessons, we derive meaning, we relate things to other things in order to understand them. And in doing so, everybody's going to develop some narrative of history. And for people who are have very deconstructive mentalities, they often, their narrative of history is a narrative about a continuous change and you know, absolute flexibility and abolition of boundaries, and how boundaries form the content of eras and so on. And yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. But I've said that before, kind of like when somebody actually argues for epistemological nihilism, and I'm like, that sounds like a truth claim, my friend. Sorry, I'll stop. What's that?
It is.
Right, I know. That's what I always say. Like, that's a truth claim.
Claiming a negation is still making a claim.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, Rogue One is a Halo Reach ripoff. Is that bait? Is that comment bait right there?
I think it is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that whole thing got canceled. Yeah, that's big.
Yes.
No more fucking corporate Disney talk.
No more corporate. Okay. Well, they're buying more and more. Soon there will,
and it's soon to be dead, old man.
Soon there will be no non Disney talk. Disney will own all culture.
Oh Jesus! I almost already do.
It's kind of what I'm emphasizing here. Yeah. Yes, indeed. So, you know, it's 5 hours, and it seems like I should be wanting to end, but honestly, I'd feel fine. I'm still going. No issues here. What's that? We only have 22.
Oh, I still have 22 people. We have questions? So like, who the fuck's around?
Yeah, who are you people? Why are you still here?
Like the analysts assigned to us.
Yes, these are our FBI surveillance. This is all 23 of the people that are assigned to us. They're just sitting in stream watching us right now.
I'm not that hard to find, guys. Like,
that's true.
You could just fucking call me.
Yeah, I mean, damn.
I don't know if I'll talk.
Somebody said, love from FTP Mutual Aid in DC. Nice.
Oh, they're nice. Very cool.
Nice.
IDC.
Let's see here. I'm bored at work with literally no work to do. That makes sense. That's the only rational reason anybody would still be here right now, you know?
Well, I consider that praxis. So cheers to you, friend. Waste their time. Take that money. You deserve it.
Okay, somebody gave this one. This one's juicy. I see seizing private property for public use as being a necessary part of freeing the people from domination. How can we prefigure social institutions so that we don't end up in police battles? Well, I think those are kind of like two different questions. They may have like some relations to one another, but it should be said like the seizing private property for public use. I mean, it kind of like I mean, ultimately, I agree with you, but I'm asking what is your usage of seizing here? Do you just mean,
I think they just mean like in the general sense, because there could be a few different like examples.
right? They don't necessarily mean violent seizure. They just mean like making private property into.
I think like CNT taking over the factories at the beginning of the Civil War or whatever. That's a seizure of private property for public use, right? So, but also as far as like land seizure, beyond just the idea of like factory takeover or something, there's been some really interesting kind of lesser sung, not super well known or super well remembered moments, especially back in the 70s or so, where particularly indigenous groups in different areas, whether it was AIM with the Alcatraz takeover, occupation, physical, armed. Alcatraz was not privately owned, it was technically publicly state-owned land, but also it's anyway, part of indigenous territory rights. But also you think about like what's called in New York State. I encourage people to go look at this up and try to learn its history. It's not super well known. You won't find too many sources on it without like trying to do a deep dive. But something called the Moss Lake Uprising in upstate New York back in 1974 or something like that. It actually went on for like 2 years. 2 to 3 years, and was under the governorship of during the time of Huey Grant, the same guy that actually gave Morgan Sostra his amnesty out of state prison. But anyway, that's deep cut anarchist history, black anarchist history for people who don't know. But anyway, under the same governorship during the same period of time, the Mohawk tribe, which is part of the original Iroquois Federation of Nations, and the Haudenosaunee peoples, which is native to not just upstate New York, but also parts of now like Quebec and Ontario and southern Canada, and a huge portion of the currently existing nation's population like lives in reservation systems in Quebec and Canada. And in the 70s, a whole bunch of families, because of like poor conditions in the reservation system, along with participated amongst, intermingled with, as a part of, hard to differentiate between the two, what is known as the Mohawk Warrior Society, actually took over a privately owned camp that technically was on state park land, which that might sound weird, but you got to understand how like the Adirondack State Park works in New York. But anyway, portions of it are technically within the state park, but they're open to be able to be bought and sold or leased out or whatever the fuck. So you end up with like resorts and like camps and shit in the area, like Boy Scout camps or whatever. So this was like one of those camps, and they moved in like entire families, like a whole community off of the like shitty conditions and the reservations into this camp and like set up basically fucking life and just armed security in the Adirondacks, and like to the point where They set up road blockades and like lit fucking stacks of tires on fire and had snipers up, and there were like standoffs for like 2 years with the state police. Local community from all around the Northeast, like various different elements of left and radical groups and indigenous groups and even liberal sympathizers showed up to offer support in various ways over time. And eventually, after a couple of years of struggle, although there weren't any real serious, there were some exchanges of gunfire at times, but there weren't any like serious mass casualties. Because they weren't trying to necessarily be confrontational. They just didn't want to be kicked off their where they were. And the demands were that they wanted the state to give them a portion of the Mohawk tribe's original land back from the state of New York, accusing the state of very real and true treaty violations from fucking 1700s, late, mid, early 1800s, late 1700s, something like that. And after that 2 years of armed struggle, the fucking Huey Grant, under, no joke, under then Secretary of State, young up-and-coming politician, son of future Governor Andrew Cuomo, son of future Governor Mario Cuomo, who would then, Andrew obviously goes on to be Andy in the 2000s, but this is all the way back in the 70s when he was like a fresh kid. He actually negotiates after like legal battles. The state ends up giving the tribe like 600 acres of state land in upstate New York, and a slightly different portion of the Adirondack State Park, which is still a part of the tribe's original territory, so that they can live and build their own community in like traditional ways. It is called Genienke, and it exists and is a thriving community to this day. And it's kind of in this weird gray area legally, where they're not governed by the state or federal government, and they don't pay taxes, and they're basically just left alone. And they like have a bingo hall and like a golf course and like a bunch of like small businesses or whatever. It's a small community, but they all live traditionally, and it fucking worked. So like, as far as like land seizure is concerned, or like the seizure, in the long run, but you also, like, that's nothing that you can do overnight. Like, you don't think that you're going to go up against militarized police in the US with like your 15 buddies in your Amazon warehouse by taking it over. Like, you're not. Like, that's not a thing that's like that's going to last. Like, you need mass organization for that.
Yeah, I think that seizure could be thought of in a variety of different ways, and like what is meant by seizure. I guess there's sort of like an organic seizure that takes place as you take property out of private hands or capitalist hands, and then you put that property in communal hands, or like, for absorb it into a horizontal power structure. That could be considered seizure. And if that's what you mean, then obviously, yes, absolutely. We're definitely not just going to like do a revolution with the assets we currently have. But ending up that, you saying ending up in police battles, Sam really spoke to that very directly there. And it should be said that it's sort of like a big game of, where you're asking how much do they want what I am taking. So like, with the Zapatistas, for example, the Zapatistas, or rather Easy Outland, goes out to the Wakandan jungle, talks to the indigenous people there. The indigenous people decide they're going to stop following the orders of the state and private corporations and so on, and they're going to develop autonomy. And, you know, that land itself wasn't, they are the ones that tend that land, right? And a lot of that land was not like land that that they like quote unquote wanted. They just wanted the fruits of the labor of the Zapatistas. And so there are portions, they put up a huge, or at first they didn't put up a fight. Then they escalated the legal battle, and then they put up a militant fight. The state tried to crush them along with the United States. Then they stopped for years. And then when once again, they were still in the process where they needed those supply chains, and pressure was re-exerted again on the Zapatistas, and they failed. But like, take, for example, if you go just like occupy some space that nobody is currently using, or that nobody is currently utilizing, I should say, you're probably less likely to get pushback or end up in police battles. If what you mean is like literally going, like, I think when you said right off the bat, like the CNTFAI seizing factories and stuff, I think that might've been what they were saying. I think that kind of seizure, that takes place right before rupture takes place. During rupture.
We need mass organization for that.
Yes.
Like that doesn't, you don't, like, there were a couple of, it's funny that you talk about, like, you have your weird social media Twitter fights with like self-described egoists or individualists or whatever. And whatever, I don't give a shit. But like, it's funny because some of that stuff does like sometimes like pop up in real life. Like a perfect example, and you can like Google this, is you can like Google Albany, New York, like anarchist, and like an article from like 2016 or 2015, some shit like that will pop up with like this random squat in this like condemned apartment or whatever, put up by like two anarchists, pop up, and it like fails miserably, and it like makes the local paper headlines, like big splash about like, look at these two fucking idiots or whatever. Like, there is serious thing. I don't want to deter anybody from direct action, but like, don't be naive about what your project is. If you're gonna take over a building, even if it's like an abandoned one or whatever, like, understand what you're gonna run up against. Even people who own literally an organization, nonprofit, that owned its own buildings in Philadelphia got firebombed by the fucking police department. So like, don't underestimate where you live. We're in the center of the empire.
Yeah, like I'm definitely not. I would like echoing what you said about, I don't want to discourage anybody from direct action. So like, if you're gonna do what you're gonna do, you know, that's, you know, good on you. But do once again be realistic about what you're going to do. If you're going to take a place that's highly contested, you are going to end up in police battles. Like, you know, that's the thing about it. And squatting is like no joke. If you want to squat a large area, you know, you look at like Exarchia in Greece, they had to do that with firearms and like big protest battles, and like
to this day, they have to defend it to this day.
They still defend it. Yeah, it's not.
It requires like they have an entire section of an entire mass city, but it requires mass organization.
Yes, they have to constantly come back to the fore and protect it. And so, yeah, you have to be realistic about what you're going to do ahead of time. You know, one thing that Occupy did was it really put itself mostly, or in like primary opposition to the state by mostly claiming public areas, right?
Yep.
Mostly areas that the state owned. And so it didn't mean that the state couldn't kick them out. The state had a bunch of legal pathways to get the occupiers out of those parks, but it meant that their primary opponent was the state. If you put yourself in opposition to corporations, you're probably going to end up just having both fighting against you. That's going to make things more difficult. Not to say don't do it. Once again, just saying be realistic about what's going to happen, the struggles. You're not only going to be facing the police, you're going to be facing the Pinkertons.
The difference between the state and corporate, like, blowback from direct action is almost indistinguishable. Like, yeah, there are nuances, but the crossover between, domestic surveillance state and private, like the explosion of, private security agencies and corporate surveillance and all that kind of shit, like, and how much all of that world crosses over and bleeds into each other. For most people's average day-to-day fucking existence, the like nuances between those two realities in any given situation, or what's influencing what, is fucking negligible from the actual, like, receiving end.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we experienced both varieties, and it had some very key, like, there were some distinguishing factors, but they applied very similarly. And in fact, the private entity would just appeal to the police once things escalated to a particular degree, and they really kind of like cooperated with one another. But yeah, I mean, so insofar as you're talking about like out and out seizure like that, that's not going to be done in mass until right before there is like civil conflict or during civil conflict. So that's all I'm going to say about that. It's not necessarily don't do it, but be prepared. Yes.
We're not anywhere close to that, guys.
No, we need to be building the power we do have. I was trying to see if there were strategies where we could limit response by the military and police by convincing them that doing their job will only end up making things worse.
No, they don't care.
Well, they're going to be worried about losing their job. So unless we're talking about violence, which of course we just noted in the case of Exarchaea, yeah, or you're willing to just fight straight up brawls with them, just to understand that eventually they'll escalate to like the SWAT or something. And then you'll be in.
They don't care.
Yeah, there's no way to convince them. It'll just end up getting more and more violent, and then you'll have to be prepared to be more and more violent in response. And once again, there are examples of that. So it's like not like that doesn't ever happen, nor that it doesn't work. Exarchaea has been there for a long time now. But it's like, hope y'all got guns. That's, I mean, like, I don't know what else, what other way to say it. That's pretty much how it shakes down.
In every example we've talked about that's been relatively successful in maintaining autonomy, and there's a through line here, whether it's, Mohawk getting NK, Lost Lake, or whether it's the EZLN, or whether it's Exarchaea. It's the organization and the willingness to and ability to defend yourselves from the violence of the state in a serious manner.
In a serious manner, not like I really want to like go squat until they kick me out kind of thing, because then you won't have that. It won't be yours. You won't gain any autonomy. And if you wanted to do the nonviolent way, or the way that doesn't use firearms, well, let's do that, because eventually they're going to escalate to firearms. So
I mean, look at Burma, look at Myanmar, look at Thailand. Like,
yeah, we are so far past the era where the state suffers a quote unquote moral injury by harming you. They don't care. They no longer fear public blowback. Honestly, whatever amount of them that fears public blowback exists, I think that in the occasion that you were a real threat to them, it would just evaporate out of their minds. Like it would just disappear. Like I believe we are living in fascism, but lots of people don't like conceiving that fact. So we are living in an era of escalating fascism is the way it should be understood, and understand that under fascism, the full extent of violence is available to the state and they will use it. So if you want to escalate, the state's going to escalate directly in response. They're going to use brutality to do it. But we have a very clever state. So they're going to like try to crush you in a variety of ways. So if you really want to escalate the fight, you better be prepared to fight it. That's all I'm going to say.
I will just bring up one more example, right? Recent history, where it's like, as heroic as the guy was, that was the quote unquote, Portland Antifa guy.
Spronson.
Right. And then the state just, U.S. Marshals and state DHS straight up fucking murdered the guy. That's, we're already there, people. So like, this is why I say things like, and I'm not trying to deter anybody, but mass organization is the only thing that matters at that point. Once you're at that point, because none of your one heroic act is just a drop in the bucket. You're a forgotten moment amongst the sea of lone wolf shooters that are never analyzed.
Yeah.
And you're not a threat. You're just a nuisance. The mass organization part is the part that makes it possible.
That's what makes them scared.
Yeah.
That's when y'all have guns and you're just like a bunch of randos standing around in a group, but there's no organization attached to it, and there isn't organization in the sense of people making decisions together and acting on them. They're just going to see you. They'll be afraid. Don't get me wrong. They don't want to get shot, but like they're not going to be afraid enough to concede systemically to you. That's not going to make them concede systemically. They will only concede systemically if they can see that your organization has solidity and the willingness to defend its autonomy. That's the case where you might even get just concessions out of the state by having both of those qualities. So yeah, I don't know. Lily asked, are you planning on making a video about your experience in Occupy? I mean, that seems like a good anarch-abridged, right? I mean, seems like kind of obvious one to do one about.
It would be a good one, especially talking about, Daniel Lee and Stephanie Lewis and like,
oh my God, yes. But another thing is it's going to be hard to fit that all into one video. Like, I feel like I can ramble easily 30 minutes. I can ramble way longer than that.
There's so much that happened. We could go on for a long time recounting everything that went on. Yeah.
It's quite a story, honestly. It culminating in the 2012 NATO protests and everything.
Mm-hmm.
It even has a rising action and a climax in the story. Quite nice. But yeah.
To Belmont.
To Belmont. Yeah. Wow. That's as inside as the inside joke can get.
That's a deep cut.
Somebody says, that is what I was worried you were going to say, but I don't disagree. Thanks for the reply. Yeah. An architect says you should do Anarch-Abridged about the failures of Occupy to learn from. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah.
There were some successes that are some organizing lessons that were successful to learn from, but also big failures too.
General assemblies are good. General assemblies honestly work pretty well, and consensus is far more effective than people might assume. Yeah, horizontalism, it's cool. We did good public pressure campaigns.
GAs are a mixed bag, right? There were times where I saw it, because I was in Tulsa, but I also was back and forth, right? Because I had Thanksgiving at Hedges' house, remember? And I was in the city as well. There were times where bad facilitation just allowed people to steamroll it. So they have their pitfalls, especially a GA that's open air, and has been like ongoing because it's just super easy to as a if you're the cops or whatever, to take your shitty informant and just send them in to be disruptive, which is a thing that happened in New York, happened at Zuccotti. The stuff that we dealt with in Tulsa was more subtle in its sabotage.
Yeah, I think honestly at this point it would be very difficult for somebody to do that with me as facilitator or with some people I know as facilitator. I think it'd be very challenging for somebody to be a successful disruptor. Because if you're a good facilitator, that should be really hard for them. But the thing is you should also be rotating your facilitators. So then that means sometimes people are just going to be training and they're going to have to learn. And while they're learning, you might have disruptors. And then how they deal with that's going to be, one of those challenges they have to go through. But yeah, no, platform organizations, it works so much better with platform organizations where the group makes decisions together there, and then you have general assemblies as well. You just do both. That's what I think is the way to go. The mistake, here we are. See, you got me started. We got us started talking about Occupy, but what was I going to say? Oh yeah. One of the big problems was the General Assembly was also how the formal decisions for the group of organizers was going to be made. Not just that everybody who was present was going to act on this, but that the core organizers were going to organize around this agenda that was being made in the General Assembly. And hey, what's up? The General Assembly, unfortunately, had people who weren't, number one, we're not going to probably act on what was decided. Number two, we're not going to organize it a lot of the time. And number three, you would have just straight up disruptors who came in just to screw things up and just confuse people and just to try to siphon them off in one direction or another to gain power. And the thing is that all of that is instantaneously diffused if the group of organizers agreeing to a platform make decisions in a council among themselves, and they make decisions with everyone else outside of the group in general assemblies. And then that means that the general assemblies don't direct the organizers. The organizers make decisions among themselves, and they make decisions with people outside of the group in the general assemblies. And that pretty much just simultaneously diffuses all of those methods of infiltration and disruption. And now they have to get into the org, which is quite a bit harder once you've got a platform. So, yeah, that was one of the things I learned from Occupy. That's one of the reasons I'm here where I am now. Yeah. That would be a good Anarch-Abridged, but I could do way more than one Anarch-Abridged on that topic.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why, like, I kind of openly lament the serious lack of the quote-unquote specifically anarchist organization, at least on scale, in the US. You just don't have it. As much as, like, some good publications and like in years gone by have come out of the RRN, like they've got their issues and they're not a mass organization and they never will be. LSC is not, it's going through its own weird internal, but it's a shadow of its former self as far as its membership is concerned. And like, it was never, it's just it's a caucus of DSA. It's never going to be the specifically anarchist organization. So like, it's just, I don't know, it's sad / frustrating. I just lament the lack of coherence or existence as far as the quote unquote large scale or larger scale federation.
Well, I think we're a lot better off than during Occupy insofar as we're talking about the actual prevalence of militant revolutionary ideas and their actual implementation. It's just they're nowhere near where they need to be as per the stage of the struggle that we're at. That's kind of disappointing. That's the hard part. Part of the reason I commit myself so entirely to the task, you know.
Oh, 100%. It's just, it's almost like in some ways that it felt closer just because of the, like, during OWS when you're living, like, you know, almost 24/7 direct democracy, consensus, like in a group, you feel like, and you're connected to this whole thing that like is happening in 100 different cities all at the same time. And you're beginning to, you know, talk to each other and from city to city and that sort of thing. Like it felt like in that moment, it felt like we were actually closer in some ways to like,
Right.
A federated decision-making body or whatever, or a confederated decision-making body or whatever. But
yeah, it's interesting because there were aspects of it where there were some components of it that were closer, but there were very important components that were nowhere near where they needed to be.
oh yeah, no, for sure. Like in other ways, we're light years ahead of where we were.
Right, exactly. Right, we're far more
in some
advanced.
ways, we're also as far, if not further, organizationally.
Yeah, I think where we are is we are more sophisticated in an organizational sense and our skill as organizers, but we are very far behind Occupy insofar as developing a sort of mass appeal where the method itself, the praxis itself, is developing a movement of action. I think that's what we're not doing that Occupy did extremely well. And I think part of the reason why it did really good at that was that General Assembly model that made it feel open to the public, and in combination with occupation. I think occupation was a big part of it. I think that developing place is very, very important. And I think that we need to understand the importance of place in our organizing and creating spaces that feel that that we occupy them, that they are places for us to cultivate militant radicalism and so on. I think that was one of the strengths of Occupy. The fact that there was just a spot. You just go to the spot and people were camping out in tents ready to tell you about radical stuff, man, any time of the day. I think that was a big part of it.
Feed you and shit too.
Yeah, exactly. And there'll be food there, and there'll be heaters, and everybody will be like, there'll be like events and people will be doing stuff. And I think that was a big part of it. It really joined living with praxis.
It was I'm like, I remember some of the most beautiful moments of it in some ways were, almost kind of early on when like it was very obvious that the space had actually become like a literal safe space for some folks. Like we had a couple of different people that worked like evening night shift or whatever, and get off at like 1 or 2 in the morning from service work, and we'd get off from work and they'd drive their car over to the park, and they would just like camp out in the back of their car or whatever, in and around everybody else, get some food, hang out, chit chat, whatever. And come to find out, like, person's in a, domestic violence abuse situation, ends up getting protective order or whatever. So, like, there's huge benefit. And it's one of the reasons why it scared the state so much, is because of how rapidly recognizable the benefit, the material benefit was to people, which is why it got repressed so hard and so coordinated.
It sure did. Yeah, that was one of the things, like, also learning what it looked like to experience state suppression in a variety of ways. Not only the overt suppression of protest violence and police brutality, but also the covert suppression. That was definitely something to witness and to understand in first person. Yeah. But I don't know how we create that
for
since
fresh-faced young self understood radicals. It was definitely a education by fire in many ways.
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't have had it any other way. I'm glad that that's how I was educated, and not like protest, some sort of one or another of just protest cycles. I think that it was good that it was Occupy. But yeah. You're saying, wait, so you're saying where the state had less control, things were actually safer? Yeah, that's absolutely the case. If you talk to people in Occupy in New York City, they'll definitely have more mixed opinions on how safe that the space was.
Same thing as in Seattle.
Yes.
Like for us in Tulsa, we had a smaller occupation just by sheer number, but we also had a for better or worse, I don't know how people feel about what I'm about to say, but here's some deep lore for you. In Tulsa, at least, we had a couple of military veterans that volunteered to keep watch of the camp on night shift, along with myself, which is something that I did for a long time. So, like, we had a pretty, and the crowd that we have, even when it ballooned to like 150 or so, we had a couple of small, like, personal use incidents that we just didn't want necessarily on camera or in public or whatever, and away from kiddos. But beyond that, like, the site was actually pretty safe, and that's largely because we had, self-organized a bunch of combat veterans that were quite scary and not unwilling to be physical.
Yeah, that was a boon. I'll answer that question here in just a second. So what's your take on Chop Chaz in Seattle 2 years ago? So one of the biggest threads I ever did was on that topic. Me and Sam, the man here on the stream with me, we drove up to Seattle to see Chop Chaz, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. The autonomous zone. And, the thread I made was a mixture of me praising certain things that were done and having pretty stern criticisms about other things that were done. I think that I pretty well had like an even mixture of being very inspired by some of the stuff that they had done and really thinking they'd made some dire mistakes, and those dire mistakes becoming quite a bit worse, in fact, both during the short period of time that I was there and right after I left. My overall take is this. The tactic of using militant protests to seize an autonomous region of the city, possibly thumbs up. However, contextual. Doing that in a place that you are bound to lose afterwards, that you are not going to be committed to hold militantly, may not be worth it. Number one. Number two, any autonomous region that you claim can't just be something you just throw together and just like, cool, everybody just do it on the spot sort of thing. It needs to be organized. There needs to be methods for making decisions. People need to be delegated to tasks and able to be revoked, therefore held accountable when they do or do not do those tasks. And unfortunately, I got to say, this is not just navel gazing. This is not just my ideological commitments coming out. There ended up being the murder of an innocent person by the self-appointed defense of that autonomous zone. And there was no clear answer as to who those people were that had put themselves on self-defense. There was no checking to make sure that those people should have been in that position. And it turns out they should not have been. And there was no point at which they were delegated to do that. So it's not like everybody gave them consent to defend them with armed violence. that, and it should be noted, they didn't defend them. They ended up killing someone who was innocent. So it was irresponsible not to have strong organization, horizontal organization, means to make decisions, delegation and revocation. That not having that in place, I think, was irresponsible. I think that it meant that the gains of having that autonomous zone were a lot they dissolved very quickly, and they weren't ever going to be able to defend that space because they didn't have that. And then, but cool, there's a bunch of criticisms, but on the upside, it was one of the only safe places for houseless people in that entire part of the city there for a little while. There were no fights. There was no, strife there in that encampment. Were the only safe places for houseless people at that point, and where the police couldn't get to them, and there was not people, that there was not interpersonal violence. That was good. There was a ton of mutual aid.
Some, but it was minimal. But
not nearly as much by comparison. Right. Yeah. Very minimal. There was
all the way up until basically the end with the shootings.
Correct. Then you had a bunch of really great mutual aid that was taking place, which people appeared to actually be partaking in, might I add. It was not just offerings with a few people taking it. It actually seemed like it was really doing some great direct distribution.
Open air, like free markets and shit.
Yes, it was cool. And there was also, it was good to some degree. It's good that there was, it was being used as like a space for creativity and performance. I think it's good to give people that sort of pleasure and enjoyment. But the moment that I heard bands were performing there, I was immediately concerned. And I know that might seem kind of prudish, but it's not because I don't think it's good to have bands around. I think that it kind of, to me, signaled that they might be not treating it as a space of conflict and struggle against the state, but they might have been treating it as kind of an open air, street festival. And unfortunately, that is kind of what eventuated in the project. And it didn't end up being a place for like long-term autonomous struggle. It kind of became a symbol, a protest, an act of civil disobedience, rather than an act of truly seizing autonomous territory. And I think that was a real mistake. And it actually, for me, gave me a good enough concrete example to where I'm really not in support of the concept of a quote-unquote temporary autonomous zone at this point. Maybe it could have some practicality, but I think I'm pretty well hands-off on that concept.
Yeah, I think upon reflection, having seen, been there, witnessed it, seen what we saw, and kind of had some opportunities to engage with some people on the ground. I'm kind of in a similar place where Daniel's at, that like my initial reactions and assessments were that like the biggest failure there was the failure to immediately democratize decision making. Like that, it failed the moment that it started because they couldn't figure out a way to collectively make decisions. But as time has gone on, and in addition to this, I've actually had the opportunity to participate in a really interesting reflection circle during a conference of activists and anarchists called Dual Power Gathering in Chicago, just outside of Chicago this past summer. And one of those circles sessions was, kind of hearing people's from all over the country's feedback of their experiences during George Floyd and kind of what they faced locally and lessons learned and so on and so forth. And we had some folks that were Seattle natives that were there as well. And it was very interesting to hear their perspectives. And the longer I thought about it, the more I tend to agree with them.
Yes.
Actually,
Yes.
which is that the real failure was the failure to take the precinct the moment that it was abandoned, rather than like most people don't remember this or know this story or this history, but it was the autonomous zone was set up, quote unquote, spontaneously because the protests that were right there, which is where police precinct is on Capitol Hill in Seattle, had been, direct, and the police abandoned the precinct after it had been surrounded, physically surrounded. And there was a rift between, quote unquote, chant leaders or protest leaders or organizers or whatever, between, storming the precinct or not storming the precinct. And the crowd went with not storming the precinct and instead setting up the autonomous zone. And from the perspective of the folks that were at DPG, it was just very interesting to hear that and I tend to agree with them. I think that the failure there was the failure to continue to push ahead and take the precinct itself.
More militant action to continue escalating militancy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the very least, it would have been on par with what just happened in Minneapolis, and then Minneapolis wouldn't be the only city. You know what I mean? And then those things tend to have a domino effect. Once it's not just one place, once it's two or three, then it's a pattern.
Yep. I think that it was a learning experience, but I think a lot of people learned a lot of wrong lessons. There was so much there was so much propaganda, so much falsehood being spread about what was happening during the time it existed. There were just these weird rumors that people let blow up and spread among themselves in ways that were really unhealthy and were really benefited conservatives and fascists and everything who were.
You had cynical opportunists as well that sock thems or whatever that wanted to take any kind of pot shot they could at something that made the unforgivable sin of capturing media attention away from their bullshit politicians or whatever.
Oh, yeah. They were so pissed that it didn't help Kashama Savant. Right,
exactly. So don't forget that there's elements of that too. There was always going to be, no matter what, if there's something truly, purely kind of, whether it's, ill-conceived or well-organized or not, if it committed the sin of capturing public attention, then you're going to get bad faith fucking, that just is what it is. That comes with territory.
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, I'm not against autonomous zones, but I think that you should only claim an autonomous zone if you are serious about keeping it.
Again, I hate to come back to the same example.
The same thing we just said.
Yeah.
It's literally what we just said.
Okay.
It's like
BZLN, sure. If you're Moss Lake Mohawk Warrior, then sure. But unless you've got that level of organization
and commitment, then probably be careful. Yeah, there was some pretty serious mistakes that were made in that sense. So there were ups and downs. I think that it inspired certain people, but I think it also may have demonized a particular tactic because of the failures that took place, tactics that could actually be valuable in just in their very basis, but which were carried out in such a way that they were really more just harmful.
I don't really know how much harm it really did.
Well, I mean, in the sense that
I'm kind of agnostic about it.
No, I don't mean harm. I mean, well, there was harm done to obviously the kid who was shot.
And I'm not talking about the individual, obviously. That's I meant like in an ideological sense.
Well, I think that there was some damage in an ideological sense, because a lot of people really took away from that we couldn't organize ourselves, that we needed more authority and needed more, you know, like vanguardists really used that to push that we needed vanguards, and statists really used that to push that we needed a state. And, you know, like I think that really very few people came away from that taking the right lesson, which is that we needed more horizontal organization, you know. Unfortunately, I didn't really see that.
Failure here wasn't hierarchy versus horizontalism. Failure here was literal, like, collective decision making or not, or like literally people just willy-nilly doing whatever the fuck.
Yeah, this is actually part of what I remember this really catalyzing my my organizationalist stance, you know. Having seen really, you know, this would have been an opportunity for me to have taken a more anti-organizationalist stance if I'd gone there and seen that everything actually went really great without any formal organization or decision making or delegation or proposal or any of that. If that had just not even been necessary and they'd just done that shit and they hit the ground running and made it work, I think I probably would have questioned some of my fundamental beliefs. You know, I think I would have considered the possibility that these looser methods could totally work and that people would maybe pick up the slack in exceptional circumstances. But the fact that that is the opposite of what took place and that it was a disaster in a variety of ways, and specifically, I mean, in the security forces, I think that was one of the biggest disasters. And we didn't even go into the fact that the people who were doing it previously didn't even defend them from actual attackers who drove by and tried to shoot into the autonomous zone. And the previous people who were supposed to be defense, I didn't mean to laugh for anybody that might have been affected by this or that was involved in it, but they didn't even defend the camp from that. Right. So the previous ones didn't defend the camp from real attacks that were done. And then when somebody wasn't even committing an attack, they accidentally murdered an innocent person. So like all this together, this really solidified my organizational stance. You know, really the necessity of organization and how it's a means by which we hold people accountable. It is a means by which we are able to rationally delegate tasks to people who we trust, and that it is a way to establish trust in a way that it is a way to legibly establish trust and then use that trust to carry out tasks. So yeah.
One of the things, talking also to your point earlier about like talking about choosing ground that's actually defensible if you're trying to like seize it or whatever. One of the most perfect examples, I remember walking up the street with you around the perimeter and pointing out the very purposefully placed middle of the road bisecting like certain avenues that the police had put, these concrete barriers, giant ones, that like forced foot traffic in certain directions. And it was like super obvious too. Like, holy shit, like these just uncontested, you just let the cops come in here and do this and you fucking move it around and try to like repurpose it. It's like blockades, or what the fuck are you people doing? You know, like you're literally allowing them to dictate your foot traffic in the quote unquote autonomous zone. It's crazy.
Yeah, that was not good. That was not good. You know, looking back on it, the only thing we could think of was that they should try to get somebody down there with like a forklift or something. But, you know, maybe they should just smash those damn things with sledgehammers.
I literally pointed out that there were people that were longshoremen that like were at a bunch of the protests and like milling about. Like, why don't you fucking ask the longshoremen to bring up some of the fucking lifts and just move to that shit?
It is, but you know, we can only bitch about it for so long.
We're too old critic. We were too old dudes.
Nah, you're doing it wrong. Yeah, no, for real though. You know, but it's kind of back to the recurring topic. You know, tonight's been praxis night. I think, you know, we really talked about praxis a lot. It's pretty much the main thing we've discussed. And I think that one of the big takeaways is just people have to do things wrong before they can learn to do them right. It sucks. It sucks. I remember being very young and like being like maybe a little kid and reconciling with the fact that everybody, myself included, seemed to learn best from making mistakes rather than foresight.
Yep.
And
best feature.
it's so frustrating being the person being like, that's the wrong way, do it a different way. And nobody listens.
The somewhat comforting news to folks that might be perfectionists or have fear of failure is that newsflash, you haven't missed it. The revolution hasn't arrived yet.
Mm-hmm.
So like nobody's done it. And don't let the Bolsheviks fucking try to tell you otherwise, because I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure capitalism still rules this fucking world, along with every other ism.
Yep. Indeed, my friend. Well, I do believe we're coming around to the end of this here live stream.
Yeah, I'm ready for bed, dude. It's been fun, and thank you for having me on. And
yeah, absolutely.
having the opportunity to talk about ALU stuff and talk praxis.
Absolutely. Yeah. And for anybody who's interested in what happened at the beginning of the stream, go back and watch it once the stream is over, because there was a lot of really good talk about Sam's experience with the Amazon labor union in Albany and their attempt to certify the union there. And he kind of gives some of his experience having, been part of that effort, and kind of offers us a postmortem that we can think about in moving forward with continuing unionization efforts. So cool. It was good seeing y'all. This was 6 hours and 15 minutes, it looks like. Fantastic. So I would just like to remind you all that if you would like me to do one of these live streams every month, I would be totally willing to commit to doing that if I can get my Patreon to the point where it supports me full time, so that I don't have to do any side gigs in order to make my rent. I only have to focus on the channel. I would totally be willing. Now, I would obviously pick up production by an enormous amount, but also I would do one of these live streams every month instead of just one per big video essay. And if you would like to help me reach that goal, you can just go over to my Patreon at patreon.com/anarch. And any amount helps. I appreciate you all for getting me closer and closer to that goal of being able to focus all my time on the channel. Exciting things happening about possibly publishing A Modern Anarchism. I'm actually in communication with PM Press right now. It might be a while before we ever see a published copy. There's also a published copy of each of the parts that is being done with Seditionist Media right now, so keep an eye out for that. Ask Seditionist if you want a copy. I think they'll be trying to get those to print not too terribly long. Part 3 of A Modern Anarchism is coming along. I am a perfectionist. I want this to be an exceptional work. I want it to be important. I don't just want it to get, to be a big video that hits the algorithm. This for me is more about creating revolutionary theory that actually makes a difference and that actually transforms the world. So expect that to take as long as it takes. Probably not going to be out before the end of the year. I would not expect that. But it is coming along, and next week I'll be going right back to doing these Anarch Abridged videos. Don't forget to leave comments underneath those Anarch Abridged videos about videos you want me to do in future Anarch Abridged. And like the video, subscribe to my channel if you're not already, and so on and so on. You know the spiel. So yeah, and just so we're clear, I'm not 15K yet. I thought I would get some subscribers over the course of this live stream, but I have not gotten enough. But I'm very close to 15K. So, we'll call this the preemptive 15K celebration live stream, I suppose. It was good seeing you all, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. Have a good evening, morning, afternoon, etc. Bye.